you're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Not even kidding. I actually get pissed off when I get on Twitter, when I get on TikTok, when I get on Instagram, YouTube Shorts. I've been seeing this all over the place from the left, where they're saying, oh, I thought the right-wingers were in favor of vigilantism, but all of a sudden, Luigi kills the CEO, and now they're against it. But when it came to Kyle Rittenhouse, they were all in favor of it. And I was like, you guys are the dumbest motherfuckers out there. You know that? You guys are embarrassing. As the human race, you're embarrassing as fuck. I cannot stand you people. I don't want anything to do with you guys. If you're going to stand around acting like Kyle Rittenhouse is comparable to Luigi. First off, Kyle Rittenhouse was not a vigilante, okay? So when we think of a vigilante is somebody who's like on the offensive, right? They're going out and dealing with things themselves. They're going out and looking to fix something. They're going out to solve problems themselves. Kyle Rittenhouse is not a vigilante. That guy was just called just to show up and defend buildings. That's it. For you to compare Kyle Rittenhouse to Luigi, you would have to think that Kyle Rittenhouse was there on the offensive. And there's just no evidence to this. There's no evidence to say that he was there on the offensive. He defended himself when people attacked and battered him. They attacked him. He didn't go out and start attacking people. He didn't go out and just start shooting random people. He shot people who attacked him. The reason that he got off was because all of that stuff counted as self-defense. You guys are victim blaming. That's what you're doing. Luigi is a murderer. This guy just went and just murdered somebody. He is just a murderer. Whereas Rittenhouse did not murder anybody. He was defending himself. He just defended himself. That's it. This is not murder. It is self-defense. So for you guys to compare these two things, it's just victim blaming. That's all it is. You guys, you lefties, love to complain about victim blaming. You guys are victim blaming. That's what you're doing. And the same with the CEO. Same with the CEO. You want to say, oh, the CEO shouldn't have been the CEO of a company that denies all these claims if he didn't want to get murdered and blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. You're saying that women shouldn't go in short skirts into fucking bars because then it's their fault if they get like, that's what you're saying. Good job. Congratulations. You have become the meme. Well done.
2 months ago, the American people elected Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America. It's okay. There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You see, one should love America when you win and when you lose. That's the patriotic thing to do, and that's the America that House Democrats will fight hard to preserve because we love this country.
That's what a real American patriot looks like. Democrats are currently the only ones protecting veterans, they're the only ones protecting 9/11 heroes, and they're the only ones who are trying to protect your Social Security that you've already paid for. Whose side are you on?
Hundreds of people at this point have said this about him. Hundreds. How many people have to say it about him? Like people who know him, people who were close to him, people who worked with him. How many, hold on, how many people who worked with him, who were close to him, who worked right next to him for years? How many of them would have to say what he's like behind the scenes and all of their stories match up? All of them say the same exact things. How many before you would finally believe it?
Show me that video, them talking about that. Besides that Scaramucci fact.
Okay, so there was
Trump before you were born too.
Obviously, Bill Barr did, and obviously, yeah, Scaramucci. There was a number of people like that. But then Donald Trump's chief of staff, the person who was Donald Trump's chief of staff for the longest period during his first administration, he said that not only was Donald Trump a fascist and a racist and a danger to democracy, he also said that Donald Trump was always praising. Hold on. I'm happy to get to that, but he also said that Donald Trump was always praising Hitler and Mao and other dictators, and he said that he wanted. I'm trying to explain this real quick. He said that he wanted generals. Hold on, listen. I think if people like his chief of staff come out and they say this, and then let me get through a fucking sentence, bro. His longest chief of staff was there for the longer than anybody else, okay? 3 years. He said that Donald Trump was a fascist, that he was praising Hitler, that he was a danger to democracy, that he was a racist, all of those things, right? So 13 other people who worked in the Trump administration all signed a document saying that he was correct and all of the things that he said about Trump were 100% true, and they were all there and they all saw it, okay? 13 people all backed that up. Then 200 other Republican officials also signed a document saying that Donald Trump was a danger to democracy and that they were voting for Kamala Harris. So you have over 200 people now, 213 just with them. If we start including Bill Barr, Scaramucci, all those other people, we'll get up to like 300 people. Is 300 not enough for you? How many would be enough?
Popular vote.
That's why Trump is able to get the popular votes, because you guys are willing to ignore all evidence. You will not engage with evidence. You refuse to listen to anybody. This is why they say it's a cult, is because you refuse to listen to everybody who's ever been around Donald Trump. All of them. 100% of them. They all say the same thing.
Yeah, that's a cult. Not like the fucking Muslims.
I say something, they say, what do you mean by that? I can say, go look in any dictionary and you'll know what I mean by that. Whereas when you say something, I can't go find that in a dictionary. When you talk about
I say that you can't go see in the dictionary?
Marxism. I will not get your definition of Marxism or communism.
In the Color Revolution in fucking China in the 1940s when Mao was installed by the British Empire.
Mao is not a
Marxist. All their shit was like hope, love, joy, and they cut people's hair
Correct.
So all the boys and girls look the fucking same, dude.
Exactly.
And they
Yes.
instituted
Correct.
a Maoist revolution, bro.
Yes, correct. That is what I'm talking about. Yes, that is not Marxism.
It's like the same shit as transgenderism, bro.
No, I'm saying that's
like,
not Marxism.
I don't understand
That's
where
not
you're
Marxism.
coming from, bro.
I'm saying that's not Marxism. Everything you just explained has nothing to do with Marxism. That is, Mao is not a Marxist.
Communist.
Stop using words if you don't know what they mean, please.
What's up, fools? Today is 1/4/2025. It is 9:25 p.m. Eastern Time. I am about 45 minutes late. Damn, my bad. I was trying to update the... Oh, I need to turn my light up. There we go. I was trying to update the end screen where we list all of the members, and I was not able to get it. It was kind of annoying. Like, normally I list, what's up, Bonzig? Normally I list like the person's name, the level that they're on, and then how long they've been at that level. And then this time I was adding how long they've been a member total. And it, for some reason, they just would not line up. I don't know what the fuck the deal was. I couldn't figure it out. It's like, the only way they don't line up is if there's not the same amount of people on each one. But there's like 150 members, and I can't check each and every single one individually. So it was so hard. I took forever going through it, trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. And yeah, I never figured it out. So yeah, that I eventually just gave up and got on. My bad. Math ain't mathing. It's not even math. It's like the editor, like, it's hard to explain. I don't even know how to explain it. It's hard. I don't know what the deal is. So, I've been here the longest. That's all that matters. Also, that I'm the best. True. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I think you have been the member for the longest. I believe that is true. Yeah, I think so. I think that's true. I just had it up a minute ago. I can't tell if it's you or Chase, but one of y'all. Because the last couple, Chase got left off of it. And so I was trying to make sure this time that he didn't get left off, because on the viewer, so I don't know if you guys know what CSV viewer is, but it's like a free viewer for what's it called? Sheets, like Google Sheets, or I forget what the Windows version is called. Excel. It's like a free version of Excel that comes with Microsoft. And it's a huge pain in the ass. Like, it really is. I have this glitch where it black screens every time, and I have like a way of getting past the black screen that I finally figured out, which is why I wasn't able to update it for almost like 6 months, is because I couldn't figure out how to get past the black screen. But yes, once I figured out how to get past it, now I realized that the reason Chase is never on it is because I highlight the entire row top to bottom, and I didn't realize, but the fucking sheet, the things go down farther than you can see. And so the scroll bar at the bottom to go left and right is on top of the last name. And it's on top of Chase's name. So yeah, I've been trying to like make sure that I remember to get him, but then every time I add him, everything doesn't time up anymore. So you can just upload it to Google Drive and have it automatically convert to Sheets. Okay. Yeah, I might try that then, because CSV viewer is some bullshit, dude. It really is. Okay. Well, I guess, let's see, we were gonna go over this, so I'll wait to do this until after we talk then. Yeah, I said I was gonna get on yesterday and go over the Sam Hyde video, but I never ended up getting on yesterday. So we'll save that then. Let me move this to first then. Okay. I have been like vague posting about some shit on Twitter for a bit. One of the things that I vague posted about, so this is I posted this and said, like, and I think most people know the people that I'm talking about, but like for the most part it is like people like Fairy Queen and Sick, who are kind of pissing me off with this shit. But Fairy Queen hasn't like actually, I don't think, mentioned people's names directly outside of Molina's, but anyways, it says, if victims don't want information to be public about their victimization, you are not helping them or anyone else by posting their names all over the internet and letting everyone know what happened. They are likely dealing with enough shit without retards helping spread the information publicly. If you don't give a fuck about the victims, then whatever. But pretending you're super worried about victims in your posts, the reason I say if you don't give a fuck about victims, then whatever, is because obviously there's going to be like people who are just like covering shit for drama and crap like that. They're just doing it for content. It's totally different. I miss Sick. What happened to him? He became like one of the dumbest fucks on the internet. So, poor guy. But yeah, so I said, I was like, yeah, if you don't give a fuck about the victims, then whatever. But pretending you're super worried about victims in your posts while publishing their names is bullshit and obvious virtue signaling. Me even quote tweeting or commenting on the post would only bring more attention to it. So no one with a brain is ever able to push back, leaving the empty helmet on the white knight to continue feeling good about themselves as though they've achieved anything other than furthering the victimization. Well done, fucking retards. Yeah, so this is, I mean, at this point, like, I feel like it's, I keep seeing posts about it over and over to the point that I suppose talking about it one time may, hopefully won't do much worse, but, like, yeah, getting these losers to stop fucking talking is, is like I think like the main thing is that, yeah, they just won't shut the fuck up. They just won't shut the fuck up, dude. And they're acting like they're super worried about all these people while continuing to nonstop fucking talk about them. So this is somewhat of a different topic. We'll get back to the first one, but this kind of, I believe, touches on it. It says Merck's claim that Destiny flirts with women only. So Merck off the perk posted this. All right. She said, I guess Sick posted this saying stuff about the fact that, like, I guess he feels bad and that he didn't say anything about the shit with Lav, which is really dumb to me. Like, the fact that, like, there's people like Sick, right, and Fairy Queen and all of these people who are making a big deal about the shit with Destiny. Whereas, like, with Destiny, it looks like something bad happened there. That's what it looks like. But we don't have that information. We don't have that evidence. We just don't have it. But it looks like that, sure. But what we do know is that, yes, some people who were there, what happened, I the best that I can do is just kind of vague post about this a little bit. But there have been people who have had things leaked about themselves that they're not happy about. And so they, yes, they don't want these things talked about. But there are people who feel as though Destiny had something to do with these leaks. And it doesn't, we just don't have that information. If he did, it was like down the line to where he's way less culpable than people who actually leaked it, but the people who actually leaked it, not Destiny, and he may have just given it to somebody without permission. And so yeah, Sick is going off about this, about how, like, oh, we covered this up before and with Lav, and she told us all about it, and we should have listened. And then he goes off and mentions the people's names who don't want to be mentioned and does his whole fucking virtue signal. The problem that I have with this is that, like, part of what they're complaining about is they are saying that Destiny engaged in revenge porn, which that's just not true. It's not revenge porn. It's something different, but it's not revenge porn. Where, yes, if he sends something to somebody, they get hacked. And then after they get hacked, the person who hacked them goes and posts this shit. Okay, fine. If he wasn't supposed to send it to that person, that's not good. Not the same as revenge porn, though. But I do know someone who did have revenge porn done to them. And I know that these same fuckers who are out here making a big deal about Destiny, that person did want people to talk about it. That person did want people to make a big deal about it. They did want people to condemn this shit. And when people like Sassafras and Zonia and all these other people are furthering this information and trying to identify the person and make it as public as possible, and I think Zonia even very publicly said that she was doing this on purpose because she didn't like that person. It was that is revenge porn. That is just the fact that you are purposely doing this shit just to embarrass the person and doing it publicly. That is just revenge porn. And as everybody's making a big deal about this, as nobody's making a big deal about this, the victim in this situation very clearly said that they wanted people to make a big deal about it, and that they had to go onto streams and make a big deal about this themselves because nobody else said shit about it, right? And then somebody like Sick, who's, I believe, dating Sassafras, is out here making a big deal about this other thing that the victims don't want them to talk about, but talking about it anyways. It's insane. And so, yeah, so Merck replied to Sick and said he tried to sleep with me as well and completely ditched me as a friend when I wouldn't. Orbiter or not, I think it's extremely problematic to want to fuck every single female you come in contact with. Platonic friendships can be just as valuable as intimate ones. From what I understand, this was dealt with on stream, and that was not the case, that this did not happen, and that they did not... that he did not try to sleep with her, and that even the timing is off, where she's acting like he just stopped talking to her after she turned him down, when it turns out that he didn't stop talking to her till like way after. So it just, yeah, it doesn't make sense. But yeah, Fairy Queen quote tweeted that from Merck, where Merck is saying he tried sleeping with me, and when I turned him down, he just stopped talking to me.
$5. Had to Z King a bit. The 1-month hiatus was good for my soul. Couldn't stand the retarded MAGA talking points and focus more on local politics. Canadian politics.
Good. I'm glad to hear from you, man. I messaged you a couple of times on Discord. I was worried about you, wanting to make sure that you were okay. I'm glad you're all right, man. Yeah, I had to Z King for a bit. Well done, Aryan. So yeah, so Fairy Queen quote tweets this, all right? And she says, Merck's claim that Destiny flirts with women only to discard or ignore them once he loses interest is something I can personally confirm because it happened to me. A story in 6 parts. It ends up being in like 14 or 15 parts. 6 was way undershooting it. She was nowhere close to 6, more than doubled that. But yes, it is. Yeah, American Patriot, I was saying a minute ago, I'm doing this first so that I can get to you faster then. So yeah, so it's not in 6 parts, but all right. So yeah, so part 1 from Fairy Queen. I drove to Destiny versus Milo Yiannopoulos debate in the spring of 2023.
Part of the reason why I'm asking is because my family history as a Catholic is as an Irish Catholic. My grandparents were involved with the Irish Republican Army at the time. The differences between Catholicism and Protestantism in Ireland during that time resulted in cars being blown up. It was a severe, it was not a
But you also know
place.
that there are a lot of other factors involved in there to do with borders, the English. I mean, there's a lot that went into that, right? It wasn't as simple as this is a religious conflict between North and South. It was, I think it's most accurate to say that it was a kind of small civil war with heavy religious overtones or tempered, flavored, informed by religion. But this was not straight religious conflict. It's just not true to say that. You know that.
I do not know that. It was such a deep conflict that my grandfather couldn't take a civil service.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pause this. None of this is relevant. Literally 90% of this post is not relevant. I'm going to go ahead. Spoiler alert. 90% of this is not relevant whatsoever. She starts off by saying, Merck's claim that Destiny flirts with women and only to discard or ignore them once he loses interest is something I can personally confirm because it happened to me. And then for some reason starts with this because it's I guess a good time to get a self promo in real quick. But anyways, so part 2. Like Steven, I graduated from a small Catholic school in Omaha, New England. Like Steven, I am a Catholic Air Force brat, and I am also a dual citizen. I sympathized with Steven's narrative about having a partner with BPD. I even started out as a libertarian. And so this is just, I don't know why these are on here, but then this is her DM to Destiny. And it's from March 28th, 2023. It says, hey man, I'm from Omaha. I went to high school at a local Catholic school there, and my family is also Air Force. I've watched your content for years and have watched the whole Lav Mr. Girl arc over the past year or so. I just wanted to say that I'm really sorry about what happened. I dated a man with BPD on and off for a year and had a ton of sexual details leaked from him to my entire PhD program at the university where I work, so I have at least a little bit of an idea of what you're going through. I know that you're a big content creator and that your drama cycles are at least a big part of the course with the platform, but I just wanted to reach out and support. Hope you're doing okay. Can't wait to watch the next debate. So that was sent on Twitter. Then she posts here, Steven's success at flipping the 2016 trend of embarrassing creators like Carl Benjamin, aka Sargon of Akkad, felt like a bolt from beyond in college. His journey from libertarianism to becoming the omni-liberal felt very compelling to me. I had a huge fan crush on him. And then this is, Destiny, Sargon, and Adam from Adam and Sitch. Then part 4, met Steven after the show. So we're back to this show here on part 4. Met Steven after the show, asked for an autograph, and bonded over being from Omaha. He seemed professional and kind. I remember Steven helping the crew set up beforehand. Steven's cameraman spoke to me afterwards and shared that DGG chat loved me. I was on the moon. And then, this is his autograph. This is her picture with him. Part 5, after gushing, it's so freaking cool to meet you, and saying goodbye to Steven, I drove from Knoxville on 4/11/23. My partner and I were thrilled people liked my clip. With my partner's big TikTok and Twitter, we hope to discuss DGG attention to lunch later at a podcast. Here's pictures of cameras and mics. My partner and I drove to South Carolina to see Laura Loomer speak, hoping to cover Christian nationalism for our first podcast episode. As a Jewish woman in MAGA, she seemed like an intriguing guest. We were naive and unprepared, but excited. She even gave us her number. I intentionally paid the $100 fee to meet Laura Loomer afterwards and asked her directly. During dinner, I unexpectedly ran into Steven's cameraman again. This is all unrelated information, but I also spoke with Sean Semenko and Steven's cameraman about how they coordinated with guests like Laura Loomer, Yiannopoulos, and Destiny. While visiting Kahal Kadash Beth Elohim in Charleston, South Carolina, the first Reformed synagogue located in the United States, I received this message. I attempted to call this number afterwards, but received no response. So here's the message. This person that's in her phone as creep ? They said, hey, so this is April of 2023. Or sorry, I think it's April of 23. I'm not sure. I think so. Anyways, it says, hey. She says, hello. She said, hey. They said, hello. My name is blank. Oh, sorry. No. He says, hey. She says, hello. My name is blank. He says, nice to meet you, blank. I'm 33 years old, live in Miami. And you? She says, how did you get this number? He says, from my assistant. She said, well, hello, LOL. I'm 33 years old, live in Miami, and you? This is, I guess, supposed to make us assume that it sounds like it's probably Destiny, and they got the number from their assistant. So she said, I'm 26 years old, live in blank. Are you the camera guy? He said, no, sorry. Sorry, I think my assistant may have got the wrong number. Hope I didn't bother you. And then she said, what is your name? LOL. They didn't answer. She says, who is your assistant? I might know them. They didn't answer. Then she said, sorry, I've been meeting a lot of people lately. Been super busy, laughing face. And that's it. That's the only message here. So that's it. Person messaged her. She said, hey,
Ariana tipped $5. Happy New Year's, fools. I went to my grandma's and asked for her prayers for Tom. My grandma prayed for Tom and his family and also for his hair.
I would say thank you, but Happy New Year. But yes, in the messages, somebody just messages her. She immediately says, hey, this is my name. He says, nice to meet you. I'm 33 years old, live in Miami, and you? She says, how'd you get this number? He said, from my assistant. And then he realizes he's got the wrong person and says, never mind, wrong person. Okay, that's it. Nothing else happened here. He just says, hey, realizes he has the wrong number, and then he cuts it off and says, never mind. And then doesn't respond to her when she messages him 3 times. He doesn't respond. Okay, that's the whole message here. That's it. Part 8. I assumed that the person was Destiny, but felt unsure. I reached out to Destiny's cameraman later that evening. I wanted to emphasize that the cameraman was very professional and helpful. So this is her message to the cameraman. Hi, this is blank from our dinner with Laura Loomer. Thank you so much for offering to give me blank advice on getting started. We really appreciate it. We have a few questions for you. 1, equipment. 2, blank. 3, marketing. And finally, thank you so much for reaching out to me. It's a dream of mine, and I know of blank to be able to our passions for politics, research, minimum, potential side hobby that contributes, hopefully, something of value into the discourse when creators like you reach out to me. It means a lot to a little nobody like me. She said that to the cameraman? Then she said, hey, I recorded a 20-minute video in response to blank DM. I show it in the recording so we don't have to write it again. Put it on, or I guess he said this, put it on 2X's, I'm sure. To have rambled, let's make a time in the next week or so to have a VC. And then Fairy Queen said, thank you so much. We super appreciate your help. We will definitely discuss getting a Yeti since I think that's more in our budget. We will hopefully reach out again when we were in editing phase, which should be roughly 2 weeks. Thank you especially for recommending Melon. Looking forward to posting. Okay, so that's the 2 messages there. Again, not really getting anything here. Part 9. A man from Uncensored America reached out, expressing interest in dating me. I showed him the green text message I had received and asked if the number belonged to Destiny. He confirmed that the number that texted me was Steven's. She doesn't show this confirmation. She just shows her text message to Destiny again and shows parts of the DMs again. That's it. She doesn't show anything else. She just shows that she sent them to him. She does not show that he confirmed this. She doesn't show that this person would be someone who could confirm this, that they would have Destiny's number, that this would be somebody that we would assume would have his number, or that he proves that he had Destiny's number, or that he showed her that it was his number, or anything. Nothing. She just posts this that shows us literally nothing, and it's stuff that she's already shown us before, and then just tells us that this guy confirmed that that was Destiny's number. It doesn't make sense. Like, why the fuck would some random from Uncensored America have Destiny's number? Uncensored America? Like, this is like a hardcore, like, libertarian group of people. Unless this is like the Recruiter or some shit. Why would he have Destiny's phone number? Like, it just, yeah, it didn't make sense. It's been the guy from Uncensored the whole time. LMAO. Yeah, I mean, that's that would be my first guess, is that, yeah, it might be the if she thought that it was like 40 or something, then yeah. But anyways, part 10. Remember, it's 6 parts. 6 parts. Part 10. I called into Wix. Wick felt impressed with my previous performance and gave me the chance to debate with Destiny. I felt so excited and thrilled to be there.
were bigger than merely him losing the presidency in 1980. Up until about 1980, and this is according to a book called Camelot's End by John Ward, the Democrats have been the dominant party since FDR and the New Deal for much of the 20th century. But once the civil rights movement kicked off, they began to quickly lose the South, which is why Jimmy Carter's history as a Southerner, his Southern roots, helped him maintain power, particularly Democratic power within the South. Unfortunately, when so much bruising and so much division happened between the party, when Kennedy was constantly fighting with Jimmy Carter on the national stage, it showed that the party was divided. These were bigger than merely.
Again, just like another random self-promo, it's just her talking. That's it. Seems a little strange to put into this, but okay. Then here she said, so you can imagine my surprise when not only did Stephen not reach out to me afterwards, but even sniped at me during our debate. Yes, Stephen, I read books. Full books, in fact. It's part of my job. I don't need to abuse ADHD medication to help me turn a page. All he said is, we get it, you're a teacher, and you want us to read books. That's it. That's all he said. It wasn't something like super mean. It wasn't anything like super rough. It was just, we get it, you're a teacher, and you want us to read books. But for some reason, she mentions him being ADHD, or she said he abuses ADHD medication, which is super fucking annoying though. Like everybody, this is part of what I was talking about where I was saying that like, it seems weird for adults to take ADHD medication. And so I just never even considered doing it. And it was just never even like a thought process to me because it's yeah, it just seemed like something that just didn't happen. But now that I did get prescribed ADHD medication again and that it has helped a lot, everybody keeps saying that I'm abusing ADHD medication. And then same with Destiny is that, yes, he also gets prescribed ADHD medication and they run around saying that he's abusing ADHD medication. It's a little strange, but all right. And then, yes, it just says at the bottom, turns out someone was talking shit. It's not really, I wouldn't call that talking shit, but all right. Then she said, I tried to reach out to Stephen on 12/26 of 2023, fearing for the safety of a friend of his. I was able to make contact with Kyla and other friends to reach this person in time. I have permission from the friend to post this. Stephen, however, had blocked me on Discord. So she says, Stephen blocked her on Discord, okay? Erudite says, hey, Fairy, what's up? She says, Fairy Queen said, I realize we have our differences and I have been honest about them, but I also know that you've spoken to blank before. I hate to do this and I'm sorry, unsure what the correct approach is, blank. I was hoping you might know friends/family members of hers to reach out to. I'm assuming I know who this is about. Yeah. So then I don't know why she had to post this. It doesn't, again, it just doesn't seem relevant or add to the story at all. But part 12, TLDR, Stephen asked his assistant for my number, then sent a creepy message without even introducing himself. When flirting wasn't an option, he ended our conversation, blocked me on Discord, and acted like a pathetic butthurt bitch sniping at me during our debate. I believe Merck. I believe every woman who's spoken out about Stephen's primary interest being using them for sex and then discarding them. The BPD e-girl narrative he's relied on for years to smear women who call him out no longer holds any power over me. I'm ashamed I ever believed Stephen's narrative about Anna or Melina. I apologize to you all. If you were a DGG fan like me, realize that the women don't take accountability narrative is a tactic Stephen, Kyla, and others use to avoid taking responsibility themselves. Good afternoon, Stephen. I see you followed me on Twitter. Did you leak Melina's nudes without her consent? So You guys remember at the beginning of this, she said, after Merck said Destiny tried sleeping with me, I turned him down, and so then he just dropped me afterwards, that Fairy Queen said that the same thing happened to her, and it wasn't anywhere in here. It wasn't anywhere in here. It was nowhere in here whatsoever. It just isn't here whatsoever. Nowhere even close. There's a whole lot of fucking information here. There's a whole lot of shit here. There's a lot of shit. There's so much shit. But that is not in here. Not only did he not try sleeping with her, he didn't flirt with her, he didn't hit on her, he didn't, and even if he did, like, who gives a fuck? Like, we're adults, guys hit on women sometimes, women hit on men sometimes, like, it's not, but all of this, and it wasn't anywhere in here. The closest we got was her sending him a long message here, then some random person messaging her here, but again, did not flirt with her, did not message her, and again, even if it was him, all this person said was, I'm, hey, this is me. She said, oh, well, this is my name, and they said, oh, sorry, I've got the wrong number, my bad. And then she messaged them 3 times, and they still did not respond. And that's it. That's it. That's all that happened here. That's it. Then she says he blocked her, but she doesn't show that he blocked her. She says this person confirmed that that was Destiny. She doesn't show that they confirmed it was Destiny. And then that's it. And then her being like a little overly sensitive about this thing. Like, I don't get it. So yeah, I replied to this and I said, I'm sorry, but what the fuck? I'm so lost. Nowhere in these texts was that person flirting. You didn't turn him down. He just said he had the wrong number. And Destiny wasn't 33 at the time. He was 35. So this is in 2023. I know Destiny is a year younger than me. So that was during 2020. Or sorry, he's a month younger than me. Yes, sorry. He's a month younger than me. And so I know I was 35 at the time, so he was 35 at the time, but the person in the DMs said that they're 33. So he said, I'm 33 years old and live in Miami. Plus, this person doesn't DM like Destiny. Destiny DMs, he uses a lot of fucking emojis. A lot. He's like a very like cutesy like DMer. Everything's smileys and hearts and kissy faces and shit like that. But anyways, Destiny wasn't 33 at the time. He was 35. I have no idea why this person at Uncensored would know Destiny's number. I have no idea why you're acting like he blocked you because of the text when you weren't blocked. Until after the shit you said on Wick. Yes, so she's also saying that he blocked her because she wouldn't have sex with him, but then she says that she got blocked after she went on with Wick. And so if you were going to like line the timing up with something, if that was Destiny in the text messages and he was trying to hit on her, well, he didn't block her then. It sounds like he blocked her after the stuff with Wick. So it doesn't sound like that was the reason. But again, that we have no reason to believe that that was Destiny. Then I said it sounded like that was so yeah, it sounds like that's the reason, is the Wick panel. He never responded to your DMs to him. There's no evidence that that person is him, and even if it was him, he didn't even flirt or hit on you. And even if he did, so what? People flirt and people sleep with each other. 90% of this post is completely irrelevant info that wasn't informative in any way. You also posted in my server the other day that Melina confirmed things that she did not confirm at all. Something probably not great happened there with Destiny in those leaks. Just pointing out that you're claiming evidence where there isn't any and connected a bunch of dots you have no reason to connect. You're fabricating narrative for no reason. I'm not attacking you, and I don't have anything personal against you, but just letting you know this isn't anything. And then, yeah, there's Abaddon. He said, I think Destiny checked on stream, and he didn't even have her blocked. They just weren't friends on Discord, LOL. So, yeah, I think you get a message sometimes if the person has it set to where you can't send them a message unless you're friends. If he wasn't friends with her and she tried sending him a message, she probably just got a message back saying that she's not able to message him. Not that she was blocked. But as I say here, I happen to know that Fairy Queen DM'd him today as well. I happen to know that she DM'd him today as well. So she knows that she wasn't blocked. If she showed evidence here that she was ever blocked, then he could have unblocked her afterwards, but she didn't. So yeah, the fact that here she now knows she was never blocked. There's no reason for her to think she was blocked. She hasn't come out and said, oh, my bad, we just read the thread. There's no add-on here as a correction. There's nothing saying, oh, whoopsies, I didn't realize I wasn't blocked. My bad. But yeah. Anyways, But anyways, yeah, supposedly Destiny went over this on stream as well. So yeah. It's weird. But yeah, she's been going off about like Melina and all of these people. And again, they have been very clear that they would like people not to talk about this stuff. She's posted about it in just about everybody's server. And including mine, and it just seems like, yeah, like if you didn't talk about the other people who had these issues and instead told them not to talk about it anymore when nobody else was out there talking about it, nobody else was out there defending it, they were the only ones willing to defend themselves and you weren't willing to talk about those people's shit, but now with somebody who's a big content creator, now all of a sudden, now you want to talk about shit. Now you got a lot to say. Now you really care about this crap. Just seems weird, but yeah, like the stuff that Destiny did seems fucked up in that scenario. It's just not what they're saying it is. And even for what I think it probably is, I don't even really have evidence of that either. It just seems like there's probably something fucked up there. But again, yeah, people don't want others talking about it. They don't want them making a big deal about it. And so, yes, if all these people are continuing to make a big deal about shit while victims are running around, while people are saying, hey, the victims have said, stop talking about this, please. And they're like, nah, bruh, I'm good. Nobody thinks you give a fuck about the victims at that point. Like, literally nobody. No, you're not convincing anybody. You're not tricking anybody to think that like your virtue signal has any real merit to it when yes, if you did care, you wouldn't say the shit. So yeah. Anyways. All right. American Patriot. Where you at? All right. There we go. Let's get him in. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yo. How's it going?
Good. Let me start off YouTube.
Yeah. How's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good. I might be like coughing and hacking a little bit, but I'm surviving.
Yeah, you said do you think you have COVID?
No. like I got really bad sinus infections. So I have a cyst in one of my sinuses, and it turned into like hot flashes for like a whole day, and coughing a bunch of stuff up. So I think it might have been the flu or influenza A, influenza B.
Okay. All right. Well,
but I kicked it.
What are we talking about?
All right. So I just wanted to set like a little bit of groundwork for moving forward, but so it goes. I don't know. I want to kind of like go back to like why I used to be a liberal or a Democrat my whole life, not liberal but Democrat, and I've had some conservative tendencies, especially with ethics classes and debating within them. Just had me change my viewpoints a lot throughout it with my teacher. But I became a Trump supporter about 2018, roughly because of so many lies on media. So like kind of just like to start it out, I just wanted to kind of get your opinion on like the reason why a lot of people didn't trust the Democratic Party after a while. Back in 2016 is when Obama, everybody laughed at Donald Trump when he said somebody was spying on his campaign for about 6 months until we actually found out that Obama was spying on his campaign.
He was not spying on his campaign.
And then it just became like, oh, okay, that's normal, He had to check on him because Russian collusion was coming into play, etc. So, like, the first kind of like,
well, I just real quick, I don't think he was not spying on his campaign. Like, this has been confirmed many times.
That's actual. Like, do you know what the FISA report was and how Obama went at it 17 times and omitted Carter Page's name, who was a CIA agent who actually worked in Russia?
I know that Carter Page. I know that Carter Page got in trouble. Yes, for the FISA warrants. That's not the same as Obama doing this.
No, Carter Page didn't get in trouble. Carter Page's name got omitted after 16 attempts.
Carter Page got fired, and and the FBI got reprimanded for the 2 FISA warrants out of the 4.
Carter Page was an amazing CIA asset that worked for the government, and he was used in the FISA report and was said that he was a spy for Donald Trump in Russia. You can Google anything I'm saying.
Or sorry. I'm sorry. I'm mixing up the names. Okay, so there's a lawyer who worked for the FBI. The lawyer who worked for the FBI got in trouble for the FISA warrants that they used for. I'm blanking on their name now, but yes, that's who I was thinking of. But the what's his name? Bill Barr came out and was very clear that they were not illegally spying on the Trump campaign, and that there was.
Let me kind of clear that precedence. When you have to lie and omit certain things from a FISA report that was sent in initially 16 more times and it still got denied, and then you had to redact a legitimate CIA agent from that report to finally get it to pass through, that's not illegitimately spying. Obama never got in trouble for it, so he was never actually.
I don't know why you keep saying Obama. What did Obama do?
Well, he was in charge of the government, and he was the one able to actually get this FISA report through. His agency.
No, hold on. You keep saying. Stop saying that. We don't blame Trump. Nobody blames Trump for what the FBI does while he's the president. No, they do not. Okay, name something that they did. Name something that they blame Trump for with the FBI.
I'll have to look something up because
there's
I don't
nothing.
have anything off the top of my head.
There's nothing. Yes, there's nothing. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. This is only a thing that conservatives do where they say the Obama administration
the Biden
administration.
Calm down. Quit acting the gaslighting. Calm down. Let's keep this on topic because this is reality. And the FISA thing did happen. It was omitted. It was omitted 17 times. Calm down.
What do you mean calm down? I'm asking you. What do you mean by calm down? What do you mean?
Calm down. Let's go back to the FISA report and how it was lied over 16 times, and the 17th time, Obama's elected officials that he put into place.
Yes, but if you're going to blame it on Obama, then no, like what you're saying calm down because I'm taking it in the direction of Obama. If you're blaming Obama, I'm taking it in that direction.
Were in power. Liberals were in power. Obama was in power. Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the Democratic committee were all stating that Donald Trump was a a threat to this country and Russian collusion, and that led up to it. So then, who did it? Was it Chuck Schumer? Was it Nancy Pelosi? Who did the FISA committee report? I mean, I'll look it up specifically right now. Who actually put it through, the actual name of it?
Again, so there were, if you're, I don't know what a FISA commit. You're talking about the investigation into the FISA reports that were the FISA warrants that were used?
No. Are you not aware that Trump's administration was spied on in 2016?
When you say spied on, you mean they were investigated? Yes, they were investigated by the FBI.
No, he was an incoming political candidate, and he was spied on over fake Russian collusion that was proven to have never happened over the following 4 years.
It was not proven to be like an illegitimate investigation.
No, there was about $100 million put into it. There was 90% of the news reporting it, and there were hundreds, if not thousands, of investigators looking up every single crevice over the entire planet, and they found no Russian collusion.
So
he would have been tried for it.
Hold on, that whether or not they found collusion is different as to whether or not they were supposed to be investigating.
That's the thing, though.
That's a different question.
They spied on an incoming president off of
They investigated
lies.
him. But what lies?
They spied on his campaign, which...
What lies? That they investigated him and his campaign.
Which led up also to... I'm just telling you why there were so many lies and why people don't believe the Democratic Party.
Yes,
I'm just
but
trying to give
you're
you like
lying right now. You're purposefully using. Yes, you're using weaselly language. You're using weaselly. Hold on. I haven't gotten through a single sentence yet. No, you're not. You haven't. You haven't let me. I don't give a fuck. No, okay, I gotta end this. I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming on. If you're not gonna let me talk on my own show, all right. Thank you. I cannot believe I waited fucking 4 days for him to come on and bitch out like that. That is, I'm embarrassed that I was actually even willing to put up with that for as long as I did. Wow. All right. All right. So this is the video that we said we were going to go over in the last stream. We didn't end up really getting to it, so we're going to go over it this time instead.
Glad I caught you.
Are you telling why you don't trust you? Bro, if you don't stop talking at any point and you don't allow me to ever talk, I'm not going to have you on. I'm sorry. I feel like you know this. I feel like if you're not so dishonest with yourself, and you should be more honest with yourself, because obviously this was embarrassing for you and for anybody listening to have to, even the people who stayed for that long listening to it are probably embarrassed. But yes, if you think that you're just going to sit there and talk over me the entire time, you're being pathetic. Okay, you're being pathetic, but I still allowed you to say the dumb fucking retarded shit that you were saying. So what? You cut me off. I cut you off after you cut me off like 3 times in a row. After each time I started talking, you kept cutting me off. Yes, then I cut you off. But yeah. Go ahead and spurg in chat, whine and cry about your fucking retardism.
Elon Musk. By the way, please don't watch this if you're not Elon Musk, okay? This is a one-off video that we're doing. This is private, personal. I put this in his email. I don't know how you got this, unless you're on the Asmongold Discord server, in which case you know my every move, okay? Me and Asmongold have been planning this for a while now. Moist Critical's involved. And yeah, I guess if you're on the Moist Critical Discord server, you would have access to this file. So kudos to you, hacker. I don't think Elon's gonna watch this. And listen, I know as a comedian, first and foremost, I don't expect people to take me seriously, but it is a fact that shit posting and public opinion are now intermingled.
Hello. You're on mute. Wrestling.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, awesome. So,
agreed.
I'm sorry. Hold on. So I have a clarifying question about the conversation that just went down. So, you said that there was a lawyer that was could you restate what you said about the lawyer?
Yeah,
And
there
getting in
was a
trouble for
lawyer.
the
Yeah, so there was a lawyer who used the Steele dossier in order to get a Pfizer warrant signed, and they did not double check their the stuff because the Steele dossier literally says at the very beginning of it, these are unconfirmed claims. They're not like it's just people saying this happened. None of this has been verified. None of this has secondary sources. So like it's very clear that it is just people making claims. But they used something from the Steele dossier. There's other things that they used that they did get verified, but there was one thing that they didn't, that they used for the FISA warrant, and that was obviously illegal. And so, yeah, they got fired for those warrants, and the 2 out of the 4 ended up being illegal warrants.
And this was used to investigate the Trump campaign, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I guess what would you call if the investigation was founded on illegal means? What would you call that if not spying?
Well, hold on. The whole investigation isn't founded on illegal means. The investigation is going to be based on probable cause. They had probable cause. They had enough to do the investigation, but the FISA warrants are not like warrants to do an investigation. Those are for like specific things. And so they had 4 FISA warrants. Just 2 of the 4 were illegitimate, but it was for one of them was for like a person who was I think it might have been Carter Page, who was actually the one. I don't remember exactly what was on the fucking FISA warrants. Let me pull it up. Okay, FBI attorney admits altering email used for FISA application during Crossfire hurricane investigation. Former FBI attorney Kevin Kleinsmith, 38, pleaded guilty today to the U.S. District Court, District of Columbia, to a false statement offense stemming from his altering of an email in connection with the submission of Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act FISA application, announced John H. Durham, special attorney to the Attorney General, pursuant to the coronavirus aid relief. What? Oh, this is a different. Hold on. This is not it. I was about to say, I don't think this person. Here it is. This isn't the. I was about to say, I don't know that they got charged. Ex-FBI lawyer gets probation for falsifying Carter Page surveillance application. So this is from NBC. I wanted to find the actual DOJ stuff, but it didn't come up. If we don't find it here, I can go look for it again. But it says FBI Lawyer was sentenced Friday to probation, avoiding a prison sentence for falsifying claim made to sustain government surveillance on a key figure in the Mueller investigation into Russian meddling in the 2016 election. Kevin Kleinsmith admitted last August that he altered an internal FBI email. Oh, maybe it is the same person. Yeah, Kevin Kleinsmith. In the course of seeking a court permission to continue government surveillance of Carter Page, a former Trump campaign advisor. The warrant for approval from the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court has been a flashpoint for the conservative critics. Okay, so let me go back to the DOJ thing then, because yeah, this is the same person. Kleinsmith was assigned to provide legal support to FBI personnel working on Crossfire Hurricane, and he assisted FBI personnel with applications prepared by the FBI and the Justice Department's National Security Division to conduct surveillance under the FISA. During the investigation, there were a total of 4 court-approved FISA applications targeting individual number 1. Each of the FISA applications alleged there was a probable cause that individual number 1 was knowing agent of a foreign power, specifically Russia. On August 17, 2016, prior to the approval of the first FISA application number 1, another U.S. government agency, OGA, provided certain members of the Crossfire Hurricane team a memorandum indicating that individual number 1 had been approved as an operational contact for the OGA from 2008 to 2013, and detailing information that individual number 1 had provided to the OGA concerning individual number 1's prior contacts with certain Russian intelligence officers. The first 3 FISA applications did not include individual number 1's history or status with the OGA. Prior to submission of the 4th FISA application, and after individual number 1 stated publicly that he/she had assisted the U.S. government in the past, an FBI supervisory special agent asked Kleinsmith to inquire with the OGA as to whether individual number 1 had ever been the source of the OGA. Kleinsmith sent an email to the liaison OGA seeking clarification as to whether individual number 1 was an OGA source, and the OGA liaison responded via email to Kleinsmith. On June 19, 2017, Kleinsmith altered the email he received from the OGA liaison by adding the words "not a source," and then forwarded the email to the FBI SSA. Relying on the altered email, on June 29, 2017, the SSA signed the submitted the 4th FISA application to the U.S. Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. The application did not include individual number 1's history or status with the OGA. Kleinsmith pleaded guilty to 1 count of making false statements within both jurisdictions of the executive branch and judicial branch of the U.S. government, an offense that carries a maximum term of imprisonment of 5 years and a fine of up to $250,000. Judge Baisberg scheduled sentencing for December 10th, 2020.
Okay, but at the very least, like, any information obtained by these FISA warrants was considered spying, right?
I don't think so. No.
I mean, I definitely think that would fall into the definition of spying if you're obtaining information under a warrant that you lied with.
So again, from my understanding, it was Bill Barr who came out and said that there was no illegal spying on the Russian campaign.
Well, but what would that even be then if you falsify information to get a warrant and then you use that to get information without the other person's consent?
It depends on if they got information or how they used the warrant. Like if they used the warrant to tap a phone, and then I think generally that would probably be considered. Let's see. think this might explain it. Oh no, there's the, hold on. Discussing the origins of the FBI Russia investigation, Attorney General William Barr recently claimed that the government power was used to spy on American citizens. He went on to say, I can't imagine any world where we wouldn't take a look and make sure that was done properly. As some were quick to point out, the comments were rich, coming from an architect of our government's modern spying apparatus. As U.S. Attorney General during the George H.W. Bush administration, Barr played a key role in developing a secret program that served as the blueprint for the NSA's mass surveillance on Americans' phone records. But the hypocrisy of Barr's comments goes well beyond his past. On Thursdays, lawyers from Barr's Justice Department tried to block a federal court from taking a look at the government surveillance on Americans. The case brought by...
Sure, if he's a hypocrite. I mean, I don't think that really matters. To
I don't either. I'm trying to find, because all I know is that he did initially say that this was spying, and then came back later. He said, but he didn't say illegal spying. He said there was spying. So then later people said, hey, you said that was spying, which implies that something illegal happened. And he said, oh, I don't think anything illegal happened. I just, like, generally FBI agents are doing an investigation. They're spies. They're supposed to spy on people. And they were like, yeah, but when you use the word spy, most people think they're doing something illegal. And he's like, oh, that wasn't what I meant to say. I'll take that into consideration in the future. And so that was kind of the thing that I was thinking of, but I don't have that here.
Yeah, but I mean, so yeah, the thing is like, it wouldn't be illegal technically because the FISA warrants were signed off on, but because the FISA warrants were obtained illegally, I would think that that would lend to spying, like illegal spying.
Again, it depends on what it is that they use the warrants for, but it didn't say in that.
Has there ever been like a report out, like saying what they specifically obtained with the FISA warrants? Because like the Mueller report doesn't say like what FISA reports they used or anything like that. It just kind of says what they found, which some of that, if I'm not mistaken, could be considered spying, illegal spying, if it was obtained without the warrant.
Yeah, I think I read it in a CNN article a while ago. I think this is it. Justice Department declared invalid 2 of the 4 surveillance warrants against former Trump campaign associate Carter Page, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court said Thursday. The acknowledgement of the surveillance court is the latest fallout from December's scathing Inspector General report, which faulted the FBI for a series of misstatements and omissions in the applications to get secret court warrants to eavesdrop on Page. The Justice Department's concessions to the court means the department now believes, at a minimum, the surveillance of Page should not have ended after the second warrant expired in early 2017. So it's okay, yeah, so it's that they had warrants, and it sounds like when they have 4, it's that they were already surveying him, and that they just wouldn't have extended them based on that information, but they may have actually extended it anyways, without what they put in there as being illegal. President Donald Trump and Republican allies have constantly criticized the FBI's Russia investigation and have cited the agency's missteps with FISA applications to claim the surveillance on Page was illegal throughout. The letter released Thursday by the court said the Justice Department, while not invalidating the first 2 warrants, is working to quarantine information collected under all 4 warrants targeting Page. The Justice Department is said to have not taken a position in the validity of the other 2 surveillance authorizations on Page, according to the filing. FBI counterintelligence investigator had zeroed in on Page earlier in the probe, of the Trump campaign's potential ties to Russia efforts to interfere in the U.S. election, which began in the summer of 2016. Government reports have shown that the FBI surveyed Page under FISA warrants for over 8 months, allowing investigators to monitor his online communications as they scrutinized his ties to Russia. The Justice Department Inspector General last month criticized the FBI for a series of failures in its applications to the FISA court, including making statements that left an inaccurate impression and withholding potentially exculpatory information. The report also accused a low-level FBI lawyer of doctoring a document used to build the agency's application for the FISA surveillance on Page. The lawyer is now under criminal investigation and has since resigned from the FBI. So yeah, it does say that it was just part of them building the entire thing. And that they did have others.
Yeah, but I mean, it just depends on what the warrants are, right? If you have like a warrant to the house or a warrant to, I don't know, somebody's phone or like.
Yeah, they said that it was to monitor his online.
All 4 of the warrants?
Activity. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like each one was for the same thing and that they were just extending it each time.
Interesting. I mean, I would still honestly consider this spying. Whether it was illegal or not is like a different situation. So I just found it interesting you took such an issue with the word like spying. The last guy was.
Well, I was saying that it wasn't illegal spying, but he immediately said that his argument immediately was that because they didn't find anything on Trump, that the entire investigation was illegal spying. So it didn't matter nearly as much when he says they didn't find Russian collusion, therefore it was all bullshit. It's like, okay, well that's not how that works at all.
Yeah, that makes sense. It would really depend like on whether it was illegal spying or not, what was obtained with the warrants, like you were saying, which I guess we don't have like specifics on right now.
Yeah, there is an Inspector General's report that we were going over last week, or 2 weeks ago, but it had some like inaccurate information in it. Like it said some things like there was never any probable cause to investigate in the first place, but we already know that that's not true. Like we know just based on the meetings that that Trump Jr. was having with the Russians that was not true, and that they like even after. I mean, this is a little bit different as to the probable cause, but even after they found out about the meetings with Trump Jr. and the Russians, that Trump Jr. and Donald Trump both lied about the meetings numerous times, and then the information about the meetings came out proving that they lied about the meetings. And so it was just it's just like the reason for suspicion was like totally warranted in the ways that not only that they went about meeting with Russians and people from the Kremlin over and over, but then on top of that, in the ways that they lied about those meetings over and over, just made it to where obviously the probable cause
suspicious activity isn't always enough to get a warrant, though, as far as I understand.
So if you're running a campaign, and while you're running a campaign, you are meeting, you're not somebody who has like you're not somebody who has like a government position. So like, let's say like somebody like Hillary Clinton is currently working for Obama and she's supposed to go meet with other countries, but she's also running for president. In that case, it would make sense if she goes and meets with like other countries, but our country knows, like our Congress, our like, White House, everybody knows if she's supposed to be there or not, right? Whereas if you're not, and then you're going and meeting there, yeah, generally they're going to want some sort of like information on that. And yeah, once you're running a campaign, it's kind of suspicious at that point. Like they literally have like laws against you like going and talking about governance with foreign adversaries before you become president and shit like that. Trump's been trying to get fuck, I forget his name, but it's a guy who John Kerry. He's been trying to get John Kerry in trouble for a while for speaking with foreign governments without his permission.
Yeah, I just okay, so you're saying that because they were in a campaign, suspicious activity is enough to make a warrant? Because they were running a campaign.
I don't know for sure. I'm saying that I would assume so, yeah.
You think? Okay. I don't think so, which is why they had to forge a bunch of documents, or at least one document, in order to obtain the FISA warrants. Or else, if they had concrete evidence it was going down, why didn't they just use that to obtain the FISA warrants?
So if it's just suspicious activity, but it's not like you don't have like an exact crime that you think they're committing, then no, of course not. Like you can't get warrants to try to figure out what crime you might be investigating. No, you can't do that. That's not probable cause. But no, if you have suspicious activity that you think is committing, yes, a specific illegal action and like a specific crime, then yes, that is probable cause.
It might be different for FISA courts, but which is ridiculous, by the way. I don't like FISA courts at all, for the most part.
Yeah. It's, I don't know that all of it was from the FISA court. I know that there were like earlier, there were people that supposedly met with the Trump campaign earlier that were actual like FBI agents, like a woman or something like that, who went and talked to somebody. I don't think it was Carter Page, but it was somebody else, and I forget who it was, but the FBI agent spoke to one of the people within the campaign, and it was, who was the guy who got in trouble for lying to the FBI? I forget who it was. I think his name starts with a B or an R or something like that.
You're talking about Trump's campaign, right? The guy that was lying to the FBI.
Not Flynn, the other one.
Not Flynn. Oh man.
Yeah, no, not Stone either. No, not Bannon.
Kleinsmith.
No, Manafort. Yes, Toker, thank you. So yeah, Manafort, I believe, that was the one who said something to an FBI agent that gave up like enough information for them to have a full-fledged investigation at that point.
I think it came out in the IG report that somebody lied in their statement in order to find to get the FISA reports. You can fact check me on that. I haven't done any like in-depth research on it, but I think that was in the IG report as well, wasn't it? Like one of the things that they used to get the FISA report was just a lie.
The FISA report? What is the FISA
or the
report?
FISA warrant? Sorry.
Well, that's
I misspoke.
That's what we're talking about. Is the email. In the FISA warrant, the guy changed the email. They said that it was a low-level FBI lawyer who added added things to an email and doctored it to make it look like something was there.
It was just that one.
Yeah, that's the one that we were talking about. There were two warrants out of the 4. But there were a ton of other warrants that existed. It was just that those two were the FISA warrants for the online activity. And so yeah, 2 out of those 4 were the ones that were deemed to be illegal.
Yeah, because from what I remember about the IG report, there was like 17 inaccuracies or something like that, and then there was something else. It was like anyway, it doesn't really matter. I would say like I just don't understand the huge contention with the word spying. If you know that the FISA reports, at least 2 of them, were obtained illegally, it would make logical sense that
Because
they
if
had
you're
got
because
something
no,
with the
because
FISA reports.
they're trying to like characterize the entire investigation as illegal. And that's what I was saying, is that like, yes, if people are going to use spying as this implication that this is illegal, and he's not just saying that the entire investigation is illegal, but that Obama is the one who's getting them to go spy on Donald Trump. Like, yeah, these are all, obviously I'm going to fight on the word spying. That's like giving this, if he says like, oh, I'm not saying it's all illegal, but he was saying it's all illegal. So that's the fact that I fought on the spying is what it turned out that is what he was saying.
Right, and I guess I empathize with the guy a little bit in his argument, because I do think the amount of money we spent for what we uncovered was just it it was not worth it.
Yeah, sure, but again, that you're going based on like what we have at the end, whereas like we have to go based on what we have at the time, right? And what we
Which
have
is
at the
2 illegal
time.
FISA warrants.
No, what we have at the time is people lying over and over about their meetings with Russia and about what's happening over there. And when we know they're lying over and over, yes, of course, they're going to become more and more suspicious. Like that's obviously going to be the case. Like, if people, and it wasn't just Trump and it wasn't just Don Jr., but yes, as everybody was listing, like Flynn, Manafort, Stone, like so many people just kept fucking lying to the FBI about all sorts of shit. So it was obviously going to make them more and more suspicious.
Sure, but I mean, like, again, like 2 illegal FISA reports out of 4, and
Sorry,
from what I
Brennan.
read in the
Okay,
IG
that's what it
report,
was.
there was.
It was Brennan. So it says the FBI's concerns became clear after Brennan shared intelligence about Russian interference with Comey. In mid-August 2016, the FBI investigation, codenamed Crossfire Hurricane, had a large degree of independence from interagency efforts to investigate Russian interference. According to the April 2018 House Intelligence Committee report, a fusion cell on Russian election interference, which was comprised of analysts from the CIA, FBI, and NSA, operated through the election. The report also wrote that the fusion cell itself stood down in mid-November 2016. After receiving Papadopoulos information from the Australian government, the Office of Inspector General reported that the initial investigative objective of Crossfire Hurricane was to determine which individuals associated with Trump campaign may have been in a position to have received the alleged offer of assistance from Russia. The Senate Intelligence Committee took this to mean the Crossfire Hurricane team initially focused attention on conforming exactly who Papadopoulos spoke with, as it is plausible that Papadopoulos did not share the offer with the members of the Trump campaign.
So, and can you remind me, the probable cause was just Don Jr. meeting with somebody?
That's what I was saying. No. I was saying that I think that I was saying that that's one thing that would be enough, but I'm not. I wasn't saying that. I don't think that was the thing. Because yes, this is saying that it's Papadopoulos information from the Australian government. The Office Inspector General reported that the investigated. Yes, that they were getting information from other government intelligence agencies that that Russia was giving information to Trump.
Okay, so it was. So Papadopoulos was alleging that Trump had information from Russia on Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, that is campaign. So it was Papadopoulos, Michael Flynn, Paul Manafort, Carter Page, and Roger Stone were the initial 5 people that they were investigating. During the investigation, the FBI used national security letters to obtain phone records and other documents. FBI agents believing Trump would lose the election and cognizant of Trump's claims that the election was rigged against him, were careful to ensure the investigation did not become public, as they feared that if Trump lost, he would blame his defeat on the revelation of the investigation. However, after the election, personal texts from December 15th, 2016, from FBI investigator Peter Strzok to FBI attorney Lisa Page, oh, this is so dumb, with whom he was having an affair, showed Strzok was likely aware of what he took to be politically motivated leaks from other intelligence agencies, although texts showed Strzok and Page themselves typically coordinated their public communications with the FBI press office.
And Papadopoulos was working for the campaign?
I don't think so, no.
Well, then that changes things, right? I mean, if someone who wasn't even working for the campaign told this FBI agent that, like, what?
Oh yeah.
How is that
yeah,
probable cause?
Sorry, yeah, he was. No, I'm sorry. He was working with them, but I'm saying that I thought that they were saying that I'm getting too many names mixed up in all of this shit. So it says, after receiving the Papadopoulos information from the Australian government, the Office of Inspector General reported that the initial investigative objective of Crossfire Hurricane was to determine which individuals associated with the Trump campaign may have been in a position to have received the alleged offer of assistance from Russia. The Senate Intelligence Committee took this to mean the Crossfire Hurricane team initially focused on attention on conforming exactly who Papadopoulos spoke with, as it's implausible that Papadopoulos did not share the offer with members of the Trump campaign. So they're saying that they believed that Papadopoulos got some offer from Russia, because this is what the Australian intelligence showed them. And so because he got an offer, they assumed that if he was getting an offer, that he would have shared this with the Trump campaign. So they started investigating to see if there was information that was shared.
Was this like public information at the time? Because we've been talking about the Hillary Clinton emails for like forever now.
No.
It was a new information?
Did they ever say hold on. You asked if it was public. What do you mean new? You asked if it was public information.
The Hillary
at the
Clinton
time.
emails were public for like a really long time before this happened, right? Like,
so I'm not understanding.
Well, then,
what's the link?
If it's public, if it's already publicly available information, then I don't see how this constitutes probable cause.
Wait, what is the? I'm still not understanding. What does the Hillary emails have to do with this?
That was the whole foundation of the case. Was Papadopoulos was saying that he.
Oh, that they got that was the information.
Yeah, it was the Hillary Clinton emails.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think it was public. No, because the Hillary emails that was like public later was that there was like that she had her private server with like confidential information on it.
Okay. Yeah, it says right here the emails in question were later found to be hacked by Russian operatives and not released until after the Papadopoulos information. Okay.
And I think that,
All right, yeah.
aren't those the emails that were released by WikiLeaks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm. After the Papadopoulos, like after this, they got probable cause to investigate it. So I guess probable cause was there. I still do have issues with the illegal FISA warrants, and I think
Well, yeah, of
most
course, if they're
likely
illegal
if they did
FISA
an
warrants, they
investigation,
shouldn't.
right? And I think most likely if they did an investigation, like I think the IG report even says this, that they often were overstepping the bounds of the warrants as well to get the information. So it's just a lot of things around this investigation just make me very like wary, I guess, of any positive information about it.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Like, if you have an investigation that was with 2 illegal FISA warrants where they were often overstepping the bounds of the warrants, and there were multiple errors in these FISA warrants.
Did you say 2 investigations? It's all part of Crossfire Hurricane.
No. I think I might have, but that's not what I meant. I don't think I said that.
You just meant
but,
two warrants.
Yeah, the 2 FISA warrants. There were 2 FISA warrants that were found to be illegal. And they were often overstepping the bounds of these warrants in the IG report. And even the ones that weren't found to be illegal, the IG report said that there was multiple errors in them. And so it's clearly an investigation, in my opinion, that shouldn't have happened.
I'm sorry, it's still I don't. Why do you? What do you mean it's not an investigation that should have happened? Like you mean again, like with the information that we have in the end from like the Mueller report, right?
No, not. I mean, yeah. If you look in hindsight, it looks even worse. But I'm saying even at the time, if they had to
with
illegally
the information at the time, like again, if they have information that says that they're getting in, that they're being offered emails while they're running for president.
If the probable cause was so strong, why would they have to overstep the bounds of the warrant and also falsify information within the warrant?
Well, these are different points in time. You're talking about one thing that is just probable cause just to investigate something. Another one is for a FISA warrant, which like levels for a FISA warrant in order to have enough information necessary to get a FISA warrant. The standards are a lot higher. So these are different standards than it is for an investigation. And then still 2 out of the 4 ended up being like the first FISA warrants ended up being legitimate. So they still had enough information to investigate. They still had enough information to get FISA warrants, just not 2 of them. 2 of them, and again, we don't even know that the other 2 would have been rejected without that information. We just know that they did put information in there that they weren't supposed to. But that doesn't mean that it wouldn't have gone through without that information.
I mean, considering they did try to send that through multiple times, it does make
What do you?
sense to me that it wouldn't
What
have
does
come
that
through
mean?
without the.
They tried to
As
send
the,
it through
the
multiple
as
times.
from what I'm aware, the FISA warrants were turned down multiple times before they got approved. And even the two FISA warrants that did, that weren't like they had falsified information. There were multiple omissions of evidence as well as errors in the warrant as well. That was in the IG report, from what I remember.
Yeah, if it was the same FISA warrants that were turned down, then sure. But yeah, I don't know that it was. You're making it sound like it was the same attempt at FISA warrants that were turned down before they went and fabricated parts of the email, whereas I don't know about that part. Because yeah, it could be that it was after the 4 that got approved, then after those they got turned down for FISA warrants. But I don't know the timing on these FISA warrants being rejected.
But again, even the ones that didn't have like falsified information, they still left out evidence from what I remember in the IG report. And they still included unverified information.
What is that? Again, that's the same fucking warrants, though. That's we're like,
yeah, the same 4 warrants, right? So what I'm saying is it never should have happened, even if you don't look
not the same
20/20
4
hindsight.
warrants. The same warrants. So there was one that they're mentioning here that I was saying earlier, that one they had something from the Steele dossier that was rejected. They're saying this one was an email that was, or sorry, they had one that was illegal because it had information from the Steele dossier that wasn't verified, and then this one has information from an email where they added something to it. So those are the 2 of the 4.
And then the other 2 in the IG report, they left out evidence and they
What does that
put
mean? They
unverified
left
information.
out. What does that mean? They left out evidence.
Like evidence they had, they left it out of the warrant. Like they had evidence that they did not include in the warrant.
What? Why does that matter? What is that? I have
Right.
no
So
idea.
if I'm like, I don't know, just as like I don't know, this isn't gonna be a great analogy, but if you were getting a warrant for someone and they had weed, but they also had a medical card, and you only included the weed in the warrant, obviously there's a problem there.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's not a great analogy, but what I'm trying to say is if they had other evidence, it should have also been in the warrant.
Again, it depends.
In the IG report, they left out evidence that they had.
Okay.
This is in the IG report. I don't know if you like read through the whole thing.
I didn't read through the whole thing. I made it maybe like 4 or 5 pages in, but within those 5 pages, it had just like a bunch of things, like the fact that they didn't have probable cause in the first place to even start the investigation, which I just knew was untrue. And then we went looking to see if they had probable cause, and we found out that they did have probable cause. And so then we never ended up going back to it. I think we got sidetracked and went in a completely different direction. But yeah, I didn't read the entire thing because it's a very long report.
Yeah, it is. It's because a lot of illegal things happened in the investigation that shouldn't have happened. Right?
Well, again, I don't know because again, I from what I read in the report, there was just already things stated that just didn't seem to be true.
So in it, it says, um,
Like towards the beginning, they were not just talking about the fact that there was, because they were saying that there was unverified information, there was leads that they were working on that they jumped to conclusions on, and that they didn't even have probable cause to start the investigation. That before they ever started the investigation, there were other things that they should have followed up first. But yeah, then we went and checked, and that was just untrue. That like they did have the probable cause at the beginning to start the investigation. Like all investigations start with just you having enough information to believe that a crime might have been committed. That's probable cause. Like you can't investigate something if you don't know what happened. So if you don't have like an actual crime, then you don't have probable cause. But if you do have enough information to believe a specific crime happened, but you don't have enough to like actually arrest somebody, you can only investigate. That's it. That's all you can do. You can just investigate to find out what happened and what the information is. That's all you can do. That's what an investigation is for. And so that's what they were doing. They didn't just go like arrest people out of nowhere. They were doing an investigation once they had probable cause to do an investigation.
right. And I think, like, from the information that you gave me, and like from what we're talking, like, yeah, it might be true, unless there's other information. It's probably true that they had probable cause to start the investigation. But I'm taking issue with the warrants here because there was significant omissions of evidence in even the warrants that didn't falsify information. I don't want to like throw the whole report out because it starts off by saying something that is probably false.
I think that if they had something that was false, then they just wouldn't be able to use the information that they obtained from that thing if without that warrant. So let's say, yes, during that warrant, they like find some information that that is like, beneficial to their case, that leads them to something else. Well, yeah, if your warrant was incorrect, then you're not allowed to use that information anymore. But that's it. Like that's normally
Yeah,
how it
that's
goes.
not.
Is that gets thrown out.
But the problem is with the warrants, all of the warrants, right? Like the 17 inaccuracies and omissions in the warrants. I have it pulled up now, so I'm not misquoting it, but there was 17 inaccuracies and omissions of relevant information that was not in the applications for the warrants. Even the ones that didn't have falsified information, they still left things that would have been relevant to be able to get the warrants out of the warrant itself.
I'm sorry, this is so confusing. So it sounds like the criticism is that like they're going too hard to the point that they're like fabricating information because they don't have enough evidence to actually get these warrants. But now you're saying, well, no, they did have enough information. They just didn't even put it in there. So now you're like saying that they actually had more information than they even were willing to use within their warrants. And they said, this is got
well,
me
but that
confused
also
as fuck.
might have gotten the warrants turned down.
The
right?
other
Like
information?
more information. I mean, why not?
You only put the information in that's relevant to the warrant that you're trying to get. So you put in the specific information that isn't going to be enough to lead to you getting approved for the type of warrant that you're searching for.
And they left out that relevant information in the application for the warrants.
Yes, so that's what I just said, is that you're initially saying that it's like they went too hard and were too aggressive, but then now it sounds like you're saying, well, no, they were too soft. They didn't even use the information that would have helped them get a warrant.
Oh, no, because it because like I said, okay, if in the analogy, it's a terrible analogy, but I just can't think of anything else, right? If you're trying to get a warrant to investigate a guy and you use he had weed as a part of the warrant application, but you leave out that he had a medical card for the weed in your warrant application.
Oh, yeah,
That's
okay,
clearly
you're
a problem,
saying
right?
conflicting information. Okay.
That's what it sounds
That's
like the IG report is saying. Yes, that's correct.
okay. Yeah, that's a little bit different. I don't know about that. I haven't seen that cuz yeah, if they have like information that is actually going to like say that their investigation is illegitimate, yet they're doing it anyways, then yeah, that's I haven't seen anything like that.
I mean, but even if the warrant, I mean, even if it could have helped their case, like you're kind of looking at it in hindsight, right? Because
No,
you're
I'm
saying,
not.
well, if it
No,
would have helped the
I'm
case,
not. I feel like
why wouldn't they
you're
include it, right?
No, I feel like
No,
you're
you're saying
looking
if
at
it
it
would
in
have helped their case,
hindsight.
why wouldn't they
No,
include
no,
it,
no,
right? If it's
no,
if
no,
they
no,
have more
no, no,
evidence,
I'm
and I'm
not.
saying
No, I'm
the
not.
judge that looked at the warrant should have all of the evidence, regardless of whether or not they think it's going to help them or not.
I'm not though, because like as I keep saying, they're not going to include like every little bit of information. They're only including the information that's actually relevant to the warrant that they're trying to get. So if like they found information, if they're trying to get something on Papadopoulos, on his emails, to try to find something from Russia that came to them, and in the meantime, they also have something about, Trump Jr. going and giving Russians information about like campaigns and shit like that, and trying to like get financing from the Russians. That's just not relevant. Like they don't need to include that in a fucking warrant for Papadopoulos's emails when this has nothing to do with Papadopoulos, and unless they think Papadopoulos has the fucking emails about the offer for the money for the Russians or whatever, then like yeah, there's absolutely no reason to expect them to include that in a fucking warrant. They're only including relevant information in the warrant for what it is they're trying to get a warrant for. A warrant is like you have to like prove your case that you actually have enough information and that there is like enough suspicion around this thing to get that warrant. You're like, and so I'm saying that yes, like to just say that they need to include all information is incorrect. It would have to be relevant information.
Well, that's the thing, is it was relevant information. Like regardless of whether or not it would have helped or hurt their case, it like was relevant information that was left out of the Pfizer warrants.
Okay. Yeah, I can only imagine like this being an issue if it hurts their case.
No, it's just an issue. I mean, regardless, because you have to. I mean, it's not up to the investigators to decide what is and what isn't going to hurt their case when they make a warrant. It's up to the investigators to include all of the relevant information and let the judge decide whether or not they have enough to
yes, but it is
to
up
justify
to them
the warrant.
to decide what is or isn't relevant, unless it's something. It's like information that will like show that yes, their case is illegitimate. Like that is the thing that they would have to show. Otherwise, if they're not like, if they could show information that would be like more beneficial to them, they're not going to get in trouble for not showing that. Like that's never going to happen, because that's just like like the FBI might get mad about it, right? Like the the FBI like director is probably going to get pissed off about it, or like their bosses might get mad about it, but it's not something that we would consider like illegal, right? We wouldn't consider this like you know, unethical or anything like that.
I would disagree. I think it's their duty to give the judge all of the relevant information, regardless of whether or not it hurts their case, and they didn't. They left out, according to the report, 17 things in the applications. So whether or not it would help them with their case or not, this invalidates the warrant. Because they should have given all of the relevant information.
Okay.
I mean, what do you take issue with in that, and what I said?
That I mean, I've said the same thing like 5 times. Like, I don't think that they have to give the information. If I have like a bunch of information that would help me get a warrant, but I don't give it, well, that's just on me. That just hurts my investigation. That's like that's just like a fuck up on my part. But that's not something that, yes, would ever be considered unethical, because yes, if it's helping my investigation, helping me like get the warrant, helping me possibly arrest this person, like there's not going to be like a law that says like you have to give all the information that would fuck this person up as much as possible. Like, yeah, again, unless we like find some sort of like motive for you to lie on purpose, to where you're like trying to help the other side get out of this or some shit, like, yeah, there's just there's no reason.
So there's something called the Brady Rule.
I know the Brady Rule.
Let me make sure you do know the Brady Rule.
Mm-hmm.
So it includes all of the information.
This is about you having to like log all of the information. It's not about getting warrants. So this is saying that like when you go to court, the other lawyers are allowed to ask for all of your evidence against the client, or against the defense team is allowed to ask for all of the evidence that the prosecution has against their client. That's the Brady Rule. And so if they, because this was like really important in the in what was it, the Rust case, where they accidentally shot somebody, there were like investigators and prosecutors who weren't actually giving over all of the information, because there was information that they didn't think was all that important, so they just didn't keep it. But then it turned out to be information that would have like proven their client innocent, and they just didn't keep it. So it ended up, and they didn't hand it over to the defense team when they showed up. And so, yeah, they got in a lot of trouble for it. But that's what it's about. So, like, have you heard of the missing January 6th files from Congress?
I have not.
Okay, so there's this like big thing where Trump keeps saying, where's all the missing evidence? Where is it? They won't tell Congress to hand it over. They threw it in the garbage. They threw away all the evidence. It's all gone. Like, there's literally a website that logs all of the information from the January 6th hearings from Congress, where they just have like tons and tons and tons of evidence just piled up from everything that they used in the hearings. But it turns out that there was some information that they just didn't use. They didn't think it was relevant, and so they just threw it away. And so, yeah, people are now like running around saying that because they threw away some of the evidence, that they're hiding evidence. But not all evidence is relevant. Like, not everything is actually necessary to keep. And so, because anything that you use within this is supposed to be part of the National Archives, they're upset that there's things missing from the National Archives. But in this case, the stuff that they got that's missing, that went in the garbage, is shit that just isn't relevant. They don't need it. Excuse me, they don't need it. So they...
Right.
So yeah, so they threw it away. Like, it would be the same with the warrants. Like, they're deciding like what makes their case in the best way, and then they're giving that information over. Now, yes, if it is like, I keep wanting to say exculpatory evidence, but I don't think that's right. But yes, if it's like,
I think that is the right word.
Is it? Yeah, so I guess if it's exculpatory evidence, then like in that case, then sure. Like, it's necessary that they keep it in there, because yes, if it's going to help like show that their warrant is invalid, then yeah, they kind of have to keep it as part of the the application.
So I miscited the Brady rule, but I did find the relevant code on what should be included in the warrant applications, and it seems pretty clear to me that all of the relevant information should be included in the warrant.
But that's what I'm saying, is that it's based on what's relevant, like not relevant to the entire
Right.
case.
And the
They're
IG
not going to
report
share
found
all information that like they found throughout the entire case, that like not 100% of it's going to end up in every single warrant that they put forward. But yes, it's going to be like information that is relevant to them getting the warrant, or to them like, yeah, showing that the person is innocent. And I would assume that, yeah, if there's information that's not, that is going to help them get the warrant, they're not going to get in trouble for not showing that.
So I'm looking for it right in this 50 in this code here. So they must include all information that might reasonably call into the question or accuracy of the application, or otherwise raise doubts about the findings, and also non-cumulative evidence known to the applicant or declarant that is potentially exculpatory regarding the request of legal findings in assessment of the application. So this last one, this non-cumulative information that known to the applicant or declarant that is potentially exculpatory regarding the request of legal findings, I think that would...
That's what I'm saying.
Qualify.
Wait, I'm saying that if it's like exculpatory, meaning like it's going to like help the defendant, help the person that they're investigating. It's like showing that they're that they're like innocent or that some of the evidence that they have isn't actually evidence. That's exculpatory evidence, right?
Yes.
So
that is what that means.
So yeah, so that's what I've been saying this entire time.
So, but non-cumulative information, and all information known to the applicant or declarant, it comes before the exculpatory in this case.
Thank you, MW, for the $5 dono. Guys, we have 1 out of 5 so far. We got an hour left. I know that the last couple streams I stayed on 6 hours anyways, but today I do have some other stuff that I could be doing. So we gotta get 5 out of 5 to get up to a 6-hour stream. Oh,
yeah, so it does seem like, and I can send you the links that I'm reading. The relevant thing is the duty to disclose, and also the applications for court orders, the 50 code USC.
I keep losing where my mouse is, and I keep going off onto the other screen. I hate this. Okay. Well, I guess, I mean, yeah, if you want to send it to me, I'll have to look at it later. But
yeah, so inculpatory evidence is what we're talking about. And it's the, sorry, I had to do like some searches on legal terms to figure what this code is actually saying. But inculpatory evidence is evidence that could be used for supporting the case for surveillance, and exculpatory evidence is evidence that could undermine, and both of which they're required to disclose all of the inculpatory and exculpatory evidence in the application for FISA warrants, which would mean that these warrants should have had all of the evidence.
okay, that seems weird.
Yeah, and I sent it to you if you want to go over it, but yeah, I guess I just came on because
you're gay.
The investigation just past the probable cause, all of it seemed like they were really stretching to get what they needed. It felt very politically motivated.
Okay. I think it's obvious that there were like issues there, but it also seems like they had and this isn't like excusing it in any way, but it's to say that I don't think that it's like necessarily politically motivated, is the fact that the more and more like Donald Trump did well within his campaign in 2016, the more and more they probably felt like a time crunch to actually like get the information necessary. Because yes, if they are continuing to lie about these things and continuing to make it seem as though there's something going on, then they're kind of like becoming more and more desperate to get what they need. So yeah, I don't know about politically motivated, but they obviously fucked up in a bunch of different areas.
Well, yeah, if you wanna look at that 50 USC thing, but I'm excited to watch your reaction to the video you were going on. So, all right, I'm gonna head off. I'll see
Okay.
you.
All right, later. Whoa, I've lost the fucking mouse again. Okay, so this is called paper.io. Obviously, it looks somewhat similar to slither.io. I see a bunch of other people on like shorts streams playing it, and so it just looked like fun, so I wanted to try it out. Obviously I have this like yellow bar that comes out from behind me, and once I meet back up with my circle, it connects that, right? Well, if somebody runs into my bar while I'm outside of my pizza like that, then I die. And so I just got a kill on that guy because I hit his bar while he's in the white. Now, you can see up in the top right, we have a leaderboard. And the leaderboard is showing like how much of an area, how much of the map you have covered. And so the more and more of the map you have covered, the more and more of like a territory you have. And you want to make your territory as big as possible to kind of like keep yourself as safe as possible. But yes, when you're inside of your own territory, you can't die. And so the whole thing is like, yeah, trying to go outside of your territory to create a bigger territory while not getting hit. While you don't want your bar to get hit while you're outside. So like, yeah, the farther out I go, the more of a chance I'm taking. And so I kind of, this guy over here just died, which means I can assume there's no one anywhere close to here right now. So I can just start spreading way out in this direction. And now I'm in the top 4. Now in the top 3. I watched somebody earlier today set the record for the most kills with 152 kills, I believe, is what he ended up with. And so since I have become the greatest Slither player of all time, there's really nowhere else to go. I've already achieved greatness on Slither, and so now it's time for me to do the same here. I now need to be the greatest on paper.io. Now I'm in first place. I have 9% of the map. I gotta wait to die before I can put the fucking video back on. Oh shit, I almost got him. Okay, he did. Now I'm back in first. Okay, he did. Yeah, I thought it'd be a good idea to use pizza as my thing. Because, of course. Shit, that was close. Took a chance there. Let's get him. Oh, oh, oh! Got him. Suck it, bitch. I'm the new king in town. Pizza, pizza. Bitch. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Ha ha! Killed another one. I don't know how many kills I have. I don't know where it tells me. 4 kills? Okay, I have 4 kills. Shit. Okay. There we go. 12%. Time played 6 minutes. I think that's the longest I've gone. Alright.
Permanently, and it's not going anywhere. And that's just the way it is. I get all my news from memes, basically. That's how I get my news. Is that how you get your news? How would you even get the news if you weren't looking at memes? You watch a show? That's even more fucking retarded. We turn that off. It's a smart thermostat, so it's gonna take 15 minutes to figure out how that fucking thing works. It's very intuitive. I don't know why the Nest thermostat is taking you so long to learn and intuit. Okay, a toddler could figure this out. A toddler on an iPad could figure out how to use the Nest thermostat. That's Chris Lynch, by the way, Elon. Do not hire him, okay? He's leaving this job very soon. See, he's white. He's too lazy. Chris, you're so lazy and white. Well, yeah. You guys should have studied violin harder as kids. I swear to God, Vivek would have figured this out by now. I want to believe that Elon is one of the great men of our age and that he has what it takes to become a 21st century Andrew Carnegie. I think it's important to have great men to look up to. Trump.
Bonzig. Hello. Bonzig. 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 Hello. I don't know if you're saying something. You have to make sure that your mic is plugged up. Oh, shit. So on the bottom, make sure that your mic is connected. I don't. Bonzig. I'm not able to hear you if you're here. Tom, if he wants to hop back in the waiting room, I can help him. If you want to move him back into the waiting room, I can't really do it while I'm beast moding over here.
Joe Rogan, oh, there it goes. Elon, Tucker, and it's not necessarily important that our great men are perfect, but there are symbols of what we could be. I think if Ron Paul took steroids, he would be my number one. That would be my number one guy. You agree? Yeah. I would like to offer you an escape, an exit from this hole you've been digging. You are a beloved figure. Anytime you do anything remotely based, people
Okay,
lose
he's
it.
in the
Oh
waiting
my
room,
God,
Aaron.
he's based. Yo, he just said that woke liberals aren't cool. He's based. What does he say? Yeah, anytime you post an AI kitten in a MAGA hat, people lose their, he's based! He's fucking based, man. For the guy who's the free speech guy, and not only that, but the reasoning from first principles guy, the logical fallacy guy, the Reddit guy, good faith argue with everybody, you know, whatever. All that shit.
All that
Blanket
shit.
banning groypers, taking away blue checks, changing the algorithm of the site because 100 people ratioed you, because there's fucking 50,000 posts. They're all organic, by the way. This is not some Russian bot farm. It's not some nefarious behind the scenes, let's mess with Elon, we're gonna fuck with him. That's not what it is. It's you tapped into a critical, moist critical. You tapped into a moist critical, and then we're back to moist critical. Mainline concern for the American people. And you treated it in a way that was glib and
Yeah, so if you guys don't know about this, like Elon initially just posted something that was in support of immigrants coming to America. Pretty much the gist of it, he just said, hey, I don't mind if people get I don't mind if people have visas to get into America, especially if they're people who have like STEM degrees, or who are like able to benefit the H-1B visas, correct? Yeah. And so Elon just came out in support of the H-1B visas. Obviously, the racist MAGA people took big issue with this. I have a video on this called MAGA War if you want to go check it out. But yeah, it's just kind of Elon just saying, yeah, I don't have problems with some immigrants getting visas, and then a bunch of racists made a big deal about it and got pissed off. And Elon, in response to these people, banned a lot of them, a lot of the smaller accounts. The ones that were already like, the ones that were bigger and monetized, he just demonetized them. So people like Laura Loomer got demonetized, Myron Gaines got demonetized, lots of people got demonetized. And it, like, Sam's actually correct on this. Like, it is cringe as fuck that, like, Elon is, like, always virtue signaling about, like, he's the free speech guy, he's this, he's that. But he hasn't been. He's been way worse than the last Twitter, than the last group of, like, Twitter owners and, you know, the last Twitter CEO guy. Like, yes, Elon has been way worse in terms of free speech when it comes to, like, you know, he's helped other countries with authoritarian rules, ban people. He's had, and then now this situation where he's literally banning a ton of people, not for being racist, though, not for breaking TOS, not for doing anything against the rules whatsoever. He's upset that they disagreed with him. That's it. He's upset that they're disagreeing with him, and so he's just banning them. And he has used this platform very, like, oddly from the beginning. Like, he just kind of turned the entire fucking platform into a big ad for Donald Trump. And now that he did that, now Donald Trump has given him a ton of power within his next campaign. And so, I mean, strategically, it's played out really nicely for him. But anyways, yes, he's banned tons of groypers. He demonetized tons of bigger content creators like Laura Loomer and suck it, bitch, like Myron Gaines. And these are people who have been racist forever. They've been racist from the beginning, and Elon was very clear that he did not care, and that this is a free speech platform, that they're allowed to be racist, that they're allowed to talk about the Jews. And most of the people who are going to get the H-1B visas, these are Indians. These are Muslim people. So he's gotten a lot of shit from MAGA for being too pro-Muslim and Indians and immigrants and shit like that. So within the last week, he's come out in support of, oh shit, I'm blanking on the guy's name, but it's like the British guy who's been running around talking about Muslim rape gangs for the last like couple of years, right? He's all of a sudden talking about the fact that like the UK needs to do something about this. This is horrible. Too many. Yes, Tommy Robinson. Yes, he's over here now supporting Tommy Robinson because Tommy Robinson got arrested, I believe, in the UK for his like documentary on the Muslim rape gangs. And so because he got arrested, now Elon has used this to virtue signal about free speech and about how much he doesn't like Muslims. And so now he's like, yeah, the Muslims are fucking raping all the kids. You gotta let Tommy Robinson talk about all this fucking shit. And so yeah, they were fuck. Way worse. Ha ha ha. Like, yeah, banning corroborated news reports to help sway an election. Right. Elon's been way worse. They didn't do that. They didn't. Those were not corroborated. I don't know. Why do you guys always lie? Today is now. Why do you guys always have to lie? Like, you could just say, I don't like that he banned this stuff regardless, but you have to add in incorrect information. Why do you do that? Why? That was not corroborated. And you can't say that it was to sway an election when they banned it for 5 days and then unbanned it. It was one article, and that one article was unbanned 2 weeks before the election. Like, people had more than enough time to see it. And it's just, yeah, it's not something that's gonna sway a fucking election when the guy who's like in the fucking articles isn't even running for president. So it's just that none of it makes sense. The whole conspiracy theory about this shit just doesn't make sense, and the evidence that you guys use just isn't true. But anyways, yeah. Like, the reason that I say that the last administration over Twitter wasn't nearly as bad, one of the main things is that there was I think it was the Indian government or the Egyptian government. A lot of them were wanting Twitter to ban people who criticize their leaders. And so they were saying like, yeah, we don't allow this in our country, and so we need you guys to get rid of it. And the last Twitter administration said, no, we're not going to get rid of it. Like, we're going to allow people to criticize you guys, and that's that. And they said, okay, well, then we'll ban your fucking platform. And they said, okay, do it. So then they banned their platform, and they went and sued them in their own country and won. And so they sued them in their own country and won, so that the people in that country were allowed to criticize the politicians publicly on Twitter. The same countries and the same politicians then went to Elon when he took over and said, hey, we don't allow this sort of speech in our country. You got to get rid of this fucking speech. And Elon said, okay, no problem. And then when people got pissed off about it, he's like, whoa, hold on. I'm pro free speech in America, because America is about free speech. These are different countries. They have different rules. They have different laws. They have different cultural norms, and we have to respect that. Like, the laws in our country don't apply to fucking Twitter, though, bro. Like, so I don't know why you're acting like any of this has anything to do with laws. You did this on principle of free speech. You said that there was a principle of free speech, and now the principle just went out the window very quickly when it came to helping somebody rich and powerful, but whatever. So yeah, that's kind of, Elon he is a full fucking piece of shit.
Dismissive. You just became a Republican 3 months ago, and you're talking about removing a big portion of regular people, root and stem. No. People fucking love you. They will forgive you. Nobody is trying to get you to become turbo, base-pilled, full Pat Buchanan immigration policy. People broadly understand that you are a San Francisco, Tech, California, international immigrant. Well, if you want to be a regular tech guy, that's fine. You can do that. You can be Larry Ellison. You can go play on the boat. Nobody's going to give a fuck. Realize what you're fighting for. If you're going to be the tech king, if you've courted the MAGA base, you wanted these people on your side. They're ready to be on your side, but you have to fight not for Ben Shapiro's idea of the country of America, the notion of America as this collection of ideas. That's not what it is. It's Americans. That's who you have to fight for. If you're in America, doing business in America, you want to be the man in America, you have to fight for the American people. You're not fighting for a paragraph. You're not fighting for a set of ideas, man. It's the American people who need your help. That's fundamentally why I think people are pissed off here. And it's an easy fix.
Nah, fuck the people. Fuck the people. The ideas matter way more. The ideas matter way more. While, like, in general, yeah, of course, we're going to care about the people. If it comes down to it, like, no, the people have to come secondary if it comes down to the ideas. Like, obviously, again, I don't think that, like, this version of, like, freedom of speech that they're talking about is, I don't think it applies to Twitter. So but for Elon Musk, when he acts as though the First Amendment applies to Twitter, as though you have to have free speech on Twitter, that's, if you believe that, if you believe the Constitution applies to Twitter when it says that the government cannot restrict your speech, not that someone on their own private property can't restrict your speech, then yeah, you got to be consistent with that, man. And if you actually believe that, then that's an idea that you got to fight for. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm totally fucked. There's no way. There's no fucking way. I cannot believe I just did that. I cannot believe they just let me get back there. These. Oh, I am about to cream in their moms, bro. I cannot believe they just let me draw a penis all through their fucking work. My mouse fell on the ground as soon as I started. I wasn't even paying attention. Now I got my balls on the end. Let's go.
Just don't call them retards. Elon, have you met Chris? He's on Asmongold. He's streaming all the time. He's just checking him out. He's playing these games and stuff. He's amazing what the kid does with video games. I can't believe it. People didn't suddenly have a flare-up of India hate. I've been monitoring the Indian hate websites for a while. It's actually set to my homepage. I've been checking these websites out. I watch what these people do. There were very few overt Indian haters spewing their nonsensical filth everywhere 72 hours ago. What happened? Okay, 72 hours ago, most people in the MAGA base looked at Vivek Ramaswamy with some notion of admiration, or hey, that guy says cool stuff every once in a while. Hey, you know what? I think I like that guy. Now he's got to be deported. Sucks, man. And he's not being deported because of the color of his skin. He's being deported for the content of his character. And I think that truly was a mask-off moment where we saw that Vivek Ramaswamy really is just a fucking nerd who needs to go back.
Suck it, bitch.
I think that what you did is...
Okay, Vivek ran for president, so obviously he was born in the United States. You can't go back anywhere. He ran for president, so he was born here. That's the meme right now. But yes, Vivek and Elon were the two that were championing Oh, suck it, bitch. You just fucked up. But yeah, Vivek and Elon were the two. And so they were standing together, brothers in arms. We love Indians as long as they're smart.
It's different. I think it's everybody spurgs out. I'm spurging out right now. I'm going to spurg out later, okay? On Chris, Lynch. And also, Indians do cool stuff every once in a while. They got the chest slapping, wrestling. You guys watch that action movie?
Oh, that's
He's
fucking,
shooting a bullet
I
out of
love
the air with a
watching
gun.
that
He's
shit.
looking over the tuck. Indian clubs, shoulder rehab, exercise.
Dude, if American wrestling was that stuff, I would have watched it. Because that stuff is obviously scripted as well. That stuff's obviously fake too. But that stuff's actually fun to watch. I actually enjoy that shit. It's got way more acrobatics and like fun shit like that. Ah, fuck. I keep losing my mouse. I keep losing it. I keep losing where it's at.
Exercise, fantastic. The hate, it's irrational hate. It's just racism. It's just a nonsensical racism. The hate and racism and anti-Indian sentiment, it's there to the extent that Indians are being used to replace white people.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just remembered. That's right. We're including tips. Okay. So Arian sent 2 tips, $5 each. So both of those count. So we are at 3 out of 5. Not 1 out of 5. My bad. So yeah, there were 2 $5 tips. So yeah, we only have 2 more to go. And we have about 20 minutes to go. So we gotta get 2 more $5 to go past the 20 minutes.
That's it. We have to stop playing pretend. We're not talking about exceptional Indians here. And that's why this is sort of spreading like wildfire, people sharing these H-1B lists of what the jobs are. You are not in Calcutta scouting for the next Indian Einstein. You're not. We have to make it to outer space and invent new computers. Let's get to India and get the next Nikola Tesla. That's not what's happening. We're talking about people at fucking gas stations. You bring them over, you put them in a fucking gas station, and then we'll go around all the gas stations in the USA and find the next genius. Well, what if he's not in India? What if he's working at a gas station in North Carolina?
It just so happens to be Indians who use these H-1B visas the most, because the visas are only for people who are in some sort of like high, some like high field, high degree field, like, like a STEM field or somewhere in tech. And so the ones in tech are obviously taken up by a lot of fucking Indians. And so that's why, I don't know why I said fucking Indians like that. I didn't mean to say that. But yeah, that's why they keep talking about Indians more than anybody else. Which is, it's Asians as well. Sorry, I don't know why I said fucking Indians. I didn't mean to say that.
Be there. We don't know. Why don't we bring everybody here and then we can look for everybody? That's actually a fucking genius idea. We bring fucking everybody here, and then, like a needle in a haystack, we find the one man who can invent electrical computer. That sounds fucking retarded, and it's not true. You have to at least say
invent the electrical
that the H-1B
computer
program is being scammed. If you don't admit that, then as far as like any type of discussion that goes anywhere is concerned, it's over. It's over. This is a direct quote from Moist Critical himself. I'm speaking on his behalf. He was too busy streaming Marvel Rivals to talk to you. So I'm here on his behalf, giving you opinions that he approved, okay? Nobody's expecting you to go full Steve Bannon here. You're a tech bro, we get it. Immigrant. But if you are on Team America, and by Team America, I don't mean Ben Shapiro's collection of ideas. America's not a collection of ideas. America is a people, Americans. If you are Team America, then the most prominent talking points need to be the immediate deportation of illegals and the end of the abuse of the American worker by programs like this H-1B, the gamification of stuff like this that's set up to benefit people who aren't us. Nobody wants to solve the Japanese birth.
So the problem with this is that they only have 60,000 H-1B visas that go out per year in the United States. 60,000. That's it. It's not a lot. And if you watch my video on this, I also went over the fact that there are white... What? What just happened? What just happened? I killed him. I killed him again. How did he kill me in my own territory? I wasn't even in his territory. He was in my territory. What? Am I blind? What just happened? He was in my territory. This is... This game is a lie, dude. H-1B visas that go out per year in the United States. And if you watch my video on this, I also went over the fact that there are... He's dead right there. He's dead. What just happened? He's dead again. What just happened? He's dead again. How did he kill me? That doesn't make sense. This is a lie, dude. They lied. Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining me today. We're going over a video by... what is his name? Sam Hyde. So yeah, so as I was saying, this is the H-1B visas. There's 60,000 of these a year that go out to people just in general to come from some sort of business that they're working for in another country, and they get to come into our country and work for us. So you know how lots of times you'll hear people who are in MAGA and they'll say, I'm not against immigration. I'm only in favor of it if we're talking about the best and the brightest. Or they'll say, I only want immigration if it benefits us. Well, here we are talking about the best and the brightest. When we're talking about STEM and we're talking about high-tech fields, yes, we are talking about the best and the brightest. We are talking about, like, these are visas that only go out to people who are the best and the brightest. And there's only 60,000 of these. So as I said, if you watch my video on this, I went over the fact that there's a bunch of people acting like white people's jobs are being taken. White people's jobs are being stolen from them. Well, if you go look at the current demographics within the tech field, it is currently white men at 69%. 69%. White men are like 35%, maybe 33% of the United States, yet they are 69% of tech. White people as a whole are about 65% of the United States. So white men by themselves are disproportionate to all white people just within the tech field. Now, Indian people, I want to say they're about 6% of the United States, and they have about I think it was 12 to 14% of the tech industry. So while yes, they are also represented disproportionately, they are still such a small percentage of tech that I don't know why you would complain about this as though like they're taking over everything and they're, you know, there's not enough jobs to go around. Like, nah, white motherfuckers still got those jobs, all right? Chill. Like, they still have those jobs disproportionate to everybody else. They got them in spades. You don't have to worry about it. But yeah, they're acting like there's something super unfair going on here, and there's no evidence of that. I killed him again. How did he kill me in my own Shut up.
Birth rate problem by turning Japan into India. That's preposterous. That only would work in a computer simulation where you can just change the code and make a Japanese person. I've tried it. It can't be done. In my laboratory, okay, where Asmongold is right now, down in the basement, I've tried over 150 times to turn an Indian into a Japanese man. The only thing I was able to accomplish was boiling them, right? If you think, Elon, or Asmongold, if you're watching this, if you think you can turn an Indian person into a Japanese person by boiling them...
Oh yeah, if I run into my own line, I die.
Not gonna happen, okay? Go down to my basement and talk to the 150 Indians that I already tried that on. Doesn't work. Nobody wants to solve the American birth rate problem. What's gonna happen? We're gonna run out of people. Oh, the stock prices are gonna go down. Oh, that's a problem for the All In podcast to figure out. It's David Sachs.
Wait, immigration is a way to fix the American birth rate problem. Like, yeah, if we're not having babies, there aren't ways to fix that. Like, we already have tons of incentives for people to have kids. We already have, like, tax breaks for people who have kids. We already have tons of different programs for them to use. We already have all sorts of shit to incentivize people to have kids. It doesn't work. We already know it doesn't work. And we talked about this the other day when we were talking about the fact that China for a long time did all sorts of programs trying to get people to have more kids, and it just didn't work. Never worked. Never worked. Didn't help. And so, have you researched this? This was started by the beginning as falsified information in the DNC paid. Oh, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know. How far back is he? But yeah, anyways, this is, yeah, this is ridiculous.
Sacks of what? Sacks of gold? Just start calling yourself David Sacks of Gold. What's the other guy? Jason Sachs? Asmongold? Asmongold. David Sachs should change his name to Asmongold. The branding is already set up for you. Asmongold wants to himself. You can replace his body and become the top streamer in America. I shouldn't say Asmongold wants to himself. I love Asmongold. That guy's classic. He's the ultimate. He's the best streamer. Is he good? I think he's good. I've never watched him.
Suck it, bitch.
I just know his name's Asmongold.
Oh, fuck.
The only people who want to fix the American birth rate problem by turning America into India are fuckers. People are not interchangeable economic units. If they're not more than that, then that's just an extension of antinatalism. That's just nihilism. That's just people don't matter. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the universe doesn't care shit. The universe cares. That's why we're here. It's understandable why a computer guy, why an engineer would think that or would want to think that, because it would make solving problems so much easier. We have hardwired group preferences. We have genetic memory. We have culture. This is not learned stuff. It's so deeply embedded in us.
So yeah, when he says hardwired group preferences, he's talking about what we call in-group preference, which is to say that you like people within your race more than you like people outside of your race. That's what he's talking about, just in case you're on the outs.
That it carries on
I'm on
for
the ins.
Thousands of years. Thinking of people as interchangeable units, while it would be useful in a simulation or in an economic theorem, it strips them of their humanity. And by the way, it's one of the first steps towards any authoritarian dictatorship type system. It's one of the first steps towards Marxism, is thinking of people as just labor. It's a very gross, anti-human thing
not
to
true.
think, just to appeal to the Redditor in you. That's middle brain shit. Stupid people at the bottom of the spectrum know that everybody is special. Everybody's special. Everybody's different and has their own thing. Retards know this. Geniuses understand that everybody is a unique product by and for their zeitgeist, or Zeitgeist if you want to go with the moist critical pronunciation. Everybody is uniquely a product of their time and location and has their place in space
Sounds like
and time.
a pro-life argument.
The smart people know this, the stupid people know this. It's people in the middle with 110 IQ, which is the worst IQ to have, who think that people can just be pushed around and moved around and changed. They can't. There's no hate towards Hispanics, okay? But that's why the room that I'm sitting in is covered in dust, is because the general contractor I hired used Hispanic labor. I didn't know. They laid down masonry cement. When I said I wanted polished concrete floors, masonry cement, you can't polish it. They left board marks and footprints in it.
Ooh.
And I had to pay another crew of black people, okay? Shout out to Greg to come in here with jackhammers and get this shit dumpstered out of here. I went and hired my own blacks.
People.
I went in the ghetto and hired them by hand. That's how you need to hire blacks for SpaceX. And what you get is you get lower quality construction. You get lower wages for the blue collar workers who are here and fighting. You realize that people are fucking up against the wall, fighting to make ends meet. Do you understand that the American people are on the ropes right now? Your people are not the world, okay? It's the American people. That's where this shit is popping off. That's where you came to do business. The American people are your problem now, to the extent that you want people to pay attention to your opinion.
In second place.
And by people, I mean actual people. Not Patrick Bet-David, not Ian Miles Chong, Scott Adams, not these fucking faggots that'll walk around sucking your ass because you have money and because you made an electric car. But to the extent that you want that, you have to protect the American people. You're all about being pro-natalism and increasing the birth rate. Why is the average dude gonna wanna have kids when he can barely afford to live by himself and eat Domino's? Hey, why isn't China importing infinity Indians right now? If it's such a huge economic advantage, why isn't China doing it? We need to do a naval blockade of China to make sure they don't get any of these amazing Indians. Every Indian that makes his way into China is a threat because China will use their genius to get one over on us. That's the biggest threat this country's facing, right? I think we need to go.
White nationalists are obsessed with China right now. They think that China is taking over the world. They think that China is like, they figured everything out and they've got it on lock, dude. They think that China is getting ready to take over as the world currency. They think that they're getting ready to, take over, the oil business. They think that they're getting ready to just take over shit. They think that they're getting ready to just do it to it. And they are all terrified of China right now. Whereas, like, in reality, China isn't really, like, they're obviously one of, like, they're obviously the country that is probably closest to becoming a superpower outside of the United States. But they aren't right now because they owe their entire livelihood to the United States. So there's like, kind of be dumb of them to kind of fuck with the United States when it's like all of their like trade is with the United States. All of their fuck, that was stupid. That was dumb. Shouldn't have done that. But yeah, all of our money is in all of our like debt is with China. Like, they have tons and tons of investments in our economy. They're like, their whole fucking economy is dependent on our economy. We have the biggest economy in the world, and they are all in on our fucking economy. We get fucked, they get fucked. So, not really much of a threat, which is why, like, people keep complaining about how much we allow China to invest in the United States. They complain about how much, we owe them in debt. All of this is part of the plan. Like, this is all strategic to make sure that, yes, they just can't ever fuck with us. We are too big to rig.
Go nuclear. I think we
Except
need to
for
say,
real this
if
time.
China imports enough Indians, it's like diamonds. It's like nanotechnology. Indians are like nanotechnology. We have to be willing to use nuclear weapons to keep China from getting these precious Indians. That's step one. Sounds retarded, right? Because it is. It's retarded. It's subtarded. Ever hear of a subtard? By the way, Moist Critical coined that term, subtard. Competing with China in what sense? GDP? Making a number go up? Having software companies that are valued more highly?
See, he's going to keep saying stuff like this, like, oh, like, what, you're going to do all of this just for this? You would have to show some sort of, like, downside to this. You need to explain, like, you're going to keep saying, like, oh, what, just to, like, help businesses? Oh, what, just to, like, have our GDP go up? Like, you're naming all of these benefits that we get from these things, but you can't name any like downside to it. It's ridiculous. $5 from Z King said, people like this just need to be exiled so they can just make their own whites. So they can just make their own whites old country. Also, what's your craziest prediction for Trump's term? Shit, dude. I would never predict anything for Trump. I don't think I can predict anything for Trump. He is unpredictable. Yeah, I think that like I can never like measure his retardation to ever come up with a prediction. I can never say like, oh, this is how fucking retarded he is, and so this is why I'm making this prediction. Yeah, I can't do it. I guess yeah, for some reason a lot of these donos aren't counting, but it looks like Bucky had another one that said Elon needs those SB1 visa immigrants to get the engineers to build cool stuff that he can take credit for. Yeah, true. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then yeah. Okay, we met the goal. Let's fucking go, dude. We're the best. We win. Is Bonzig ready now? Did Bonzig
Africa?
Oh, he got it fixed?
Yo.
You ready?
Yes, he did. Sorry.
Okay.
Just yapping.
Bonzig. Hello, Bonzig. Yo, what it do,
Finally,
homie?
I'm good, man. Yourself, how are you doing?
Doing well. Did you
Yeah, it's
just
been a
join
minute.
Discord?
I've always been on Discord, but
That's what I
like I never
thought.
knew how to navigate. I didn't know how to navigate in it. I didn't see a reason because if I was joining Discord and then the YouTubes and then Twitter, then it's like I'm never gonna get off the internet. So
Yeah, true.
YouTube's just fine, and then and all my apps, social media apps, is on my desktop, so there's nothing on my phone because I am one of those people that would get sucked in, not participate, but I'll just be doom scrolling the whole time. So it's like, nah, if I'm gonna have too much access to all these things, then I'm never gonna actually get anything done or learn
Yeah,
anything
true.
actually.
Makes
Yeah.
sense. Makes sense. Okay.
Anyways, so I want to pick your brain a little bit. I don't see like especially with this what your type of content was basically getting these MAGA guys and obviously telling them that Kamala said this and this and this and this. Now I want to know, these same MAGA guys was pushing Doge. They believed in Vivek and they believed in Elon. How they got to that level, I don't know. But you don't hear them backtrack or like it was heavy, like you needed to support Doge. Like I knew there was Doge was a thing. But on the outside it was always a meme, and the whole world knew that this is not a serious man. Like Elon Musk, he's South African, but we hate him here in South Africa. He's not allowed here. So what I'm thinking is, how long does it take for America, what might seem like a clear joke or something not serious, will they ever come to a stage where they can look at stuff really critically and know that this is bullshit? Because no one in their right mind can praise Elon Musk and fucking Donald Trump, multi-billionaires. There's no the amount of praise they get. It's a mental illness to put them on that messiah type of level. So what do you think it will take to make people think normally again? Is there certain something needs to happen or what?
I think it like I know that you guys hear me talk about this all the time, but I think it is about the populism. I think that the populism has to go away. I think that the establishment GOP needs to come back, and I think that the adults need to get back into the room in order for all of this to disappear. Because as I've said for a long time, I think that populism leads to conspiracy theorism. I think it leads to
What's the
illogical
populism? Just
thinking.
explain Just explain
Uh,
populism quickly.
yeah, populism is just like the belief in it's like the idea of a political movement being the people versus the establishment or versus like the elites. So generally it's going to be
Like
left wing.
MAGA went on that.
Yeah, well, so left wing populism is going to be against the elites normally. And then right wing populism is going to be against the establishment of like the government, feeling as though and it's normally going to be more like cultural stuff, like they're allowing like too many transgenders in the classroom, or they're allowing too many immigrants into the country to take our jobs, or some shit like that, right? It's always going to be like a bit more cultural, and it's going to be about like government, establishment, government allowing this shit to happen. So it's yeah, these are different types of populism,
Yeah.
but the left's populism is more like economic and
Yeah.
about elites and people having too much money and shit like that.
Yeah. And I think that's the main reason why Trump won, because he's like, he knows how to get the crowd going. And
Gets the
I
people
think,
going.
luckily, yeah, it gets the people going. Like for me personally, I like to watch him, but it's getting boring now. But like I watch him like more as a joke, man, to laugh at him.
Mhm.
But on the other hand, the Democrats also, like, they also funny. So I'm like, I'm watching two comedians here trying to run the world. But a funny thing, also observation that I noticed uh, during this whole, I don't know if you can remember, there was a lot of talk of that the white man has a higher IQ than most. Laura Loomer actually speaks about having a Ashkenazi Jew IQ, and there's been during this whole, I think it was DEI thingy, that was saying no, the white man has more IQ. That's why they like, well, must get the best jobs and they can't rely on DEI. So I don't understand why the people don't see the contradiction when Vivek says the same thing. They say, look, yeah, you guys are lazy and you guys have a low IQ level, and now they, instead of like realizing what they've been saying to black people, that they were saying black people are also lazy and they have a lower IQ. Now the tables get turned on them, and now they lose. They don't know what's happening. Like the the right wing, the commentators, those influencers, they've totally lost like the plot. They they thinking now, oh, I lost followers because of this. Man, you never lose followers because of something like this, man. I don't understand where do they get their confidence and their knowledge that whatever they heard on social media, like when they were saying that the white man has the most IQ, that's why they must have the best jobs, they have the highest IQ. But now Perfect just said that, and now the turmoil. So, why did nobody like ever question that? Because I saw the right wing was questioning Vivek a lot about that.
Well,
So
I was talking about this
that's
yesterday because we had a lot of conversations about race realism, or not yesterday, but the last stream. I had a couple debates about race realism, and we spent like the entire the entire stream talking about like IQs, like crime rates, like shit like that. And it is true that like Jewish people have the highest IQs. Then it's like Asian people, then it's white people behind them, and then or yeah, then it might be like I think Indians are considered part as Asians in this. Um and then um and then yeah, and then there's going to be like Latino and Uh, and then
Yeah, this just goes from the
fuck.
but
Yeah, so and then it's gonna be
I think,
Latinos and then black people I think are in last. And so this is like
but
consistent like all across the
mm,
world, like not just in the United States. And so
mm.
that it is true that like the white people are up there, but we're not the first. Jewish people are the
I'd like
first, like
so, but now that might
Ashkenazi
be
Jews.
generally speaking, but now in this instance where Vivek said of this IQ level in this certain field, so wow, the amount of offense that got taken by the right-wing media, I mean, for yourself, it must have been a good laugh because, I mean, you hate that side. Me, myself, I also just thought it's like just a lot of hypocrisy. That is what they call
Well,
the woke
what
right.
specific field are you
The
talking about?
No, in the AI software, when they announced that Indian guy to be the head of AI software stuff there with Vivek
Oh,
and
sure, but it didn't seem as though they were like mad that he was the head of AI. They were mad that he was advocating for H-1B visas, and that's like what started this whole war, is where Elon was saying, "Hey, I'm like doing this efficiency project, and if there's anything that like Americans think that we need, like we're gonna be keeping you updated on what we're doing, and we're gonna tell you what we're not doing, what we're getting rid of. And so if you think that we're like doing too much, we're not
yeah,
doing enough, like let us know." And so this guy said, "Well, is there any way that we can like get more H-1B visas?" And Elon was like, "Oh, good
that's the
idea.
funny
I'll look
part.
into it." And then everybody else came out. They're like, "Wait, we're completely against H-1B visas. We don't want more. We want none of them. We want zero." And so that's when everybody started fighting about this, is because that guy initially said it. Now, I wouldn't say Vivek is like an expert on visas. He's not like the guy
Mm-mm.
who knows all about fucking visas or anything. He's just he is like a tech bro, but
The
yeah, he's not
techie.
like the expert on visas by any
Mm.
means.
But you know what the funny thing is, man, is like it was fine, like if it was if that wasn't affecting or you weren't calling out your own side. But what
Yep.
the best part is, like, Doge was created by Elon Musk, right? For him, and the public, the MAGA faithful, believed that Elon and Doge were gonna do something. I don't know if they were explaining what he was gonna do. Then they came up with a government efficiency, and then it's such ambiguous terms, right? It means absolutely nothing. So the only thing that it's done is it's because it's supposed to shrink the government. That was the one thing. But the only thing I saw now is they created a completely new department, Doge. Then Elon Musk and Vivek will have the assistants and staffers and staffers. So if anything, they've created a bigger government. And another thing is, who in their right mind, like and still the richest man in the world, is gonna do something to help the public? It was always meant to be so he can be in control because he has the space X contracts, and he has the Starlink, and there's so much regulation and red tape. So the government efficiency is just there for him, his own
Yeah.
benefit. I don't know I don't know. And then I don't know, the MAGA faithful is so full they believed in him. But now, is there anything Americans can do? Because nobody voted for Elon Musk or Vivek. So is there anything Americans can do to get rid of them for that department?
So kind of, you're like, it's possible that if depending on the position, it's possible that Congress is able to kind of stop him from being able to work on anything government related. But without there being like an official position that he has to get like approved for, it makes it to where technically he's not doing anything Donald Trump is doing everything. He's just like making the recommendations and telling Donald Trump what he wants done, and then Trump is just
I think
going
it's
and
the other way
signing off
around.
on it. Well, I'm saying that
I think
technically this is how it works. Obviously, lots of people think that like, yeah, Elon is actually just the one who's in charge now because he literally bought Trump's entire presidency, and so he's probably able
yeah.
to make just
I,
about whatever demands he wants. But yeah,
somebody told me like, well, I don't know where I heard it from. It's Tucker Carlson, Don Jr., and Elon Musk. That's the three people that's in his ear. That's like now guiding in terms of where to go and policy and what to say. Because yeah, like Elon Trump, some of the stuff that he has or the ideas he has, I know that it's not an original idea. And now when you bring on Elon Musk, Tucker, and Don Jr., it makes more sense of who will be controlling him because he will just be the puppet now. He's not going to really make any difference. And it's just sad to see that they're putting all this belief, and funny, they're putting all this belief in Trump, and it's just it's gonna look like they're not gonna be able to let's say they were sorry or they were duped or they were like bamboozled.
no, they'll keep
But they're
buying
just gonna
into it the whole way. That just is like when Trump is
yeah.
committing tons and tons of crimes, and everybody's sitting there saying, "See, told you so." They're all like, "Nope, no crimes. You guys are all corrupt. You guys all lied. There's no crimes. You're lying."
Like I
And it's
can't wait
just
for Tim Pool, like the Tim Pools, like the Tim Pools audience is like that. They quickly to point out, and sometimes I'll be surprised as well in the chat or whatever. Asking even Tim Pool sometimes can like be a little bit enlightenment, but it's just then it's almost like they paid or like something for the media engagement or something, or just say some bigoted, stupid ass stuff. And Tim Pool would be reading news from the Daily Mail, which is tabloid, but he would be explaining that headlines to his audience. So then his audience is also like it's like a very low IQ. It's like, boys, it's a part of the lowest IQ. And that IQ is now thinking they have a voice because they're interacting with him. And now they're shaping minds, basically.
Yep.
And you'll never see like a Tim Pool switch back or Trump was wrong here, Trump was wrong here. I just want to know, is there a place for like normal people that don't follow any podcast or any ideology? Do you think there's hope for them to not be fooled today? Because the charlatans are on full effect these days.
it's complicated again. There's no for me it's always going to come back to the populism. I think that like the populism's like is when you have to look at thank you, Drew Thomas. When you have to look at Drew Thornburg. I just took my glasses off, so I fucked that up. When you have to look at the higher ups, your entire like belief system for politics is built off the fact that these people have to be doing something wrong. If you find out that the thing that you're worried about, they're not doing anything wrong there, your like whole belief system crashes, right? And so it's kind of like Christians can change on like what they believe the Bible says or what it's trying to communicate to them or something like that, right? Like they can change on some things here and there, but they can't change on whether or not Jesus exists. And the fact that they already put faith in this without like real evidence, without anything empirical, without anything like that, it's already starting them on this like thought process that is illogical, that isn't going to have like a that yes, it's just never going to have a logical thought process behind it. And so when your thought processes start with the fact that the establishment is doing something evil, you have to always have something that they're doing. And you can always kind of go back to that to believe that every problem that you have is because of the establishment.
For me, the thing about religion, I don't mind it if that makes you a better person, no matter what religion it
Sure,
is.
I'm not saying
for it.
people shouldn't be religious. I don't have
Mm.
problems with religion.
But the thing is, like, another observation I had, like, was during this whole LGBTQ thing, right? And the people that had the most voices or was most in the social environment, it wasn't like your politicians, or it was like mostly like people that is never gonna be in the surroundings of a LGBTQ, but they have the most to say. And it goes the
Yep.
same with the abortions. Like, how do all the men have all the opinions and know what is right with the abortions? I was actually quite shocked that to see, like, this is a major talking point in next election, but it's like it's coming on from this type of male perspective on abortion, and both sides were fine with that. Like, the MAGA was fine with even the pro-life, they were fine being pro-life because a man said it, and then the other one is pro-choice because a men also. But from both sides, just to something as so like special to women had zero say in the whole process. It was a big thing in the debate, but they got fooled because they're thinking now if it's pro-life, then there's nothing wrong on the MAGA side. But at the end of the day, who made the decision for the pro-life? It wasn't woman, it was the man anyways. Like, I know a lot of countries or whatever systems where if there's shit happening, or if there's a bit of hypocrisy or whatever, then they're quick to call out. Why? Because the government consists of not just two political parties. It would maybe be like 10 or 8, whatever. So everybody's trying to make sure the one is doing better than the other one. So what is your thoughts on a third party, on independents running for next elections? Is that something would be good or bad?
I mean, I don't have a problem with third parties. They kind of already exist. It's just that they don't ever really do well. And that generally people are better off just running within one of the two parties that already exist, which is what Bernie Sanders did. This is what Donald Trump did. This is what AOC did. This is what tons of other people did who weren't really liberals. They weren't Democrats. They weren't like on the same side as Democrats. They have totally different beliefs, but they're closer to Democrats than they are Republicans. And so they just ran as Democrats, just as Donald Trump ran as a Republican, but he's not a Republican, right? And so he's still able to win on their side. He's still able to win within their party. He's still able to get votes over there. So if people have like some other beliefs that they want to get through, they're able to do that. They just do it part of the parties that already exist, and it doesn't seem to be much of an issue.
For me, like, it's a whole brainwashing thing, because the Democrats and the Republicans, they're helping each other. They work with each other because it's like, know your enemy, so they know each other. So, and it's always been a cycle. There's never been like 4 consecutive same Democrat or conservative. It always go like 2, 1, 2, 2. Like they swap. It's never been a stagnant one. Um, the For me, the only way to combat these things is obviously both Democrats and Republicans will never allow a third party to ever come up, because it's going to threaten their power. So they have 50-50 power. Why would they want to split that? And then the only other way is that I see is for like the grassroots, like channels like yourself and other small political commentators, is like talk more about other people able to run like for government instead of Democrat and Republican, because it sounds like at the end of the day, like Tom, respect your opinions and give good commentary and funny and fair, of course. But then, like, when I hear you trying to defend Kamala Harris, and then I'm like, you see, now this is where your weak spot is, because
What's wrong with
there's
Kamala
certain
Harris?
stuff that, how can you give a person 3 months to run a campaign?
Well,
That's
that's
first
different.
and
That's a different
foremost.
question as to whether or not I would rather her over Donald Trump. That's a completely different issue. Yeah, if I would rather her have longer than that, of course, but that doesn't mean that I don't still think she's much better than somebody like Donald Trump.
No, but look, I'm not saying Donald Trump was actually any better, but both parties were piss poor, man. Like Kamala Harris didn't even have any things to speak about. Like she reminded me of that series called Veep, and it's exactly that one season where she
Wait,
got the
what do you
call
mean
to
she
be
didn't have
president.
anything to talk about? She had a ton of policies that she was running on, like from the beginning. She was like right out the rip had a list of policies. Donald Trump, like, almost, I don't know if he
Okay,
ever came out with policies.
The child credit, the housing subsidy stuff,
Yeah,
first
extending
time
the child
homeowner
credit
stuff.
was one. They had the anti price gouging ones. They had the credits for people to build single family homes. They had tons of stuff. Like she
Now,
was
no matter, look, those stuff, even if it was great, like even if it would have worked, it's great. Why did they give her 3 months then to run that game? Because I believe
because
she had to give
that's
at
when
least.
Biden dropped out. They didn't
But
have another
now
choice.
you also have to like take it on the chin, and it's like the Democrats can't be trusted in that aspect because Biden was never good enough. Right? And then Kamala, when she used to go on interviews, she also didn't really distance herself from what he was about. So when you trying to be criticizing, like, look, Trump is useless. The man is a potato. You can't do anything about him. It doesn't mean now you must automatically now choose the other side and why they great. I think
Well,
it would
no,
have
it
been give you a
literally
little bit.
does. No, it literally does. We have two options. We have Trump or Kamala. You pick one. That's it. Like it literally.
That's the
So yes,
problem.
if so, yeah, but that's a
No, but
different. That's
you
a different
see,
question. That's a different question. If you think that there should be more parties, that's fine. Currently, there are not. Currently, there's two parties,
no,
and
no,
within those
that's the
two parties, we're
because you
able to
think
pick
like
between
that.
the two.
Like they should have been like some people say, like, there's no ways you can vote for these two parties. Like Jill Stein was an option. There was that guy with the hair
Well, I
that
still
looked
would have
like
rathered
Don King.
Kamala over Jill Stein any day.
But now the thing is about the 3 months to campaign is nowhere near enough. And
Okay.
if
Yeah,
I
but
was
you
looking
keep
at the
saying that, but
poll,
that doesn't mean that I'm not going to vote for her. Like, sure, I still think she was the best option. Like by far the best option.
so
There
you
was
believe
nobody
in
anywhere close.
Democrats all the way? Are you blue? Are you blue no matter who?
No, not at all, but it's that doesn't change the fact that I still felt like she was the best option. So, like she just
Better
was
than Trump?
by far. I've said
Okay.
like throughout the entire election, I would have voted for a fucking zucchini over Trump. Like there's I
I think
like
she would have. I don't think she had enough ability, like skill, actual skill, and she was gonna be a what you call establishment. Like she's just gonna be corp Democrats, I
yeah,
think they
I
call
want
it.
the establishment.
Where, yeah, really, why?
Well, because, as I said, like, yeah, when you're like against the establishment, so even kind of the stuff that you're saying where you're like Republicans and Democrats, like they're all working together, like this is like populist sort of rhetoric where it kind of makes it sound like they're all like kind of corrupt and like shaking hands on everything, when in reality they disagree on everything. Like they disagree on everything, and they're always fighting. They're always stopping each other from being able to get bills passed. They're always doing all sorts of like games and trying to hurt each other. That
That's
obviously
just for
they're
show. That's the pageantry.
no,
That's
it's
just
no, no, it's
pageantry.
no,
Because
it's not. No, that's conspiracy theorism to say that that's pageantry. It's not. They're literally trying to impeach Trump. They're
they're
literally
having
trying to
fun.
have that he's literally like just got charged with a bunch of fucking felonies. They stopped tons of different bills from getting through. They just stopped a bunch of budgets from getting through. Like this isn't pageantry. This is
Yeah.
like people's lives.
So what does this shut down the government? How the hell the politicians get the right to shut down the government because
Well, if
they
they
don't
don't have
come to
a
an agreement?
if they don't have a budget to pay people with, how can they pay them? Like they have to have
But
money budgeted
not
for
be
their
able to,
paychecks.
but they're getting paid enough money, and you vote for those type of people to not have a day where there's going to be a government shutdown, because then everybody's to blame. Because you can't be at that
Yeah, of
level
course.
of now.
We end up blaming
So
everybody when the government shuts down.
yeah, but you see, the thing is, that's the problem. So the Democrats will blame us on the right side, and the right side will be blaming on the left side, instead of somebody saying, "Look here, it's both sides. This is unacceptable
But it's
from both
not
sides."
you can't say that like in reality when like if both sides agree on something, but then it's just Donald Trump by himself saying, "No, I'm not going to sign this until you do until you include a border wall because I want a border wall." Like then it's nobody else's fault except for Trump's. It's literally
But they
just Trump.
add all these things, and then putting the bill through when they're trying to pass a bill. Then they add 10, 12 extra bills in there just because they need a yes from someone. So, like, I know, like with that Build Back Better from Biden, it started off as something so like basic and whatever, and it ended off with a whole lot of shit in there. So, stuff like that. And it's not even like it's in plain sight, because the politicians are getting favors, and it's not even the favor to help their own community. It's like favors to please the donors.
Like
And
who?
I don't understand.
Like who?
What do you mean?
Like who?
To please the
Yeah, who's
donors?
taking money from donors to put in policy in place? Who did that?
It's like the whole of APEC, so that's everybody there. Then you have your pharmaceutical, then you have your
No,
food
no, no.
lobbyists.
What?
then
No,
you-
no, 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 no. Not what lobbyists are there. What politicians took bribes
It's
for a
not a single
policy?
politician. It's not a single politician that's gonna say that they took a bribe.
No, that's I
I
didn't.
mean,
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked though. You're saying that they took a bribe. So I'm asking where did you get
yeah,
that information from? Yeah.
not
How
take a
did
bribe, but they're getting paid. They're getting paid to make a certain decision, to be lax, maybe regulations to be more
Yeah, who?
um
Yeah, who did that?
relaxed. I can't put my finger on one now, but just by like
Well, this is
common
no,
sense.
no, 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 no. It's not common
The
sense. That's the problem. Is that like
it is.
this is literally what I'm fighting with MAGA. Like the things that you're saying right now. This is like literally everything that I'm against. Like this people just
So who
saying
does the
this
Democrat?
exists just because common sense is not logical. That is
Okay,
illogical, and it's just conspiracy theorism. Like you're just saying things and
yeah.
then saying it's true just cuz.
The Democrats con the Democrats control the media, or the main news organization, the universities, and pharmaceuticals. In the
Wait,
right wing, they control the military
I
and
don't know
your
where you're getting
guns.
this from. I don't know where you're getting this from. I have no idea where you're
It's,
getting this
it's
from.
like who's like all the main news television shows like or cable, like your ABCs and your
Wait, but to say
MSNBC and
that
all of that.
people who are Democrats are running those things is very different than saying the Democrats are running it, right? Because the
Oh
Democrats
no,
are
the
like
political party,
politicians in a political party,
no,
yes.
the,
But then
the
saying
political party
people
then.
who yes, but you're saying the Democrats are. And so yeah, if you're saying the Democrats are, you're making it sound like the political party is running news, which
Yeah.
is like very like yeah, so
No.
where
That goes like they're shaking hands actually. They're kissing each other because
yeah, so where again, where do you
news
have evidence for this? I'm going to keep asking you if you keep bringing up examples. You can just keep bringing up more and more
you
examples, and
can
every time I ask for evidence,
look
you just
here.
give me a new example
You're
instead
never
of
gonna
ever showing me where there's
you,
evidence of any of this.
you're never gonna get proof of a deal actually being done.
No,
But
I
if you
didn't ask
look at
for
like
proof. I'm
simple,
asking. Yeah, go ahead.
if you but if you look at simple propaganda like with Rachel Maddow, like how they were pushing all these hoax and even the coronavirus and all of these things. It goes in party lines in terms of what needs to be said according to that party's agenda, because they would never be talking about guns.
Yeah,
The
but
guns was always
wait, but what I don't.
left.
Yeah, but what if they just believe that? Like you're saying this as though there's like something untoward going on, but I said the same things. I actually believed it.
But the
It has nothing to do with like
The
whether or not.
liberals have more, they get more coverage, better coverage because they own a liberal would own a news network instead of like a conservative own a network.
Yes,
So
but
Rupert
you're
Murdoch,
I'm yes, but you're yes, so you're
you know,
saying that people who are liberal are the ones who own the networks, which is yeah, sure, that's true. But then like that's like just saying like, oh, somebody who's liberal like Destiny runs his channel. Like, well, yeah, he's a liberal.
so
That's
look
his
at the board
channel.
of directors. It's obviously board of directors, but they're pushing obviously a liberal point of view. Only now recently, like I didn't know CNN like growing up. I didn't know CNN was like biased to one side. I thought CNN is giving me independent news
Literally
coverage and then
everybody is
only
going to be
later.
biased. Like nobody it's impossible to not be biased. Like you can't.
Yeah. But like even with now Rupert Murdoch, so he is one of the main business tycoons in the news. He's
Yeah.
responsible for the tabloids in the UK. And I see, and this is also another concerning part, is a lot of the UK is being like infiltrated in America. So with the Rupert Murdoch, the way like tabloid journalism, they hate him in the UK. Yeah, and he's Australian as well. So
Yeah.
if somebody like that is producing tabloid journalism, gossip basically, in the UK, and that same articles is used as like a form of like real source now of
It is
something
a
of a
real
news
source
story.
though.
Then no, but the tabloids is the clickbait, man. That's what a tabloid is all about.
Well,
And
technically tabloid just
uh,
means that it's like a paper of a certain size. So like it's about like how big the paper is, not really like about what type of journalism they do, but technically most of the time, yes, like tabloids because they have to compete with the bigger guys who have a lot more money and a lot more
mm,
people, they're going to be
but
a
it's
lot
not.
more clickbaity and a lot have like lower
But a
journalistic
tabloid,
standards and things like that.
a tabloid newspaper is not giving you like the real news. It's more poppy. It's more entertainment like. And so the funny thing is, like I say, like Tim Pool's a prime example. He would be using the Daily Mail on a lot of occasions, and then he'll use that in his news segment. But the amount of passion that he would use
But the Daily
describe
Mail
why
isn't
this is
really like a
insult.
bad source though. Like they're not like a horrible source when it comes to news. Like
No, they hate it. They are tabloid haters. Just see in the UK, like,
Yeah,
there's
but
a lot
again,
of
when you
hatred
say
towards.
tabloid, you are just saying like that they're just like below a certain size.
Yeah,
It's
no, but tabloid, I mean gossip. But like they are gossip news. They just out there putting gossip, rumors, trying to change a agenda narrative, because that's how they decided. That's how Murdoch became powerful. It's like what during one of the prime minister's election in the UK, and then that's where the scandal of the guys having sex with a pig, I think, and his tabloids was running haywire on that. Like everybody had to report that, and then he lost the vote because of those type of articles that got pushed. And if you can say the same is like with the Hunter Biden thingy. If that thing didn't get suppressed, I'm not saying it was good or bad, but the thing is how all of a sudden and how convenient it is of the timing that this laptop came now into circulation. So when they said it could be Russian disinformation, like I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe it can, because now the guys, it's long time, and like why only now? But
yeah, I'm sorry. It's just
whether it's
most of the
pro,
again, most of the stuff that you're saying, like it's just it is like a lot of like conspiracy theorism where like when you say like, yeah, well, we'll never have proof. Like that that is just to say that like you can't know something then, but you state it as though you know it.
no, there's
And
proof.
but
Like, okay, who gets the most coverage? Let's say there's a political, something needs to be discussed, or a point of view, or a major thing happened in the world. They would get a panel consisting of their own liberal minds. They wouldn't have like somebody opposite to that, man. And it's just to cater to the audience. It's not to change minds. It's not to make people think critically. It's just to like make the people, lockstep into their beliefs. Because you would go then on Fox, and then
yeah,
they
it
even
depends on what we're
worse
talking
with.
about though, because like if we're talking about like yes, a show on um a show on like CNN or Fox or MSNBC where they're just a pundit, their job, yes, is to be an entertainer. And they're like very upfront about this, that they are entertainers, that they're not like journalists. They're just entertainers. They're pundits. And so they're there to give you their opinions on things. And generally their opinions are going to be like very fiery and very bombastic, and it's
The
gonna be
opinions carry a lot of weight. The opinions is carrying a lot of weight, because
yeah,
like
sure.
now, I would I would be watching a PBD or some podcast, and then the news be about the news. So they will, so it will like that. It's so far like the news has taken the world on its own entertainment, where a main headline is about other news organization either getting sold, getting caught out, or whatever it may be. That was never been. That was ne- it has never been like that. There was never news about news, and then because there needs to be a good there needs to be like a bad party. So when you're watching Fox News, they'll try to obviously make somebody on the libs bad, no matter what the reason. Just they say because of the libs. Obviously the libs, it's always the libs. And then on the left again, then it's always the MAGA, and it's always this and this. But I'm just saying, as a like as an outsider, normal layman, a Tim Pool occasionally watching person. I'll watch your Joe Rogan. I don't mind Joe Rogan. I will watch. I'm just like your general. But they can't be so easily persuaded when it comes to a voting season. Then a person is that has no identity with like abortion is voting for abortion rights, or they're voting for the border, but meanwhile they're living far away from the border. So that just shows how they got America like zombies, man. And isn't there now an election, the next election, like in 2 years' time? What is that election? The municipality, or like what is that? This next
Our,
election.
our next election is for Congress in 2 years. In the Senate, I believe.
For me,
Yeah, I think it's the House and the
that's
Senate.
important.
Yeah.
So what is more powerful, the Senate or the House?
The Senate. The stuff from the
Okay.
House goes to the Senate.
And the term there for those, if you win there, how long is your term? 4 years, 6 years?
I think it's 2 years.
Yeah, okay. So now, for me, like there's never, like hardly any media coverage there. Those people that get elected for the House and the Senate, they are responsible for all the decisions, no matter what Biden is saying, what Trump is saying. Because they don't come to an agreement there, then nothing's going to get done. So I want to know, it's just also no right or wrong answer. Like, who the fuck is voting for Mitch McConnell again? And how the hell, like, who's Pelosi helping? Like,
I'm sorry,
like
dude.
it's
You're
almost like
talking
those
about all the people that I like. Like I Pelosi and McConnell are two people that like should be getting voted in. Mitch McConnell is
You
like
see how
the
he's
savior to the Republican Party right now.
Mitch McConnell is just, what is that? He's worse than Biden. Like the stuff that happens to him live, and it's like, are they just gonna think like nobody saw this? Because the funny thing is, it happened once, okay, fine. Then twice, then thrice, and it's like, look here, there needs to be like the explanation for this guy, and he's in clearly no position to have this type of power, and that's another
What do you
thing that
mean?
people. How does he can't? He's gonna die at any moment. He's gonna really die. Like he's honest. Like it's like the mistake he's made with that judge, the Greta. No, not Greta. The lady that got the shingles at the end and she died. That judge.
Yeah.
She didn't want. She didn't want to resign. She rather. Um, because the feminists were loving it. They loved her. But I mean, she was on a deathbed. She knew she was gonna die, and she still
You're
didn't
talking about
resign.
RGB?
Yes, at RGB. Yeah. So with that type, like she's an example. With people, there's nobody
Okay.
in the
I'm sorry, I
politics
don't mean
who's
to
gonna
interrupt,
leave.
but we do keep going from like one to the next. I do have to get back to the video now because I gotta get off soon. Oh wait,
Okay, I just wanted to come talk shit. I
Yeah,
just
yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
come talk shit. Let's just leave it there. Look here, what's your favorite color, Tom?
Oh, I don't know.
I think you were typical. Now you typical blue. You were
Oh
typical blue guy.
shit, my earbud just died. Hello, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, my earbud died.
Yeah. You would remind me a typical blue. This standard blue.
Yeah.
And a blue. Okay, and then your favorite. If I were to ask you, what is your favorite number? I would say it would be an odd number.
33.
You see there? I said odd. I said
Oh,
it. I said
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And then another thing is your star sign. Just wait. I'll tell you now your star sign.
Okay.
Star sign is it's I don't know. It's the wait, let me guess. Libra.
No.
I know. I know not. I know
Sorry?
nothing about star signs. I know nothing about star signs anyways. It's just something that I try to in with my guessing knowledge. Sometimes I'll be guessing. I guess the right star sign. Now, how powerful that is in a conversation when you guess somebody's star sign correctly, even though you know nothing about star signs, you just try to guess it. So, but what did you say? You were Gemini.
Scorpio.
Scorpios, in what month is that? Like September.
November.
Oh, so it was your birthday now.
We're in January right now.
Oh shit, yeah. So what day? I have a lot of family in November. Are you early November?
Or yeah, early November.
You give me like the 7th of November vibes.
Yeah, 8th.
Yo, you see that guessing game over like others guessing. So that's also something that I would also recommend is try to harness that power of guessing. And you never know. You never know. And oh yes, how's your dad, Pastor P, doing?
He's alright. He's doing pretty well.
Well, and what's your like? Do you know John Dyer? Like John Dyer? What's it? John Dyer.
No.
He's like your. Okay, it's like I would like to pick your brain, like in terms of what other podcast type of streamers is out there that have maybe an opposing point of view, and are you willing to debate like people like conservatives from another maybe also small channel like yourself? Because I follow these streams as well, but to get the different point of view on a conservative side, and they are also like they just need a reality check. So I just want to bring everybody together, kumbaya, one time, one hug, and just love it out. So would you be interested in that?
Yeah, sure. Up for anybody.
It's your typical Tim Pool. It's a Tim Pool, so it's those guys.
Okay, sure.
So
yeah, just have them just message me or just let me know, and I'll be down.
Right. Anyways, have a great year, Tom. Stay fair, stay alive. Thanks to the chat. Love everybody. Love yourself. Love your parents. Thank you and goodbye.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it. Later.
Competing with China in what sense? And at what cost? If the cost is making America look like Calcutta, that's not worth it. That's not a price that we're willing to pay. People keep posting these aerial drone display videos of drones shaped like a dragon. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's something that a bright high schooler could do on a smaller scale, is it not? Making drones move around in 3D space? How is that an impressive problem to anybody except boneheads who are mystified by drones in the first place? Look at this aerial drone display. It's a bell.
Okay, this is fucking retarded, dude. This is so stupid. Like, that is insanely impressive that they're able to get all of these little things to move with GPS in this like coordinated fashion to where they're able to create like symbols in the fucking air with the lights on the drones. That is amazing. This is so dumb. Suck it, you purple bitch.
Of killer drones. How can we compete with that? That's what drones do. They move around in coordinate space.
Yeah, you say that, and then are you gonna talk about how fucking retarded it is that people just see drones in the air and then they start freaking out thinking that they're being attacked by drones and that they're meeting on motherships after they've chased down boats? You gonna talk about how dumb that is? You got anything to say about that one? You want to talk about drones, motherfucker?
Who gives a fuck? Well, it's the low-hanging fruit of robotics that mystifies people. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Didn't we have more impressive shit in the 80s? Isn't this more impressive?
One. Cover. With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested.
Why do we need to compete with them? Can't we just kick their spies out and tell them to fuck off? When do I get some Chinese pussy? Okay, am I not a big enough media figure that the CCP, is it the CCP, Chinese Communist Party? Why aren't they sending these hot spies to fuck with me? Suck my dick for blackmail. When's that gonna happen? China, I'm waiting, okay? I have 300,000 YouTube subscribers, or 250,000 probably, 200,000. How much on Hide Wars? If you have over 100,000 Twitter followers, you should demand that a hot Chinese spy comes and sucks your dick. Okay? You can take video. Whatever. Why is that? Am I not popular enough to get this fucking mingling? To get Bing Bing over here? Ah! A Tesla Model X and Bing Bing over here sucking me. That's my price, China. Send them over. Do we need to build giant cities that nobody lives in to compete? Do we need to turn our country into a surveillance state fucking nightmare to compete? Do we need to essentially have slave labor to compete? What type of competition are you talking about? And at what cost? Competing with China is competing with literal slave labor, and that's impossible to compete with. It's not worth competing with. And nobody who has a real sense of what matters in life thinks anything about competing with China. We've been hearing this for 30 fucking years. As long as China has been an industrial nation, there have been headlines, The Economist. I remember this in the dentist office when I was a kid. China's looming on the horizon. We have to accept a lower quality of life immediately to compete with China. That's the thrust of every article. You, the American worker, you have to take less pay and accept more bullshit because
When the
there's
fuck
a big
did that
boogeyman
happen?
looming on the horizon. It's China for 30 years. Before that, it was Japan. It's constant. It's to keep wages suppressed. It's to make you shut up. Elon doubles down in this tweet, offering a false dichotomy. Either we have to have more legal immigration, or you, the person disagreeing with it, you want America to fail for your own personal gain. What personal gain are you talking about? You want America to fail for your own personal gain. What is Elon? What are you talking about? How does anybody personally gain from this? The only gain happening is in stock prices of tech companies. That's the gain. That's where the gain is. Cui bono. That's who stands to benefit from this arrangement. This tweet, it's not first principles thinking. It's not in good faith dialogue. This is a dishonest mischaracterization. Nobody's calling you a liar. People say things in the heat of the moment that are dishonest, though. This is a dishonest mischaracterization of the tens of thousands of people who are blowing up your website. This is not an own on Elon. This is not dunking on Elon. I know that you can bring the ban hammer down, and I know that you are going to be tempted to do so, that you already have with the Groypers, which, by the way, you have to undo that, man. You blanket banned people, not for saying or not for posting swastikas, but for stating their opinion on this H-1B issue. That is a complete violation of the trust that the people you wanted to like you placed in you when you said that you're for free speech. It's straight George W. Bush, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. That's what this is. You're either agreeing with me or you're fucking an enemy. You're an enemy. It's not an argument. It's not a well-reasoned position. It's just...
I don't even know why I'm watching this. Why am I watching this? This is fucking retarded. This is so stupid. He's literally just sitting there rambling, saying absolutely nothing. This is literally nothing. He's just complaining about Elon with nothing. Elon is fucking correct here. Just suck it up, Buttercup. Alright? You're wrong. You lose. Get over it. We won the fucking election. MAGA 2024, bitch. Why? I couldn't turn. He's just riding the algo, maybe. This is just the most useless bullshit of all time. Like, bro, just say your pussy hurts. That's it. This could have been over in literally 2 seconds. Elon, you made my pussy hurt. Done. Move on. Go find that fucking Asian chick you've been talking about. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh mommy. Ooh, yeah. Daddy's home. Daddy is fucking home. Daddy's home, bitches. Daddy's home, bitches. Get your shit rocked. Daddy's home, bitches. Let's get fucking pizza all over the map. Daddy's home, baby, baby, yeah. Unpause? No, fuck this. Fuck this show. Fuck this fucking. Fuck. No. I don't want to. Alright. Where's the. Where's the list of the important shit? The good stuff. Did we already
The
watch
House
this?
ethics report about Matt Gaetz is not just bad, it is epically bad. According to the committee, Gaetz violated House rules, state and federal laws, and frankly, common sense. They found substantial evidence of illegal drug use, prostitution, statutory rape, acceptance of impermissible gifts, the provision of special favors and privileges, and obstruction of Congress. No wonder Donald Trump, Speaker Mike Johnson, and the rest of MAGA were so hell-bent on killing this report. Gaetz even filed a lawsuit against the House Ethics Committee, hoping that it would block this damning report. However, considering that I and countless others have read this report, there was nothing that he could legally do, and his last-ditch effort failed miserably.
We already watched this shit, right?
Served in the like he is the apotheosis of what the American dream looks like, the vice president-elect. And some of them are like, that guy's weird. Here's the thing. We are now in the middle of a normie revolution. Okay, because it turns out a lot of us are normies. A lot of us just want a quiet, good life where we build things and we get to engage in the greatest economy in the history of the world, and we get to live secure in our own place of residence. We don't have to worry about walking out on the street and being physically assaulted by someone. Okay, these are all very, very normal desires and very normal dreams, and that's the American dream. And the left had lost it in so many ways. The left had lost it in so many ways. Now, I remember I was in Los Angeles. I grew up in L.A. I was in Los Angeles fairly recently. I left L.A. because L.A. has turned into a complete dung heap. It's just horrifying. And I went back. We went out with some friends. I go down the street with my wife, and we have our 24/7 security, which we need, unfortunately. And on the other side of the street,
to keep you away
friends
from
go.
Nick
They go
Fuentes.
out 3 cars down, a car pulls up right in front of them, 3 guys jump out of the car and immediately rob my friend and his wife. Okay, this happened like in a very nice area of Los Angeles. This is not normal. So the left kept saying about Donald Trump, he's not normal. Here's the thing, the America he stands for is normal. The America he stands for is good. The America he stands for is great because it is good.
It is not good. It is like, it's just a bunch of fucking criminals and billionaires being like having a competition on who can be more corrupt than the other one. Did you guys know? So Donald Trump's, you know how we had these like debates where people were coming on and they're like, Donald Trump's not a convicted felon. You're wrong. You lied about it. You keep lying, saying he's a convicted felon. I'm like, no, he is literally a convicted felon. He got convicted of the fucking crime. He's a convicted felon. They're like, yeah, well, he hasn't been sentenced yet. It's like, yeah, okay, so he's not sentenced for the crime that he's already been convicted of. That's like, it's a different conversation. He's still a convicted fucking felon. I don't know what you want from me. Like, It is what it is. He's a convicted felon. But then, so now, he's now getting called in for sentencing. And now that he's getting called in for sentencing, he's like, wait, no, you can't, no, you can't sentence me. I won the presidency. So what did you think? Did you think that, like, winning the presidency was like a get out of jail free card or some bullshit, bro? Like, what do you mean? Fuck. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe I just pulled that off. That was slick Rick with it. So anyways, so they tell Donald Trump, they're like, hey, you have to show up to court now to get your sentencing. And he's like, no, I won the presidency, dude. You guys, I don't think you guys heard. I actually won the presidency, so I don't have to show up to court. They're like, well, true, like, but you're not the president yet. And so right now, we need to sentence you before you become the president. And he's like, no, I became the president. I don't have to do this anymore. They're like, no, you do. You're not the president right now. You still have to get fucking sentenced. And so he's like throwing this fucking fit where he's like, is it fair? I won the presidency and now they are trying to delay my certification as president. It's like, no, they're not, dude. Your fucking sentencing does not overlap with your certification. Like, you just need to go and get sentenced before your certification. That's it. That's all they're trying to do. They just want to make sure that you hurry up and get sentenced so that they don't have to do this while you're president. That would be a problem if they had to do this while you're president. They have to sentence you. And if they end up having to sentence you while you're president, that would be a problem. So they're trying to make sure that they don't have to do that. Like, that would be a big issue. But yeah, he's acting like winning the presidency is this full-on, like, get out of jail free card to where he just doesn't have to, like, be held accountable anymore. He's like, no, I'm back in the place where I was before, where I get to do whatever the fuck I want. I'm back there again. You guys don't get to hold me accountable anymore. I won. And yeah, even people, like, in the comments section today with the video that I put out, a bunch of them are like, fucking corrupt Democrats trying to delay the certification of the vote while they're acting like they're the ones who aren't denying an election, yet they're trying to stop it from happening. It's like, nobody's trying to stop it from happening. The judge literally said he's not going to sentence him to jail time. The judge already said this. He's not going to sentence him to jail time. So they're already, like, again, being overly lenient with Trump. They're letting him get away with more shit than they should again. Like, yet it's still not good enough. You guys are still somehow fucking victims. Even when he's getting away with shit, you're still trying to play victim here. It's insane. It does not make sense. Like, I thought you guys were the law and order motherfuckers. Like, what happened to this shit? When did you guys become so fucking cucked to where you think that somebody should just be allowed to get away with crimes that they were convicted of just because you voted for them? Just because they're the fucking guy you vote for in politics. Like, I will never become fucking cucked like this to a politician, dude. Never in my fucking life will I be cucked like this to a politician. It's not happening. Never will I ever. I can guarantee you that. This is not actually going to stop him from being president. It's like, it doesn't stop him from being president just to fucking give him a sentence, if especially when they're promising they're not going to lock him up. Like, they're being overly nice. Again, they're allowing him to get away with shit and they're not going as hard as they should. It just means that you guys are still going to cry somehow that you're being unfairly treated, when really the only unfair part is that Donald Trump's allowed to get away with fucking crimes and not get real punishments, and the rest of us do. The rest of us do have to face consequences. That's about it. But yeah, it's wild, dude.
So that's why I'm in a good mood, because we're actually winning. But here's the thing, winning requires constant work. You know, one of the questions that my business partner and I constantly ask ourselves when it comes to the success of Daily Wire, and thank God it's been unbelievably successful, one of the questions that Jeremy Boring and Caleb Robinson and I, we all ask ourselves is, are we good at this, or is everyone else just not very good at this? And the same question should be asked in politics on a constant basis. Are we really good at this, or are the other guys just really crappy at this? Now, let's be real. The other guys are super crappy at this. Okay, they literally ran a corpse, and then when it turned out that everybody found out he was a corpse because he died on stage with President Trump, they then decided to swap him out for a potato of a human. A person who is physically incapable of uttering coherent sentences. And so I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we retain the momentum? And the answer is, we do the right things. We do.
The fucking irony with these people, dude. I don't know when Ben Shapiro became such a fucking bitch, dude. He used to actually be kind of cool. And now he is fully cucked. He used to be honest. He had morals. And then he looked around and was like, oh shit. All the fucking cult members aren't going to watch me if I don't fucking praise their daddy. So I gotta say that he'd beat up my daddy in order for them to watch my show now. This fucking sucks. And he did it. And his daddy totally would have beaten up your fucking daddy. For sure. 100%. His daddy's Jewish. He's got a high IQ and would beat the fucking shit out of your daddy. But yeah, I don't know when he became so cucked. This is fucking bullshit.
Sentences. And so
oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. The fact that you're talking about people not being able to say complete sentences when you're talking about in comparison to Donald Trump, somebody who literally speaks like a fucking caveman and hasn't been able to utter a complete sentence in fucking 8 years. This is the guy that we're comparing to Kamala Harris. Like, Kamala Harris literally always speaks in full sentences. Obviously, Joe Biden didn't. He still spoke in full sentences more than Donald Trump did, but he at least had an excuse for it. Donald Trump isn't retarded. He's just talking down to his retarded base. He knows his base is retarded, and so he needs to speak to them as though they don't understand English.
So I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we retain the momentum? And the answer is, we do the right things. We do all the things that President Trump has already promised he's going to do. And here's the thing, I think that he's going to do all those things because President Trump keeps his promises. Now, I've talked about this before. My evolution...
Where the hell does that come from? He didn't keep any of his promises in his last presidency. He didn't do shit. Where is this coming from? Since when? Since when does Donald Trump keep any promises?
You know, I have evolved on President Trump, as many people.
Oh yeah, true.
In 2016, I didn't vote for either candidate because I didn't
This is
know
called
if
devolving.
President Trump was going to be conservative. And I said at the time, I doubted that he would. And then, right away, he nominated Justice Gorsuch. And I put on a MAGA hat like 1 month into his presidency.
And then right away, he paid off a fucking porn star not to talk about the fact that he slept with her when he cheated on his pregnant wife. right away. Before the fucking presidency even started. He was super conservative. So conservative of him. You see all the things he was conserving there?
In 2020, obviously, I backed him and I supported him and I voted for him. And in 2024, I backed him, I gave money to his campaign, I fundraised for him, I campaigned in 6 states, I went with him personally to an October 7th tribute, right? I do all, and that's not because I'm doing anything great. It's because he is doing something great. And if we back him, and if he does the right things, which I think he will, I believe he will, I actually know he will, if he does those things, then he is totally correct. America will be great again. The great American comeback is on. A new golden age is just beginning. Alrighty, so, okay, so now we have like 16 minutes of fun. Let's do some Q&A, because it's more fun. There's some microphones wandering the room. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay. Hi, Ben. I appreciate all the work you've done with the Daily Wire and everything. You're a great guy, Ben. Look at this guy, great person. So, my question for you is, when you talk about Trump's and his economy policy, I think the biggest thing that I hear all my friends...
I feel like I know that voice. Oh, it sounds like Shane Gillis. That's who it sounds like. Like even his Trump impression just kind of sounds like Shane Gillis.
And everyone talking about is tariffs. So if what Trump says on tariffs really is so true, you know, wants 60% on China and just 20% base, the biggest I can think of from what I've researched is from 1828 when they passed 50% tariff policy. So do you think Trump's right in his tariff policy? And if so, why hasn't any president proposed something similar?
Okay, so he's asking about Donald Trump's tariff policy.
It's
Here's what
cheating.
I'm going to go back to my original statement about Donald Trump and the economy. Donald Trump cares about one thing, and that is winning. Okay, what that means is that if tariffs are in fact inflationary, if they are in fact a problem, then he is not going to do them. But the tariffs are really designed not because tariffs are like fun and games.
So the tariffs that he did last time were inflationary. He still did them. So what? What now?
Tariffs are designed for President Trump as leverage. There is no one in the history of American politics who has used leverage better than President Trump. Right? He uses tariffs as a way of threatening countries to do what he wants. So I'll give you a story. I won't give you the source on this story because I don't want to betray confidence, but it's a great story, so I'm going to tell it anyway. Okay, so this is a story I'd never heard anywhere before. Here's the story. President Trump is meeting with Justin Trudeau, okay, who may or may not be Fidel Castro's son. In any case, and by the way, he's totally Fidel Castro's son. Anyway, he's meeting with Justin Trudeau, apparently, during the first administration, and he is asking for a bunch of things, right, for Canada to do. And Trudeau doesn't want to give all of them. So Trump says to his people, bring Justin here, bring Justin to me. So apparently they sit across from one another. And Trudeau is talking with the president, and President Trump says, Justin, I want you to tell me, if there were one thing I could do tomorrow to completely wreck the Canadian economy, what would it be?
I know this story. He says, if you tariffed us on, I forget what the exact thing is, like steel or something like that. If you put tariffs on us here, like that would be the worst thing for us. And then he says, okay, maybe the first thing you should know is when somebody asks you the worst thing that you can do to them, don't answer it honestly. That's like, obviously, you shouldn't answer that question.
And Trudeau goes, well, I mean, Mr. President, there are a lot of things. You're a very powerful country, but, you know, if you tariffed our cars, it would be really, really bad. And Trump goes, Justin, I want to teach you a lesson. The first thing not to do in a negotiation is answer the question, if you could do one thing to destroy me, what would it be? So, of course, President Trump continues, I don't care about Canada. I only care about America. So, I'm going to tariff all your cars unless you give me what you want. He got what he wanted. Okay, that's how I think President Trump thinks about tariffs.
Hey, Ben. Super easy, fun question. After your review of Wicked and hearing you were a musical theater enthusiast as well, I gotta know what your favorite musical theater performance is.
Well, I'm sorry, I missed the last part of the question.
What's your favorite, like, musical theater performance?
Oh, was my favorite musical theater performance? Man, guys, I'm straight. I'm just gonna put that out there right now. I have 4 kids as proof of this fact. Okay, but my favorite musical theater performance. I will say that the most brilliant musical ever written is Sweeney Todd. My personal favorite musical is 1776. Every year when I was a kid, I dressed up as John Adams from the musical 1776. For the parents in the room, for Halloween, not just on a daily basis. For all the parents in the room, if you want to show your kids something super patriotic for July 4th, go show them the original musical of 1776. It's terrific.
Hey, Ben. I'm from Western PA near Butler. What was your first reaction when you heard Trump was shot?
Oh, man. So, I mean, my first reaction is, it was actually on a Shabbat, right? It was
I
on a Saturday
cried.
night, so I couldn't actually check the news. So my security came to me
called
and they
my
said the
mother.
president's been shot. And I said, well, is he alive, right? I mean, you got to lead with the news, right? Lead with, he's alive, but he's been shot. My first reaction
We got
was
5
that
kills.
God clearly wanted Donald Trump to be president. I'm dead serious.
6 kills.
There is no way to watch that tape. There's just no way. And see what happened and see how close we came to the president's brains being splattered on a stage on national television. And not think that God physically reached his hand down into the world and took President Trump's head and went. That was legitimately my first thought. I was actually, it scared the hell out of me, but in a certain way, it was sort of comforting because when you see an open miracle, which is what I actually think that was, there's no way that shot should have missed. When I see it.
It really is like a freaking amazing thing, dude. Like, the way it just grazes his ear. It's actually insane. It is actually like an insane thing. It doesn't matter who something like that happens to. Like, that's just like an unbelievable thing for that to happen to anybody. But then for it to happen to the president, like somebody running for president and on national television, like, this is just, yeah, this is all just like impossible.
And that's, you know, obviously, it's a tragedy. There are people who are killed, and our condolences go to the families, and we've given money to the families. Okay, but when you see something like that, an open miracle like that, the first thing that you have to think is God's hand is present in the world, and for whatever reason, God's hand is on Donald
8
Trump.
kills.
So I actually have a much more difficult question, unfortunately. With President Trump coming in, how do you think he'll support Israel's war against Hezbollah and all their enemies, and how do you think that will go?
The most pro-Israel president
when it comes
ever.
to the war that Israel is currently waging against Hezbollah, waging against Hamas.
I don't know what's happening there when that happens. I think the problem is I'm not allowed to hit the wall head on because then I stop. And if I stop, then I die. I think that's what it is. But I'm not sure. That's the second time that's happened now, and I'm like unaware that I'm going to die. I was fucking killing it that time, dude. I had up to 22% of the map, had 8 kills, like 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes. Sheesh.
Hamas. As I say, President Trump's metric is winning. Okay, and because he wants America's allies to win, and Israel is an American ally, I think that he will stop slow-walking aid to the Israelis so they can finish the war and finish it fast. He's expressed this many times over. This, by the way, would be the proper solution, given that Hamas is an evil terrorist group that is currently holding 4 American citizens hostage, and Hezbollah has killed literally hundreds of American citizens, and Iran has killed thousands of American citizens. Now, I don't think that President Trump wants heavy involvement in the Middle East. In fact, I know he doesn't. But this is the beautiful thing about having strong allies, when you actually allow them to do the things
Hey,
they
yo,
have to do.
Joa,
They
thank
win.
you for the raid,
What
sir.
Israel is doing right now is winning, and that is a good thing. It is a good thing for the world that Israel is winning.
Die. You
I
dead.
have a kind of controversial question. Who do you believe the greatest pound-for-pound fighter of all time is?
I'm sorry, the greatest?
Pound per pound fighter of all time.
Oh, wow,
UFC
the greatest
UFC
pound-for-pound
fighter.
boxer of all time. Ooh, I mean, strong case for Sugar Ray Leonard. strong case for, I mean, Rocky Marciano obviously has an undefeated record, but he didn't really fight that many great fighters. But, you know, I'm not sure how many people are into boxing arcana, so we'll leave it at that.
Hey, so my name is Sam. One issue that I'm seeing here that I don't think is getting enough attention is the fact that India and Pakistan and various other countries like that are getting billions and billions of dollars from scamming Americans through robocalls and scam calls, and I really don't think it's getting enough attention. And what can we do about that?
True.
Well, I mean, I think first of all,
True. I don't understand how this isn't something that's like been stopped yet. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. Like, how the fuck have they not found a way to stop this from happening? It's actually ridiculous. There are, I get, I want to say like 15 calls a day probably. And most of the time, yeah, I just block it. But it's still, they just have so many phone numbers that they're able to just keep going and keep going and keep going. And yeah, like you're just helpless with this shit. I'm already back in first. Y'all fucking suck. I'm amazing at this fucking game. Die.
of all, when it comes to powers like India, certainly we can use economic leverage to get a crackdown on those sorts of activities. And I would hope that the president does a lot of those things. I think that he will. I also think that when it comes to the intelligence community, there are things the intelligence community can do in gathering information about the criminals who are currently perpetrating this sort of stuff, which is why, for example, Tulsi Gabbard should be approved as DNI.
But Tulsi Gabbard's a fucking retard.
Hello, Mr. Shapiro. My name is Ian O'Neill. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Kirk and you, because I used to be deep blue in my ideology, and I used to be a self-proclaimed socialist.
Well, thank you.
And my main question to you, Mr. Shapiro, is do you believe that Generation Z will be the next greatest generation of the United States of America?
So, we're going to find out whether Generation Z will be the next greatest generation. I got to hand it to my boys, the millennials. We showed up this election cycle. But yes, I think that there is a backlash, and it's coming strong inside Generation Z. I think right now you're seeing a radical polarization inside Generation Z. It's incredibly polarized. You're either seeing blue-haired woke libs, or you're seeing rock-ribbed, MAGA-hatted Republicans. A lot of that tends to be gender-gapped. But I do think that as the left continues to follow this pathway into nothingness, and as people get older, and as they start to get married and start to pursue actual purpose in the world, they will become more conservative. So I think there's every opportunity to do that, thanks to organizations like Turning Point and the hard work that the people in this room have done. I want to get to that question, but there's a girl over here who really wants to ask a question. So, hey.
How do you feel about them possibly implementing Bible teachings in public schools as a Jew?
Die.
Oh, okay. So the question was, how do I feel about people implementing Bible teaching in schools as a Jew? I think it's great. I think they should. So. The Bible is the seminal document of Western civilization. You literally cannot be literate without knowing the Bible. The fact that everyone is treating the Bible as just sort of...
You literally cannot be literate? Literally? What? What does that even mean? You literally cannot be literate. What does that even mean?
Sort of another document or as just a religious text misses the entire point, which is that all of America is built on biblical values, all of it.
Hi, I was just very curious. Given your stance on sending money to like Eastern Europe with Ukraine, why are you such a proponent for sending money to the Middle East?
The truth is that I'm very much in favor of sending money where I think it will be useful.
22%
so the big problem with
again.
sending money to Ukraine right now is that the Europeans really should be paying their freight, and also that you have to have an off-ramp in Ukraine.
That's precept bullshit. It's weird. I don't even get it. I don't even understand what that means. You literally can't be literate without the Bible. I literally don't know what it means. I have no idea what that is even supposed to say. Does anybody even have a guess? Is it like a play on words or something? I don't understand. Literally literate?
I'm actually not a proponent, for example, of completely cutting off Ukraine if it means Vladimir Putin walking through Kyiv.
Hey, Ben Shapiro used to be like very like libertarian, and normally libertarians would be against like teaching the Bible in schools and shit. Regardless of whether or not you're religious, you wouldn't want like government organizations having religious things taught by them or associated with them or anything. Like, generally, yeah, you should want all of this stuff to be separate. You don't want our governments to acknowledge any religion over another. And so, yes, if you're teaching like the Bible, but not the Quran, then now you are respecting a religious institution over another, which, yeah, is kind of unconstitutional.
And actually, President Trump has said something very similar. What he wants is for the Europeans to actually pay their freight. He wants the Europeans to up their spending. When it comes to the situation in the Middle East, I've said 1,000 times, and I will continue to say, Israel should get off American aid as soon as humanly possible. They're in the middle of an existential war right now, and so now would be a particularly poor time to do it, given the fact that President Biden has slow-walked the aid. But having talked not only to American legislators, but also to a number of members of the Israeli government, the only thing I say to them is it is good for you and it is much better for America for you to get the hell off of American aid. Stop being on American aid. I really believe that America...
Biden slow-walked the aid. I don't think he expected that the war would have gone on this long. I don't think that anybody expected it to go on this long. What do you mean he slow-walked the aid?
Needs to stop giving as much aid all over the world to a wide variety of places. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go and then we'll get this guy.
So my name is Kaiser Williams, and I've been told that my first name is offensive and that I should be called by my middle name. Do you take offense to my first name?
Why would I possibly take offense to your first name?
The Kaiser, isn't that like a name that they used for Hitler? Is the Kaiser?
I mean, and it'll be a real irony if it turns out your middle name is Hitler or something. But it's not Hitler. But no, I figured not. Like, why would that's so stupid. There's so many great
Kaiser Permanente.
Like, for example, Cardi B. Yeah.
She was staying right there.
Okay, so the question was, who's going to be a Democratic nominee in 2028? I don't know, man. That bench is looking real thin. I mean, not the Democratic nominee in 2028, guys. The Democratic nominee in 2028. Well, let's see. Who do they have? They have the mayor of a small town who is gay and likes choo-choos, Pete Buttigieg. Kamala might not go away. She's talking about running again, which, God willing, you know, I will donate to that primary campaign. I would love to see her try. There's been some talk about J.B. Pritzker, who has to be lowered into the Illinois Capitol by crane. There's been some talk about the genderless Ken doll that is Gavin Newsom in California. Again, this is... There's the somewhat routinely wasted-appearing bartender AOC. So it's not like an amazing... It's not an amazing bench, is I guess what I'm saying right now. I have no idea, but none of them look particularly good.
Hi, Ben. My name is Grace Hosmonic.
I don't understand why they always make fun of AOC for have been a bartender in the past. Like, didn't all... I mean, I guess maybe not all of, like, the most privileged people. Like, Ben Shapiro grew up in a really wealthy family and was able to go to Harvard, and, like, shit like that at a very young age. So maybe he like expects everybody else is gonna be the same as him, but I would assume that most like politicians and people worked jobs at like McDonald's and shit like that when they were younger, so I don't get it.
And I want to thank you personally for making me a conservative. I was a
A
socialist and
conservator.
an atheist for 10 years, and
No!
because of you, the people of Daywire, I became a Christian and
She
a
is
conservative.
slurring hard, dude.
My question for you, Ben, is are you concerned like I am that the pendulum will swing in kind in 2028? The Democrats will come back stronger, harder, and better than they were in 2024.
So yes, I mean, the answer is yes, and I think that everyone in the room should be worried about that, which is why we should work hard to make.
I was about to say, if he says no, I like the last little bit of respect that I have for Ben will be completely gone. Like, this is how politics always works. The comment sections on all of my videos are a bunch of like MAGA people who I guess they're like 14 years old and this is the first election that they've ever paid attention to in their life. But throughout my lifetime, I have watched over and over things go back and forth from Democrat to Republican to Democrat to Republican to Democrat to Republican, and it was literally just back and forth, even within presidencies. Within Trump's presidency, there's a portion where he has there's a portion where he has the majority in the House, and then there's a portion where he has the minority. There's a portion where he has the House and the Senate, and there's a portion where he has neither the House nor the Senate. Like, this is kind of just the way that politics go. Donald Trump lost in 2020 mainly because of COVID. Biden lost mainly because of COVID. These are things that neither one of them could have helped, and so they're kind of as long as we don't have some major problem during Trump's presidency, we can assume that that Democrats will likely win, mainly because anytime an incumbent is no longer running, the other party wins. Pretty much every time. If an incumbent is running, they almost always win, except for Trump in 2020. But again, that was a special circumstance. And then outside of that, he can't run again. So we would... Yes, like if it's going to continue with the pattern, continue with the trend, it would end up to where Democrats pick back up and win again. Same as it's been literally my entire life.
Make sure it doesn't happen. Right? I tend to be a worrier, and sometimes worry is the first step at actually planning for the countermeasure. Okay, the best countermeasure is going to be success. I don't think it's going to happen because I think President Trump is going to have an incredibly successful presidency. But that does mean a few things. It means, for example, that Congress has to be on the same page as the president. It does mean that Republicans and the president need to work in concert with one another because
it doesn't look like that's going to happen. I mean, especially after the votes for the budget, it didn't seem as though they were doing what Trump and Elon were telling them to do. Mike Johnson does not like Trump. Mike Johnson is not a fan of Trump. So I posted a video today of Hakeem Jeffries talking about the fact that Donald Trump won the election. And when he says Donald Trump won the election, all of the House Republicans stand up and they all cheer. But then right after they finish cheering, he says, that's okay. There aren't any election deniers on our side of the aisle. And as soon as he starts saying that, like, Johnson's face turns beet red, and he's sitting there just like, fuck, dude, I am so embarrassed of these motherfuckers. Like, he is not MAGA. He is an actual Republican, and he is not going to go along with dumb shit that he doesn't believe in or that he knows is wrong. And so currently, it is only going to hurt Republicans to keep taking away things like Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, to take away, benefits for veterans, take away all of the benefits for 9/11 heroes, to take away all, like, everything that we as Americans, like, kind of take pride in, like taking care of our veterans. Like, it's only Democrats who want these things now. It's only Republicans Democrats who are trying to make sure that veterans are taken care of at this point. And so, yeah, people like Mike Johnson are not having it, and he is not going to be on board with Trump. He wasn't on board with Trump the last time. He's one of the many Republican congressmen who called Trump out for the very fine people on both sides comment. And he's one of the many Republicans who, I believe he left as the Speaker of the House after a while because he was sick of Trump. And now he's back, so, we'll see. We'll see how this goes, but so far, he has not been doing what it is that Trump and Elon want him to do, and it is it almost lost him the seat, but I don't know. I don't think that that's actually going to scare him. I mean, from what I heard, the Republicans who were holding out and didn't vote for him to win majority chairs said that he was, or Speaker of the House said that he was, that because he wasn't doing what it was that MAGA wanted him to do, that they weren't willing to vote for him again. But then they ended up voting for him, and they said they voted for him because he agreed to do what it was that MAGA wanted him to do. But yeah, I have trouble believing that that's actually going to happen with did I say Jim Johnson earlier? I think it's Mike Johnson, but yeah.
They have an incredibly slim majority in the House. And as I've said before, when it comes to politics, politics is not just a matter of sort of sheer willpower. You actually have to have some give and some take, and it gets pretty ugly sometimes. There's a lot of sausage that has to be made. Okay, but I do think that this is going to be a really successful presidency, and that will be the best comeback to the possibility of a Democratic resurgence. I think they suck at everything, and I do trust that they will continue to suck at most things.
I'm in first place.
This will be the last question.
Sorry, she's been waiting.
This will be the last question as well.
Hi, Ben. My name is Rachel. I am from the blue state of Maine. I've been a fan of you for a long time, so this is a dream come true to ask this question and say hello. My question to you is, as you know, New England was one of the few places in the country that stayed blue this election. So how can we make New England great again?
So, Number one, New Hampshire came very, very close to turning red. That state came very close to turning red. However, what I will say is that in deep blue states, right? I was from a deep blue state. I was from California, and then I left because it was terrible, and I went to Florida, which is an amazing state. And so, if you are in a purple state, I think that you can turn that state red. If you're in a blue-leaning state like Virginia, I think there's a possibility that from time to time it'll turn red. I think if you're in a deep blue state, you should get your ass out of there and move to a red state. And the reason I say that is because here's some good news. You want a piece of good news? Here's a piece of really good news. Okay, so they screwed up the 2020 census. Hey, they really did. They actually screwed this up. The Biden administration acknowledged they screwed up the 2020 census. If they had done the 2020 census properly, that would have meant that electoral votes would have shifted from New York, Connecticut, Illinois, California to Florida, Texas, and Arizona, which means if they had done the census properly in 2020, Trump would have won without winning any of the blue wall states. That means by 2030, Republicans are in a commanding electoral college position. So, come on down. It's great. Okay, so I just want to finish with this note, guys. The future of the country is not just President Trump. The future of the country is in this room. It's on both sides of me. It's these young people here. It's the people who are in the audience who are building the businesses and creating the educational institutions that are building the social fabric of the country. The future of the country is beginning right now. And 100 years from now.
You mean you don't think that you should just put all of your eggs in one basket and make sure that that basket is a fucking 80-year-old basket? No, I fucked up so badly. I don't know why I did that, dude. I was in such a good spot, dude. I was so secure. 7 minutes, again, 22%. I keep getting the 22% every fucking time. 22%, 6 kills. Sheesh.
Now, people are going to look back to this inflection point in American history, and they're going to say, wow, President Trump was right, not just about his own candidacy, but about the American people. The American people, we kick ass. The American people are so great, and we are making the country.
As you know, Donald Trump will be back in the White House in less than 3 weeks. So what do you think the United States is, in light of these comments, relationship with Latin America, relationship with everything south of Mexico is going to look like? And do you think there's room for improvement? What do you make of that?
Well, there's going to be changes, and part of it is because of the border wall, and that is going to affect relations with Mexico.
This story is insane and quite groundbreaking. This reads, in 2023, I received an envelope with no return address. Inside was a flash drive containing tens of thousands of secret files. It came from a vigilante with a tumultuous past who'd conducted a years-long undercover operation. He didn't tell the FBI or his family. He only told...
It says, I secretly joined a MAGA militia. Scary truth exposed.
Me, Josh Kaplan, the person who
You guys ready
published
to be
this
scared?
article for ProPublica. Now, I'll link it in the description below, but I want to run you guys through some key parts of this that really expose how right-wing militias operate, how cops get pulled into them, and this even says, a wilderness survival trainer spent years undercover climbing the ranks of right-wing militias. He penetrated a new generation of militia leaders, which included doctors and government attorneys. Experts say the militias could have a renaissance under Donald Trump. He then sent ProPublica a trove of documents. The conversations that he secretly recorded gave a unique, startling window into the militia movement. So I'm not going to read the entire article. They go over a lot of the backstory, but I just want to cover some key pieces. So after this writer got the documents, it reads, the documents laid out a remarkable odyssey. Posing as an ideological compatriot, Williams had penetrated the top ranks of two of the most prominent right-wing militias in the country. He'd slept in the home of the man who claims to be the new leader of the Oath Keepers. Rifling through his files in the middle of the night, he devised elaborate ruses to gather evidence of militia's ties to high-ranking law enforcement officials. He'd uncovered secret operations like the surveillance of a young journalist, then improvised a way to sabotage the militants' schemes. In one group, his ploys were so successful that he became the militia's top commander in the state of Utah. Now he is a fugitive. He drove south towards a desert 4 hours from the city where he could disappear. Now, this gets wild. This says, we spoke a handful of times over encrypted calls before he fled. He'd been galvanized by the January 6th storming of the Capitol, Williams told me, when militias like the Oath Keepers conspired to violently overturn the 2020 presidential election. Now, the mole, who we refer to as John Williams, believed democracy was under siege from
He was
groups the
at
FBI
January
said
6th.
posed a major domestic terrorism threat. So he infiltrated the militia movement on spec as a freelance vigilante. He did not tell the police or the FBI. A loner, he did not even tell his friends or family. Now let's scroll down a bit right here. It says, so I poured over the files that he sent me, tens of thousands of files. They included dozens of hours of conversations that he secretly recorded and years of private militia chat logs and videos. I was able to authenticate those through other sources in and out of the movement. I also talked to dozens of people, from Williams' friends to other members of the militias. I dug into his tumultuous past and discovered records online he hadn't pointed me to that supported his account. The files gave a unique window, at once expansive and intimate, into one of the most consequential and volatile social movements of our time. Williams penetrated a new generation of paramilitary.
You don't have to stream all the time. I just started. What do you mean? I took yesterday off. I streamed the day before that. I took the day before that off. And both of those streams were fairly short. I didn't even get to the average.
leaders, career cops, doctors, government attorneys. Sometimes they were frightening, sometimes they were bumbling, always heavily armed. It was a world where a man would propose assassinating politicians only to spark a debate about the logistics. So these groups would debate the logistics of terrorist attacks. Now, federal prosecutors have convicted more than 1,000 people for their role in January 6, and key militia captains were sent to prison. Now, President-elect Trump has promised to pardon the January 6 rioters when he returns to the White House. Experts warn that such a move could trigger a renaissance for militant extremists, sending them an unprecedented message of protection and support. You create this permission structure where right-wing, far-right groups can commit crimes, but if they do it in service of Donald Trump, if you storm the Capitol, if you try to overthrow the results of an election, hell, if you harass Liz Cheney, but if you're doing it for Donald Trump, you can get pardoned, you can get let off the hook, and that creates, again, a permission, almost an incentive structure to boost your public profile by committing a crime and having Trump say, this dude did it for me. So Williams is a part of a large...
Yeah, this is part of, I mean, you guys know I've been working on like a video for a while, and I've talked a lot about it, especially when I was on Kick. I was talking about the fact that I was working on this video, but starting to kind of finish it up now. There's a video just kind of talking about like the cult-like qualities of MAGA and the following, and so oh, okay, never mind. Okay, so 22% is my best score, but I'm not getting 22% every single time. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. Working on a video, yeah. Yeah, the working on a video means I'm typing up a script, I'm spending about 3 or 4 days on it, and then I'm going to forget about it and then go do something else. So yeah. But yeah, like one of the things that we're talking about is obviously like the undying loyalty to Trump and the way that he promotes this. He demands loyalty from everybody else, and he promotes, you know, being loyal to him. So we've heard from tons of people within the first Trump administration that the first time they met him, he demanded that they be loyal to him, and they thought, wait, I just met you, bro. Like, why would I be loyal to you? You're a politician. Like, you're supposed to like prove yourself. You're not. I'm not. Nobody should ever be loyal to a politician, especially not in America. Like, in America, like being loyal to a politician is like the most un-American thing you could possibly do. This is we're all about like questioning our politicians and like demanding accountability from them, not being loyal to them. That's freaking crazy. Like, no shot. But that is a thing that Trump demands from people around him. Apparently, people have already said that they you mean like taking an oath? Yeah, well, so normally, yeah, you should take an oath to like the United States, not to the politician. You take an oath to the country, not to the person. You should never be loyal to the person, never take an oath to the person. But apparently, like, I believe I saw an article the other day. I can't remember exactly what all I read in there, but they were talking about the fact that I think people quit because, like, already they were handed papers telling them that they needed to sign like a loyalty pledge before they could work within the administration, and they went ahead and were just like, no, I'm not a fucking communist, so no.
Larger Cold War, radical versus radical, that stayed mostly in the shadows. A left-wing activist told me he personally knows about 30 people who've gone undercover in militias or white supremacist groups. They don't coordinate with law enforcement. Instead, they take the surveillance of one of the most intractable features of American politics into their own hands. And there's a good reason to be skeptical of authorities in this case. Because you can be skeptical of authorities in general, that's fine, but if you get your house broken into, you're very likely going to call the police.
Whoa.
Even if you absolutely hate and don't trust the police, if you or a loved one got in a car accident, you would call the police. That is just what people do. And in this case, he was right for not having local law enforcement officers involved, because there's a historical precedent of them undermining moles or straight up blowing the mole's cover. I mean, the best case scenario would be the law enforcement officers are like, don't do this, bro. This is very dangerous. And they blow your cover.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, technically they're supposed to tell you not to do it because, yeah, if they allow you to do something like this dangerous, then they're afraid that like them knowing could give them liability. So yeah, generally they would kind of feel compelled to do something to stop you from doing it. And so yeah, it is like, as he said, it is vigilantism. So this is not a smart thing, and it's not something that you should like encourage people to do or tell them how to do it, because yeah, this is it's just not a good idea.
The worst case scenario is that the person you end up going to is part of these right-wing militias. I mean, in this case,
True.
I can see why he was skeptical of authorities. So let's continue. If there was one moment that set Williams on his path into the militia underground, it came roughly a decade before January 6th, when he was sent to a medium security prison. He was in his early 30s, drawn to danger and filled with inner turbulence. Now, he was arrested for a stretch of petty crimes. He fell out with old friends. He pled guilty to misdemeanors of trespassing, criminal mischief, and assault. I can go down, if you want to read his entire backstory, it's in this article, but I do want to go to some of the moments that are really eye-opening. So after Williams got out of prison, he was a wilderness survival instructor. Williams struggled to get his survival business going. He'd hand out business cards at hobbyist gatherings with promises of adventure, but in practice, he was mostly leading seminars in city parks for beer money. Then around New Year's in 2019, according to Williams, he'd received an email from a leader in American Patriots 3%, or AP3. He wanted to hire Williams for a training session. He could pay $1,000. Finally, Williams thought, I'm starting to get some traction. They had agreed that there would be no semi-automatic rifles, Williams told me, so everyone brought a sidearm. Some dozen militiamen had driven into the mountains near Peter Sinks, Utah, one of the coldest places in the contiguous U.S. Initially, they wanted training in evasion and escape, Williams said, but he thought they needed to work up to that. So for 3 days, he taught them the basics of wilderness survival, but with a twist: how to stay alive while, quote, trying to stay hidden. That's ironic. He showed them how to build a shelter that would both keep them dry and escape detection, how to make a fire, and then how to clean it up so no one could tell it was ever there. As the days wore on, stray comments started to irk him. Once, a man said he'd been, quote, kiked into overpaying for his Ruger handgun. That's a slur against Jewish people, which I've never actually said before. That's terrible. At the end of the training, AP3 leaders handed out matching patches. The ritual reminded Williams of a biker gang. And it's kind of scary to think,
filled
what are
with
these people
inner
planning?
turbulence.
What do they need to escape?
It's I guess that's the new way of saying he was a hoodlum. Instead of just saying, yeah, he was a bit of a troublemaker, he's a bit of a hoodlum, you know, he's just he's always out in the streets just causing trouble. He's filled with inner turbulence. Of course. That's a normal thing to say. No, go back. Sheesh. Keep doing this. This is gonna drive me freaking crazy, dude.
From and then cover their trail up, right? It's scary. He had already been to some shorter AP3 events to meet the men and tailor the lesson to his first meaningful client, Williams told me. But spending days in the woods with them felt different. He said the experience was unpleasant and decided not to work with the group again, which is fair. I mean, when you're running a business, sometimes you won't click with your clients, especially if they're Nazis or neo-Nazis. The portion of Williams' story, exactly how and why he first became a militia member, is the hardest part to verify. By his own account, he kept his thoughts and plans entirely to himself. At the time, he was too embarrassed to even tell friends what happened that weekend. All right, I'm going to skip forward more. Then came January 6th, And as he was watching on TV, he later told me Williams
Filled
thought
with
he recognized
dicks.
the patch on a rioter's tactical vest. It looked like the one that AP3 leaders had handed out at the end of his training. Did I teach that guy? He wondered. Why was I so cordial to them all? If they knew I was gay...
Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. You are watching the #1 Slither player not play Slither today. Just so you know, that's who you're watching. You have the pleasure of watching the #1 Slither player in the world play a different game other than Slither. First, I became the #1 Factorio player in the world. And once that became way too easy, I moved on to Slither. Then from there, I played a game called Get Up, I believe, the name of the game. And I became the #1 player at Get Up, where I held a large hammer in my hand and climbed up things so effortlessly, so easily. Those were the days. Now, I'm playing Paper.io.
I bet they'd want me dead, and I actually helped them because I was too selfish to think of anything but my career. It's not really his fault for taking on a client that he didn't know much about, but shame quickly turned to anger, he told me, and a desire for revenge. Now let's jump into the new world. Williams stood alone in his apartment, watching himself in the mirror. I'm tall. I'm Dave. I'm tall. I'm Dave. He tried to focus on his mannerisms, on the intonation of his voice. Whether he was saying the truth or a falsehood, he wanted to appear exactly the same. Now, months had passed since the Capitol riot. By all appearances, Williams was now an enthusiastic member of AP3. Now, the article describes how after January 6th, the militia memberships began plummeting because the authorities were cracking down on the movement. And if we scroll down a bit, he was appointed a leadership role due to his skills and due to the fact that memberships were plummeting. He took a note of the job titles of leaders he met, like an Air Force Reserve Master Sergeant. He said, I confirmed this through military records, who recruited other airmen into the movement. Williams attended paramilitary trainings where the group practiced ambushes with improvised explosives and semi-automatic guns. He offered his comrades free lessons in hand-to-hand combat and bonded with them in the backcountry hunting jackrabbits. When the militia joined right-wing rallies for causes like gun rights, they went in tactical gear. Williams attended as their gray man, he said, assigned to blend in with the crowd and call in armed reinforcements if tensions erupted. Since his work was seasonal, Williams could spend as much as 40 hours a week on militia activities. One of his duties as an intel officer was to monitor the group's enemies on the left, where he saw a Proud Boy he recognized from a joint militia training. Was this a closet right-winger keeping tabs on the socialists, or a closet leftist who might dox him or inform the police? Interesting. So right-wingers are also infiltrating DSA meetings, but in DSA meetings, they're probably not talking about assassinating politicians and explosives. He first contacted me in October of 2022. He couldn't see how the movement was changing beyond his corner of Utah. AP3 was reinvigorated by then, I later found, with as many as 50 recruits applying each day. In the private chats that the author...
It's got to be exhilarating. Like, I would imagine for somebody who used to be a criminal, this would be like the thing to do. Like, this is, I would enjoy the fucking hell out of something like this. Like going undercover like that for a long period of time and yeah, just like infiltrating groups to get information and shit like that. That would be a lot of fun, but it would be terrifying at the same time, obviously, because you're always afraid that they're going to find out and kill you. So yeah, this sounds like a bad idea, honestly.
Reviewed, leaders were debating if they should commit acts of terrorism. At the Texas border, members were rounding up immigrants in armed patrols, but Williams didn't know all that yet. On our first call, he launched into a litany of minutia, names, logistical details, allegations of minor players committing petty crimes. He could tell I wasn't sure what it all amounted to. Williams feared that if anything, he'd helped the movement, AP3, and not damaged it. Then, in early November, Rowlands told him to contact a retired detective named Bobby Kinch. So listen, the militia's eye-patched founder, Stuart Rhodes, was in jail amid his trial for conspiring to overthrow the effing government, and now the new leader was a sheriff. Kinch said he was serving on the group's national board when his predecessor was arrested. Rhodes called him from jail to say, "Don't worry about me, this is God's way, but I want you to save the organization." Kinch explained that Rowlands, who'd recently defected to the Oath Keepers, had been singing Williams' praises. Now, here's where it starts to get really scary. So the author describes how in their group message, their encrypted group message, they were talking about how there was a break-in at the Utah General Attorney's office. And it was reported to the group, and for some unspoken reason,
Did he have an
the
eye
Oath
patch?
Keepers seemed to think that this was a direct relevance to them. Coates promised to find out more about the burglary. Quote, "The sheriff should have some answers to my inquiries today or tomorrow." The last line would come to obsess Williams, and rightfully so. How do they have direct contact with the sheriff? Why is the sheriff sending secret information about investigations to right-wing militias? He sent a long, made-up note about his own experience collaborating with law enforcement officials. Quote, "I'm curious, how responsive is the sheriff to your inquiries, or do you have a source you work with?" Quote, "The sheriff has become a personal friend who hosted my FBI interviews." Why are there balloons popping up? What did I do? Sorry about that, but Coates responded, "He opens a lot of doors." Coates had been in D.C. on January 6th, he told Williams. It'd make sense if that had piqued the FBI's interest, but to Williams it hinted at a more menacing scenario. Secret ties between those who threaten the rule of law and those duty-bound to enforce it. He desperately wanted more details, but he didn't want to push too far. I'm going to keep running you through some of the most important parts because it gets pretty insane. This is like a movie. So he goes to Kinch, the sheriff's house. They become pretty close.
Yeah, I would love to watch a movie about this, dude. I would watch the hell out of a movie about this. This sounds fucking amazing.
Williams had made a secret purchase of a small black device off of Amazon. It looked like a USB drive. The on-off switch and microphone holes revealed what it really was, a bug. As the two men chatted over cups of cannoli-flavored coffee, Williams didn't notice when Kinch's dog snatched the bug from his bag. The night before, Williams had slept in the guest bedroom. The house was cluttered with
Watch Homestead then. I feel like I might have seen Homestead. Remind me what that's about. What's wrong with an eye patch? Nothing. Have you guys watched House of Dragons? I just finished it last week or the week before. And it is pretty good. I'm actually really enjoying it. I didn't like the first season very much, but the second season is fucking killer. But they have a guy in there with an eye patch. And it actually like really fits his character. It's not like over caricature-y. It's kind of interesting. I enjoyed that character. You're dead, 'cause I killed you. Loser. You didn't even know that I'm the one who killed your ass.
Automatic
About
rifles.
the government
He
trying
had
to
risked
crack down on militia
photographing 3
independence.
plaques on the walls inscribed with the same Ernest Hemingway line. Quote, "There is no hunting like the hunting of a man," they read. "Those who have hunted armed men long enough and liked it never really cared for anything else." They spotted the dog at the same time. The bug was attached to a charging device. The animal was running around with it like it was a tennis ball. As Kinch went to receive it, Williams felt panic grip his chest. Could anyone talk their way out of this? He learned enough about Kinch to be terrified of his rage. Looking around, Williams eyed his host's handgun on the kitchen counter. If he starts to examine it, I'll grab the gun, he thought. Then I'll shoot him and flee into the woods. Kinch took the bugs from the dog's mouth, then handed it right back to...
Yeah, he was cool. I wanted more, but then I remembered he had the big dragon. So Jay, take it back. Oh, so I take it back. Yeah, he was really cool. He's a cool character. And I like the reason that he's not like caricature-y is because even though he is like freaking crazy and kind of a bad guy and crap like that, he is also like very emotional, has like problems from his childhood, and like seems to be very yeah, just like kind of sensitive, and he wants to be like cuddled, like goes to prostitutes to be cuddled and shit like that. I mean, this shouldn't really be spoilers for anybody, but yeah, if you don't want to hear. But yeah, he's a very interesting character, and I really liked him in the show. The thing that I really liked about the first Game of Thrones was the politics. Like, the political aspects of Game of Thrones is what made it like so interesting and kind of like fun to watch. Is like, oh, what are they gonna do? And like, oh, they're using this tactic to get to them, and now they're gonna try to kill them, and now they just went to war with those people to try to get rid of these guys because they need that. And like, that was like the fun part of Game of Thrones. And so when it comes to House of Dragons, like it's all like very political. Like, the whole show is very political. And yeah, I really like it. I really like how the show's going so far. I played that perfect. Just got into first place. Let's go.
The cartels are extremely powerful just south of the border, and also they operate in American
what is
territory.
playing?
To Williams and started to apologize. Don't worry about it, Williams said. He's a puppy. On their way out the door, Kinch grabbed the pistol and placed it on the console of his truck. It was an hour's drive to the nearest city where the Oath Keepers were holding a leadership meeting. Williams rode shotgun, his bug hooked into the zipper of his backpack. On the tape, I could hear the wind racing through the car window. The radio played Bryan Adams' Summer of '69.
What?
And early in the meeting, Kinch laid out his vision for the Oath Keepers' role in American life. Quote, "We have a two-edged sword," he said. The dull edge was more traditional grassroots work, exemplified by the efforts to combat alleged election fraud. He hoped to build their political apparatus so that in 5 or 10 years, conservative candidates would be seeking the Oath Keepers' endorsement. And it's just, I'm thinking about these people showing up in the 2026 midterms or 2028 election and trying to intimidate people. I mean, you can see, we've all seen the militias that you see on the right here. These were the people at January 6th.
We've all seen the militias.
Then there was
that
a
you
sharp
see.
edge, paramilitary training. Quote, "You hone all of these skills."
Did you guys know that? We've all seen the militias that you see, or that you've seen.
Because when the dull edge fails, you've got to be able to turn that around and be sharp. The room smelled like donuts, one of the men had remarked. The week before, Kinch's predecessor had been convicted of seditious conspiracy. This was their first meeting since the verdict, and I opened that recording later with the same anticipation I felt sitting down for the Super Bowl. What would come next for the militia after this historic trial? Ruin, recovery,
stupid.
or revolt?
That was dumb.
The stature of men leading this group post-January 6th resurrection.
All right, I'm going to play this one super careful, super slow, super chill. I got this one. I got this. Let's get some W's in chat. I fucking got this.
direction startled me. I was expecting the ex-cops. Militias tend to prize law enforcement
Yeah, it got
ties.
greedy, yeah.
During an armed operation, it could be useful to have police see you as a friend. But there was also an Ohio OBGYN on the National Board of Directors. He used to work for the Cleveland Clinic, I discovered, and now led a subsidiary of United Health Group. The doctor was joined at the board
United Health Group.
city prosecutor in Utah, an ex-city council member, and Williams was later told a sergeant with an Illinois Sheriff's Department. The doctor did not respond to requests for comment.
Wait, isn't that the name? Isn't that the name? Am I crazy? Isn't United Health Group the name of the thing? Isn't that them? Am I wrong here? Is it some other health group? Not group. It's just United Health Care. What'd it do, Gerard?
Comment. He had since left his post with the United Health subsidiary, a spokesperson for the company said. But the fact that there's an Illinois
I'm in second
sheriff,
place now.
or sorry,
Let's slow it down.
but the fact that there's a sergeant with an Illinois Sheriff's Department, I mean, this sergeant is making decisions on a day-to-day basis that could benefit the group that he works with on the side, the Oath Keepers. Over 6 hours, the men set goals and delegated responsibilities with surprisingly little worry about the federal crackdown on militias. They discussed the scourges they were there to combat: stolen elections, drag shows, President Joe Biden, only in asides. Instead, they focused on marketing. So what buzzwords can we insert in our mission statement, one asked, and on resources that had helped the local chapters rapidly expand. Quote, I'd like to see this organization be like the McDonald's of patriot organizations, another added. To Williams, it felt more like a Verizon sales meeting than an insurrectionist cell. And it's insane. You just have to think about how intentional these militias are with the rhetoric that they use. They're not just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. They use very key phrases about protecting America's culture, which really means keeping America white. They have these key phrases that can sometimes resonate with the average person if you don't think deeper at their intention.
I don't know much about the Oath Keepers. I know that a lot of people say this about like the Proud Boys, and I don't think that the Proud Boys actually cared about keeping America white as much. See, I don't understand how that keeps happening. I don't get it. I'm on my turf. Like, if I'm on my turf, why? Why does that happen? I don't get it.
They then talked about how they were running surveillance operations. Quote, we're making progress locally on the law enforcement, Coates said. He said that at least 3 of them can get the sheriff on the phone any time of the day. Like the last time, Coates didn't give a name, but he said something more intriguing. Quote, the sheriff is my tie-in to the state attorney general because he's friends. Williams told me he fought the urge to lob a question. The attorney general office did not respond to requests for comments. Closing out the day, Kinch summarized their plan moving forward. Keep a low profile, focus on the unglamorous work, and rebuild their national footprint, and patiently prepare for 2024. We still got, 2 more years until another quote-unquote election. He thanked Williams for coming, and then they left. The stakeout. It only gets crazier, and man, this is a long-ass article. That's why I'm skipping over some portions that just go into his life history in 2002. That's not as relevant as this. On December 17th of 2022, a week after that meeting, Williams called a tech-savvy 19-year-old Oath Keeper named Rowan. He told Rowan he was going to teach him to infiltrate leftist groups, but Williams' real goal was far more underhanded. While the older Oath Keepers had demurred at his most sensitive questions recently, the teenager seemed eager to impress a grizzled survival instructor. By assigning missions to Rowan, he hoped to probe the malicious secrets without casting suspicion on himself. Quote, you don't quite have the life experience to do this, Williams opened in the recording, but with a couple years training, I think we can work towards that goal. In Rowan, the 19-year-old, Williams had found a particularly vulnerable target. He was on probation, and according to court records, Rowan had walked up to a stranger's truck as she was leaving her driveway. She rolled down her window, and he punched her several times in the face. When police arrived, Rowan began screaming that he was going to kill them and threatened to blow up the police department. He was convicted of misdemeanor assault. Williams felt guilty about using the young man, but also excited. Fuck this young man, honestly, don't feel guilty. The relationship quickly unearthed. something that disturbed him. The week of their call, Williams woke up to a series of angry messages in the Oath Keeper's encrypted signal channel. The ire was directed towards a Salt Lake Tribune report.
I hate this so much. I hate it so much. I hate this fucking shit. My mouse keeps going off of the fucking window to where I keep losing track of where my mouse is. It's driving me nuts. I like get onto there, I try to turn around, and then I don't know where the fuck my mouse is.
Reporter who, according to Coates, was a real piece of shit. His sins included critical coverage of anyone trying to expose voter fraud, and writing about a local political figure who'd appeared on a leaked Oath Keepers roster. Williams messaged Rowan, quote, I noticed in the chat there's some kind of red list of journalists. Could you get that to me? He asked. Quote, it would be very helpful to my safety when observing political rallies or infiltrating leftists. Ah, yes, I have doxes on many journalists in Utah, Rowan responded, using slang for sharing someone's personal data. He sent over a dossier of the Tribune reporter, which opened with a brief manifesto. Quote, this dox goes out to those who have been terrorized, doxed, harassed, slandered, and family names mutilated by these people. The reason they're mutilating your family names is because you guys are literal neo-Nazis. It provided the reporter's address and phone number along with 2 pictures of his house. Man, there's a non-zero chance that me or someone at Midas is on one of these lists. Then, Rowan shared similar documents about a local film critic. He posted a snarky retweet of the Tribune writer and about a student reporter at Southern Utah University. The college student had covered a rally the Oath Keepers recently attended. Quote, we found the car he drove through a few other members that did a stakeout. That's awesome, Williams said. Internally, he was reeling. A stakeout? In the dossier, he found a background of the student's parents along with their address. Had armed men followed this kid around? Did they surveil his family home? His notes showed him wrestling with a decision he hadn't let himself reckon with before. Was it time to stop being a fly on the wall and start taking action? Did he need to warn someone? The journalists? The police? Breaking character would open the door to disaster. Imagine if he did go to the police department and he informed somebody who has close ties with these people. I mean, that would be life over. That would be game over. The incident with Kinch's dog had been a chilling reminder of the risks. Williams had been in the militia too long. He was losing his sense of objectivity. The messages were alarming, but were they an imminent threat? He couldn't tell. The point of his mission was finally coming into focus. He was done simply playing the part of a model militia member. His plan had 2 parts. After gathering as much compromising information as he could, he would someday release it all online, which is what we're reading right now. He carefully documented anything that looked legally questionable, hoping law enforcement would find something useful for a criminal case. At the very least, going public could make militiamen more suspicious of each other. In the meantime, he would undermine the movement from the inside. He began trying to blunt the danger that he saw lurking in every volatile situation the militiamen put themselves in. On January 27th, body camera footage of the police killing of Nichols, the famous case, an unarmed black man, became public. Quote, the footage is gruesome and distressing, the New York Times reported. Quote, cities across the U.S. are bracing for protests. The militias had often responded to Black Lives Matter rallies with street brawls and armed patrols. Williams had visions of Kyle Rittenhouse-esque shootings in the streets. He put his newly formulated strategy into action, sending messages to militiamen around the country with made-up rumors he hoped would persuade them to stay home. In Utah, he wrote to Kinch and the leaders of his other 2 militias. He would be undercover at the protests in Salt Lake City, he wrote. If any militiamen went, even, quote, a brief look of recognition could blow my cover and put my life in danger. All 3 ordered their troops to avoid the event. After the protests, Williams turned on his voice diary and let out a long sigh. For weeks, he'd been nauseous and had trouble eating. He developed insomnia that would keep him up until dawn. He'd gone to the rally to watch for militia activity. When he got home, he'd vomited blood. Even grocery shopping took hours now. He circled the aisles to check if he was being tailed. Once while driving, he thought he'd caught someone following him. He'd reached out to a therapist to help relieve some of his pressure, he said. But he was afraid of speaking candidly with the therapist. Quote, I can check his office for bugs and get his electronics out of the office. And then once we're free, I can tell him what's going on. And then here's number 10, the deep state. On March 20th, Williams called Scott Seddon, the founder of AP3. If he was on the verge of a breakdown, it didn't impact his performance. I could tell when Williams was trying to advance his agenda as I listened later, but he was subtle.
This is called paper.io. I've seen a bunch of other people on the vertical streams playing it. So yeah, it's called paper.io. It's a lot of fun. The main idea is that like you take over more territory, and then in order to win the game, you have to take up 100% of the map. Now, people are able to continue spawning though. And so the only time they can spawn is if there's like a free space, right? So that there has to be like a distance where, you know, there's nobody there and nobody takes up that space. So every time I draw a line that connects back to my my thing, it makes it bigger. But if somebody runs into my line while it's on the white paper, that kills me. And so it's the same for me. If I want to kill somebody else, I just run into their line while they're on the paper. Ah, shoot. And then they're dead. So yeah, every time you go onto the paper, it's like helping you increase your space, but it's yeah, it's dangerous cuz you could get killed while you're out there. So you're taking a chance every time you go onto the paper.
About it. Methodical. By day's end, he had achieved perhaps his most remarkable feat yet. He'd helped persuade Sedon and his lieutenants to fire the head of AP3's Utah chapter and install Williams in his place. Now he had access to sensitive records only senior militia leaders could see. He had final say over the group's actions in an entire state. He knew the coup would make him vastly more effective, yet that night in his voice diary, Williams sounded like a man in despair. The success only added to his paranoia. Becoming a major figure in the Utah militia scene raised a possibility he couldn't countenance. He might be arrested and sent to jail for some of the actions of his comrades. With a sense of urgency now, he focused even more intently on malicious ties to government authorities. Quote, "I've been still collecting evidence on the paramilitary's use of law enforcement. It's way deeper than I thought." He solved the mystery of the Oath Keeper's sheriff. It was a sheriff for Iron County, Utah, a tourist hub near 2 national parks. He assigned Rowan to dig deeper into the official's ties with the movement and come back with emails or text messages. In a recent interview, the sheriff told me that he declined to offer to join the Oath Keepers, but that he's known, quote, quite a few members and thinks they're, quote, generally good people. Coates has periodically contacted him about issues like firearms rules that Coates believed are unconstitutional. The sheriff said, quote, "If I agree, I contact the Attorney General's office." Claiming to work on, quote, a communication strategy for reaching out to law enforcement, Williams then goaded AP3 members into bragging about their police connections. They told him about their ties with high-ranking officers in Missouri, in Louisiana, in Texas, and in Tennessee. The revelations terrified him. Quote, "When this gets out, I think I'm probably going to flee overseas," he said in his diary. "They have too many connections. What if a cop ally helped militants track him down? Quote, I don't think I can safely stay within the United States." 4 days later, he turned into a Zoom seminar put on by a fellow AP3 leader. It was a rambling and sparsely attended meeting, but 45 minutes in, a woman brought up an issue in her Virginia hometown, population 23,000. The town's vice mayor.
I'm in first place by a lot now. Like, I've 8.7% of the board. Second place is at 3% right now. So, I am owning this shite.
A proud election denier, was under fire for a homophobic remark. She believed a local reporter covering the controversy was leading a secret far-left plot. What's more, the reporter happened to be her neighbor. To intimidate her, she said, she'd been leaving dead animals on her lawn. To intimidate her, he'd said, he'd been leaving dead animals on her lawn. Quote, "I think I have to settle a score with this guy," she concluded. Quote, "They're getting down to deep state local level and it's gotta be stopped." After the call, Williams went to turn off his recording device. "Well, that was fucking insane," he said aloud. He soon reached out to the woman to offer his advice. Maybe he could talk her down, Williams thought, or at least determine what she'd meant by settling a score. But she wasn't interested in speaking with him, so again he faced a choice. Do nothing or risk his cover being blown. He finally came to the same conclusion he had the last time he feared journalists were in jeopardy. He sent an anonymous warning. Quote, "Because she is a member of the right-wing militia group and is heavily armed, I wanted to let you know," Williams wrote to the reporter. "I believe her to be severely mentally ill, and I believe her to be dangerous. For my own safety, I cannot reveal more." He saw the article the next morning. The journalist had published 500 words about the disturbing email he'd got.
This game is gonna fucking... game is gonna kill me. It really is. I don't know what to do here. Normally at the beginning of games, I think, well, it's the beginning. I don't have a whole lot to lose, so might as well just go big. If I get killed while I'm like going big, then, you know, like who cares? I don't have like a big estate to lose or anything like that, but yeah, once I get, oh yes, once I get like more and more, or I get like onto the leaderboard, so like right now I'm in 3rd already. So yeah, the higher I get and the faster I'm like gaining ground on them, the more and more I'm like trying to be careful and not lose ground. Okay, yeah, so now I'm pretty close to 1st, so I need to slow it down some.
Complete with a screenshot of Williams' entire note. Only a few people had joined that meandering call. Surely, only Williams pestered the woman about it afterwards. There could be little doubt that he was the mole. He pulled the go bag from his closet and fled. A few days later, while on the run, Williams recorded the final entries of his diary. Amid the upheaval, he sounded surprised to feel a sense of relief. Quote, I see the light at the end of the tunnel for the first time in 2.5 years. Now, really quickly, I have a few takeaways from this, and that's that these groups are comprised of a diverse amount of people. And I don't mean racially diverse. I mean, there could be former law enforcement officers, there could be doctors, there could be OGBYNs, and within that group, they have varying levels of commitment or varying levels of, let's say, like sanity. So I think that there are very smart people leading these groups, but then many of the members that get pulled into it, or many of the members that decide to join, are just mentally ill Americans, like the lady who was planting dead animals on her neighbor's lawn. And the reason I'm saying this is because I've met so many of these people at Trump rallies. I mean, not Oath Keepers, I'm sure I have met and interviewed them, but I have met so many people at Trump rallies who very clearly just have something mentally off, and that pushes them towards extremism. And here are some of the photos that were referenced in the article. We saw these ones of the Oath Keepers training. This is from him training the Oath Keepers. Now here's another one who had the Hemingway line. Certainly there is no hunting like the hunting of a man, and those who have hunted armed men long enough and liked it never really care for anything else. I'm going to leave it at that. If you enjoyed this video, drop a like, subscribe, check out the article in the description below. That was crazy, and I'll keep updating you guys as the story comes out.
Hunting armed men, dude. That is
starting at $59.
That is quite the way to phrase it, dude. You are hunting other humans. It's fucking wild. Yeah, I think that would be fun, but it would obviously be terrifying, and I'm assuming, yeah, he doesn't have like a wife and kids or anything, because I doubt he would be able to do this shit if he did. Oh, the guy who was in 1st died. I'm in 1st now. But I got a couple of guys right on my tail.
A month with NZXC's new subscription.
You might have missed it, so let's just roll that back.
You can now own Endgame.
You cannot own this computer. NZXC's own rental program agreement makes that extremely clear. It is not something that can be owned. But that's what he said. Quote, the subscription is not a rent-to-own program. At no point will subscriber own the rental devices or other services provided under this subscription, even if subscriber payments aggregate to more than the collective retail price for all services. As for who the customer is, NZXC's Flex rental program somehow gets even more duplicitous and disgusting when you realize it seems to prey upon mostly broke, vulnerable people at risk of debt traps and children. Interesting. Roll 212.
Switching from console to PC has never been a cheap date, which always made convincing your parents or wife to buy one a difficult task.
So that's a no? Thanks.
Now I know what it feels like to be living in hell.
And if you think about it, Carter PCs did make a video about it. You could literally get one of these PCs for 1 month and then win a Fortnite tournament or something and have enough money to buy your own PC. Now, I'm not saying that you should do that because winning a Fortnite tournament can be pretty difficult, I'm not gonna lie. But who knows, maybe some of you guys are underground Fortnite pros.
And this is the exact pure Gamba brain rot that NZXT is targeting with its rental program. NZXT has become so predatory that we researched illegal payday loans.
Hey, I was calling about the check cashing loans.
The other day, I was on TikTok, and I came across this woman's TikTok where she was saying all of these things. Like, so I first got on, it looked like she just went live, and she was saying to everybody, like, all right, everybody, I made all of my money back. And then her husband's like sitting next to her. They're doing this in the car. And her husband's sitting next to her. And he's like, she did. She made all of her money back in 2 days, guys. This is amazing. I'm so proud of you. This is so amazing. I can't believe you did it. And I'm thinking, oh shit, did they just go to like fucking Vegas or something and just like gamble a ton of money away and then somehow like go back and gamble again and win the money back, or what? Like, what just happened here? So I started watching, and it turns out it was close. Actually, instead, they were it was a what do you call it? Shit, like a pyramid scheme. And so as she kept talking, I typed the words, how do you spell MLM into her chat? And then I was like, wait, let me hear some more. Let me hear what else she says. And then she starts saying, you guys can do it too. You can do what I did. You don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to be a nurse. You don't even have to have a college degree. You can do the same thing I did. Use my number, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. So I hit enter and I just like sent the message, how do you spell MLM? And she reads it at first and is like, how do you spell MLM? Hold on. How do you spell MLM? Oh. Hold on, everybody. 1 second. I need to ban somebody. Hold on 1 second. And then she banned me. And so I went and looked up like what she was working for, and it is like an MLM type thing. Technically, it's not an MLM. Fuck. Technically, it's not an MLM, but it's something close. Something similar. What's their product? I don't even know. And so I went and looked up like more about them, and it was shit like it was just shit like where everybody who used to work with them talking about the one woman who's in charge. She runs everything. She tells everybody like what to do, and that like everybody like owes their entire life to her. And the thing is that even on message boards where they're talking about this being a scam, that people shouldn't do it, that these people are like pretty much doing a pyramid scheme. There's a bunch of people who come into the message board and they're saying stuff like, no, I heard it's not a scam. I heard it's a really easy business opportunity that anyone can do. You don't have to be a nurse. You don't have to be a teacher. You don't even have to have a degree. Anyone can do it. It's so easy. I'm thinking about trying it myself. And I'm like, they're literally in the fucking comment section, dude. Like, they're literally right here in the fucking comment section just saying shit. On the like Reddit message boards and crap like that. And then there were other people, most of them misspelt the words too, but they kept talking about the fact that like everybody who goes into this, they have to get other people to help them sell their things, right? It's pretty much similar to a pyramid scheme where you have to get people below you. But instead of you making money off of them selling things, you just get money off of them joining. So you get like a finder's fee for each person that joins, and you get paid just by them buying into the system, so that now they're hooked on it. But even all of the people, and every single person that I looked up, each and every single one of them is talking about how easy it is to sell these products and how much money you'll make. That's why you need to come and use my code so that we can make money together. And I was like, so I started saying on some of these message boards, I was like, you guys realize if you were actually going to sell this shit and make a lot of money, they wouldn't be trying to get other people to sign up under them. Like, if they're making so much money from being so successful at just selling the shit, they wouldn't be on TikTok, on Reddit boards, on YouTube, on Facebook, trying to get people to come in under them. They wouldn't need to do that because they're already making so much money selling this already. And they don't want to they don't want to flood the market. They want, if it was me and I was actually making a lot of money doing something, yeah, I wouldn't want more people selling that thing. I would want to be the only one, and I would want to make sure that there's as little competition as possible and that nobody's finding people before I do. I want to be the one who finds everybody. I'm not going to go try to get more people under me. Nah, fuck that shit. If I'm making a lot of money with selling, then I want to sell. Like making a little bit amount of money off getting people under me, that's not beneficial. But yeah, it's just kind of amazing that these things are also considered to be very cult-like as well, though. They're all considered to be very like cultish, and that the leaders normally have this like very cult-like following, and they can't be questioned, and everybody praises them, and they're like a fucking rock star and shit like that. It's yeah, it's weird. I'm always surprised when I come across these things, and a lot of the stuff that we were watching, a lot of the forums that I was reading, they were all saying that like they literally target like middle-aged housewives that just don't have anything better to do, or people who are like struggling and like need to pay their bills. Like they always say, like, if you're having trouble paying your bills, just buy in. It'll be easy. Shit like that.
All right, Austin. I humored you for a minute while we were in there because I already noticed your bags. I seen the pictures of it. I told Grandma we're seasoned for evidence anyhow. But when you have the red spray paint still in your bag, yeah. Your agreement you had with the county has been pulled. Your bond's been revoked. You can go to prison. We're done dealing with you. All right? Good luck there. I'm trying to get a hold of judge or sheriff. Maybe get you out of protect and put you in general pop. See how that works. So
On May 4th, 2024, police
yeah, it
in
sounds like it's over for
Ohio
this guy.
responded to an unusual
sounds
vandalism
like he's
call.
fucked.
The officer quickly spotted the offensive spray paint on the city's main underpass and began investigating. Just 2 days later, on May 6th, police would have enough probable cause to visit his grandmother's home with an arrest warrant. Detectives immediately had a suspect, 23-year-old Austin Rogers, who has a checkered history with several agencies and was released pending a plea agreement for a similar previous charge. While speaking to his grandmother and entering the house, they would find the evidence they need: The suspect also allegedly posted photos and videos of the vandalism to several websites, including 4chan. The following footage may be uncomfortable to some.
Not to me. I'm fucking hard. Meaning I'm tough, not. What is happening? We're just watching them walk down the road. Is this ASMR shit?
So something I needed to bring to your attention, and I'm sure the chief will want to know ASAP as well. So I'm currently on a vandalism call at the Columbus Ave underpass, and I'm looking at a couple of swastikas, White Lives Matter, Hitler was right, and a thing that says Dresden.
Swastikas, White Lives Matter, Hitler was right. What was he right about? The Jews? Swastikas, White Lives Matter, Hitler was right. Okay.
.com, and it so happens our friend in common Austin Rogers was released a couple of days ago from the Erie County Jail from all that, ethnic intimidation, all that stuff. I know it's raining, and I know the chief was really concerned about that and had to call the street department last time this happened over at Charlene Park. Even though it's raining and pouring and all that, and it's opening day, do we still want to contact and have the street department come in on overtime for this so all the tourists don't see? Or are we just going to have them take care of it on Monday? Mm-hmm. Alrighty, thank you, sir. Yeah, bye. Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, I can't help you right now. I'm going to call, and you're back in traffic up. We have to keep it moving, okay? That's fine, yes.
61, you got to be set. Yeah, good, thanks.
All right. What's up?
Is there more on the north side, or is it just the south side?
It's all on the west side wall here. Hey, sorry, I was on the other line with Chris Denny regarding another issue, or regarding something else, so...
There's some down by my cruiser, I'll photograph them.
They can see it plain as day for people that are going north and south of the underpass. It's in bright red spray paint. You can't miss it. Yes, it's all on the west wall. All right, sounds good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, bye. Hey, sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. I had Denny in E-Stop calling me about two different things, and I got to call the chief about this too, about this graffiti. So, just keep. Oh, I know who it is. It's Austin Rogers. It's just I got to check for cameras too because
I feel like I know this name, Austin Rogers. Does anybody else know who this guy is? Okay. So I feel like this name sounds really familiar. Basic American name. Yeah, maybe. I think that there's like another guy named Rogers who shot up a place back in the day. But I can't remember his name.
I gotta go back to the station real quick, so that way I can contact Steve, what's his face, and or Dave Borsick about this, because definitely can't have the tourists on
Mr.
opening day
Rogers,
seeing
yes,
all
the
this shit on the
famous
side of the
murderer.
the west side of the wall here. Now you said there's something on the north. Did you see anything on the east side?
Mr.
Yeah.
Rogers.
So it's like Dresden.com, I think. Yeah, I checked that website. I have yet to check the website because I only put in Dresden.com, which is like some like dubstep group. Yeah, the more I think about that, that's probably a good idea to not look that up either. So, all right, well, since you're here in the area, can you do me a solid and start looking for cameras to see if we have any or all or anything at all that would face towards over here? Yeah, I think they do too, but I'm not quite sure if that would cover the underpass per se. No, hopefully it will. All right, sweet. Can you like leave a business card so that way we can, determine what, try to figure out who exactly did this? All right, sounds good. I need to go back to the station and make some phone calls to see if the street department will come in overtime for this, because, obviously we know we don't want people seeing this shit. Yep. So, all right, I'm gonna let you go. Yeah, bye.
Okay, you knock on the door.
Either one, I'm not gonna talk to her.
Hello. How are you doing? Is Austin here? I need to talk to him.
Austin?
How you doing, ma'am?
All right.
You his mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
sorry.
no, I'm his grandma.
Grandma's alright to come in and talk to you?
Yeah.
All right.
Austin?
This is a lot of like nothing. They're really dragging this out.
He's inside. Yeah.
They're with them. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on.
Probation. So, hi Austin, how you doing? Good. Got some warrants for you. Huh? Got warrants for you. Okay. All right.
And what?
You'll grab some shoes.
For what now?
Well, he's out spray painting underpasses and everything else and posting about it.
Brilliant, dude. Genius. Fucking genius. Go commit crimes and then go and post it online to let everybody know how cool you are.
Where's your backpack at, bud?
That you spray painted fucking swastikas around.
Bring it with you. You got a warrant, you said? Do I need a warrant at your grandmother's house? I'll get it. That's fine. Go back down. Yeah. You don't want to give it to me to look? Yeah, get a warrant. Okay, come on, step out. Okay. You're in your grandmother's house. We'll deal with it. Will you keep that?
Well, I'm pretty sure they only need the permission from the grandma. Like, if it's her house, they just have to ask her if they can go through his shit. Because it's her shit. Played that one like a fucking G, dude. I'm at 17% now. My record is 22%. I'm at 17% now. I have 4 kills.
We'll walk over to the shoe.
Why?
Are they behind the store? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's spray painting something uplifting.
Which pair?
I'm playing on my phone to beat your high score. Oh, shit. No, you are not.
Let's take a step over for me. Thank you.
What's the server? It puts you in random ones every time. I don't think I can actually.
What are the charges?
I don't know if I can
Honestly,
actually see.
I'm not aware. I literally pulled up and they just told me they needed somebody for transport. Go on that side of the car. You got anything on you?
No.
No cell phones?
No.
Nothing like that? You got some gloves? I'd go to the car and grab that.
You got any weed? My dealer's out. Come on! You gotta be kidding me. Somebody else.
Go ahead, spread your
He
legs
killed
for me.
himself.
A little bit more than that.
Spread your legs. Gross. They about to get freaky deaky. Suck it.
Pull these up a little bit.
I got King Kong in the trunk.
Gotta have a seat.
Yeah, all the brown folks first.
Call the brown folks?
It's okay. Brown folks first. How's it going? Just dumb neighbor over here.
She all right?
No, she's fine. Just got a warrant for the kid.
Oh. I was getting ready to say, hell, I see Granny every day.
Yeah, she's fine. Yeah. Just in case he jumps out the window. He'll have to play with me, so. Sounds like it's over with already, so see?
I won't play with you. That's up to you guys.
You too.
Why? I don't understand this. So nothing's happening. They just picked up a kid and that's it.
You got a glove? I'd go to the car and grab it.
I should have something.
Have a seat. I don't think I have no cards in here, but we'll see.
Why not?
We're live. We're live.
Ronte, you knock on the door. Help this back door too, I remember that. And I had to jump over the fence, the little fence last time.
Oh, you here last time?
Uh-huh. And I had a snake on the chair. Scared. Yep.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That is.
There's somebody walking up.
To the front?
Yeah, somebody walking up. Couldn't tell who it was.
No. I would not. He's up there?
0.22% to
Somebody's at the front.
2%. What is going on here, dude? What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Is this it?
Which way? They're letting you in?
Is this it? Are they just showing different body cams from the same arrest over and over with just a bunch of people outside? That's what it looks like.
Oh, the doggy.
Yes?
I had on there with the SWAT sticker right on top of his bed.
I didn't even know it. Oh, yeah.
Ma'am, ma'am, what's your name? Sharon. When we come in and arrest them, I can see the backpack that's in the video. I'm just going to see you guys' names right now. I'm just letting you know that.
All right.
Okay? I'm just telling you, he walks around with this backpack and all these videos. It's just being seized as evidence right now, and we'll deal with it down the road. Okay?
All right.
Do you have any questions?
No, I don't know what to do, how to help.
I don't think he asked. He kind of said, I'm going to do that. And then she said, all right. I don't know if that counts. Does that count? Does that count? I don't think that counts. Yeah, that wasn't a request? Yeah, I don't think that was a request, dude. It's technically evidence. Yeah, but the problem is that the kids said, they said, we're going to go search your room. And he said, do you have a warrant? And they said, well, do we need one? Like, we're going to get one. We know you did it. And he's like, yeah, you need a warrant. So they're like, okay. So that's why I said, I was like, they can just ask the grandma if they can go in there. She'll probably let them go in. It's her house. So, like, she's allowed to say that they can go in there even if he says no. But just now, he just said he was going to do it. And then she said, all right, after he said he was going to do it. That's not really a request. So, like, yeah, if you don't have a warrant, you have to get permission to go search their shit, right? No search and seizures without a warrant. But he just searched and seized and did not have a warrant, and that did not sound like permission. I think for their room, that was his room. That was the room. We just watched the kid come out of there. We just watched them walk him out of there in handcuffs. That's the same room that he was in earlier when they asked. Was there probable cause? In this case, they're already searching the house. So the probable cause would have to be that there is another crime that's being committed, not that you're looking for evidence for the crime that was already committed, right? So yeah, that doesn't work for this. They can't just, yeah, probable cause does not work for something that you've already arrested them for. Because they have probable cause to arrest him. Yes, they've already arrested him. So now that they've already arrested him, they can't really just start searching shit.
Help him.
The court, tell me you think he needs
He still was, I custody and he never had any problems. But one time with the school, he got in trouble for posting something. But when we went to court, they tried to say he was going to.
What did he do? He spray painted a bunch of swastikas all over the town in red paint and then posted about it on 4chan. It was like bragging about the fact that and that he blew himself up. He just posted about it all over 4chan and Reddit and shit, telling everybody that he did it and posting the pictures of it. So while they're looking for whoever graffitied this thing, they just find him admitting to it on the fucking forums. And so, yeah. They need the device he was using. No, I understand why they want it. I'm saying this is technically like that. I don't think that's a legal seizure. I do not believe that that is a legal search and seizure. So yes, while he said, I can see the can in the backpack, the kid already told him he has to get a warrant for it. So once that kid said that, they have to get like permission from somebody else to be able to go in there and actually take it. And they didn't do that. They did not get permission. He just said, I'm going to do this. And then she said, okay. And so that was, that is technically not, that is not legal.
Well, the school or something, when I showed his video, his lawyer, the thing from the supervisor that said no weapons were mentioned. And she said, well, I got it dropped anyways. So because of all that, they wanted to put him in placement.
Well, he was in a halfway house up in Lorraine, and he wrote something out. He was going to shoot the place up when he went.
No, but after all that happened, they put him in placement. Yeah. Do you know anything about those placements? Those are the worst things that I ever seen. They're the baddest prison. Yeah. And that's when he started getting mean. Yeah. It's like, he was beaten up so bad one time. He was in the hospital for how long? He was raped.
Even after he was arrested the first time, 123, they let him move back in, and he started doing the same stuff all over again.
I don't understand him. I talked to him, and
he's got some issues he needs to deal with. I mean, mental health counseling, I don't know. He told me before he was on meds to keep him level, but he thought they were clouding his mind, so that's why he quit taking them.
That's what I told him. I said, you need to be on some kind of medication, and he said, it makes me
2071, sir, unit close to 1,000 block of 2nd
you
Street.
were seeing your psychiatrist, because I did have him to a psychiatrist before he went in prison.
First place.
I said, you need to tell her that. You don't tell her you're all right. You need to tell her what's going on.
The truth.
And all this other crazy.
No, I'll let you look at it. What do you see right there? The red spray paint can? That's why. That's why we're taking. I knew he had it.
I don't understand why he keeps doing it.
You don't either, but he's just racking up felony charges every time.
Yeah. The prosecutor's office had an agreement with him. He's supposed to get sentenced at the end of the month. They're revoking that, and they're going to re-pull his whole thing.
Just freedom of speech, bro.
It's like, stop. He just needs to stop what he's doing.
And he knew that, so I didn't think he'd ever do anything like that.
On the 4th, he did it. The 5th, he posted it on the website.
Well, I'll tell you right now, from just right here, looking in his room, he has these cards that he puts out on people's porches and stuff of that sort.
Remember we were here the last time? He's taking all the rocks out of
You see what this says? Yeah. White children are only 3% of the world population, already a minority in many Western nations.
I don't know either.
But I appreciate it. Hopefully it didn't upset your day too much. Like I said, we just come over to get him. We knew he was going to be here because they just got bonded out. This was his address for the bond out. So
I thought that once he was on probation, he'd straighten out. I can't believe he turned around and did that.
I know.
Well, get out your hair. Have a good rest of your day.
Is there a unit close to 1,000 block of 2nd Street?
219, Highway.
Just need in cars.
Was there an arrest warrant?
Yeah, they have the charge. They're going to give me a copy of it to give to you.
So there was a warrant, though?
Yeah.
Okay, just double check.
Oh, you are?
74,
All right, Austin. I humored you for a minute while we were in there because I already noticed your bags. I seen pictures of it. I told Grandma we're seizing for evidence anyhow. But when you have the red spray paint still in your bag, your agreement you had with the county has been pulled. Your bond's been revoked. You can go to prison. We're done dealing with you. All right. Good luck there. I'm trying to get all the judge or sheriff. Maybe get you out of protective, put you in general pop, see how that works.
Well done.
Please.
16% that time, damn.
Man, they're killing me without having this clipboard. Hey, just do it.
Saying he's racking up felonies for spray painting graffiti. Yeah, I don't know if that's the only thing that he's racking up felonies for. He might have a bunch of other felonies for other things. I'm not sure if it's the same thing every time.
All the charges are dispatch already. The clerk.
Yes, sir, thank you. You want that window up or down?
Oh, it's good.
Good.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Being Route the County 1 mil.
Yeah, play 434.
Two charges of felony, 5 vandalism.
Okay, thank you.
And they're sending the charges out to the county, so you'll get served with them at the county.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Who's your probation officer?
I have no idea.
Oh, you haven't got one yet?
I just went in and they just told me to come back and check in about. They gave me a schedule. It was like
Damn,
May
he
something
just
to
got
May
out.
something else.
Gotcha.
It's like twice every month. I'm still new to the probation thing, so I don't know yet.
Gotcha.
I don't think I have one yet. Do they tell you their name when you go in check in?
I have no clue.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
I just figured you had already been on it and was already in contact with one.
No, I just was told to check in, and that's it.
I did that one time. I've said this before, but yeah, I was out for, I was locked up for 6 months, out for just a total of 2 weeks, and then got locked back up again. And that time I was locked up for over a year.
What up? I'm gonna grab one to you. I want you to fall. Take one step forward for me.
The following is footage from September 2023, where authorities arrested Rogers for allegedly placing flyers containing racist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic.
I was about to say, dude, if they just move on to another case, if we just watch that for absolutely nothing, I'm gonna be pissed. But no, they're still on the same thing. I'm just, I still don't know why though.
Language on porches of homes in at least 2 Sandusky neighborhoods. Rogers pleaded guilty to 1 count of ethnic intimidation, a 5th-degree felony. In exchange for his plea, 3 other counts, including possession of criminal
Ethnic
tools, felonious assault,
intimidation.
and aggravated menacing, were dismissed.
What the fuck? Ethnic intimidation? That sounds like some fucking Kiwi shit, dude. That sounds like some shit that the fucking British would do. It sounds like a fucking hate crime or some shit like that. We don't have that shit. Oh no, wait, we do have hate crimes. Never mind. We don't have hate speech. We have hate crime.
Austin, come to the door. Yeah?
Open the door.
Who is it? Police. You guys got a arrest warrant? Austin, open the door.
Just need to talk to you, not.
Need to have a chat. All right. What's going on with you? I just woke up. Just woke up? All right, come in, let's talk to you for a minute. See what's going on. Huh?
So, sorry about this.
What's up with the rice?
Well, what's up? Well, what are you doing?
I just walked out.
Yeah? Still backing your stuff? Yeah? Alright, why are you putting bags in the driveways all around here?
Huh?
Why are you putting the bags with the rice in the driveways?
Not flying.
Flyers?
Yeah, it's not illegal.
Yeah, it is. Stand up. Come on.
Damn.
Where's your phone at?
Are the flyers the fucking like white nationalist flyers that's got like the fucking propaganda about the white people being erased and shit? How long was he out for, dude? How long was he out for this time? What the fuck, bro? This guy just can't get right. That's not even against the law. Again, it depends. It depends on what's in it. So yeah, again, if he's like, if he's putting out like, yeah, if it ends up being like, yeah, if it ends up like targeting minorities, telling them that they're like ruining America and they're moving into all these like white neighborhoods and that they're fucking up the white country and shit like that, then yeah, it might qualify under something different, but it can be illegal just to like, yeah, throw around flyers and shit like that, depending on where you're at. Okay, we're at 20%. 20%. Oh shit. They just spawned right next to me.
You running the computer again? You running the computer again?
Maybe people want to see that shit.
22%.
I don't know if you want that stuff at your house. You have your own beliefs, but you don't got to push them off on everybody.
Yeah, see?
That's not true.
That's what it was. She just said you can have your own beliefs, but you don't have to push them on everybody. Yep, that's what it was.
Get car for transport, 120 clear. You got one in custody, you'll be out in a second.
Jamie, I'll be here in a second.
Alright, you wait about it. Sure.
Clear.
Come on, I'll step over here a second. Any weapons in here again this time? Huh? Let's see, you're out on bond for doing the same dumb shit, and you're out doing it again. Huh? Take you're still not on your meds? Huh? Where'd you get a new computer at? Eric, you got a printer in here with all the stuff on it. This is the one we just got.
Come on, man. So close.
How's it running?
I'm so close.
This?
No idea. Is he doing it off his phone, hooking his phone up to the...
Fuck. Damn it, dude. My mouse got stuck. 21.94. 21.94, dude. 21.94. You gotta be kidding me. My record is 22%. 22%. And I got 21.94. If I had died like half a second earlier, I would have beaten it because I was at 22 point, I was at like 22.7 or something like that. All right. We're gonna finish this. I don't know why, but we are.
How about we just tell everybody in the building what you're about and all this stuff and let them deal with you? How do you think that's gonna work out for you?
They already know.
Oh, they already know you're doing this stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty open with my beliefs.
Okay. How you working your computer in here?
How do I work my computer?
Yeah, how you working it?
I don't have it.
What's with monitoring that? How you getting all this stuff and making the flyers?
You guys print them out.
From where?
My phone.
From your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to put shoes on? You want to go with your socks?
Oh, I'll put my shoes.
All right. Come on.
So wait, what am I being charged with?
Menacing, probably, and ethnic intimidation.
Plus you're
Ethnic
violating on your bond
intimidation
on all
again.
your old cases.
Usually when you agree to
Damn.
bond, you agree to not do the same stuff you did to get arrested in the first place, right? You
Fucking Nazis, dude.
No.
Alright.
You got keys that you're gonna need when you come back?
Yeah, I think they're. Yeah, those are, I think. Yep. And then I got the little pad, the keypad thing, the key fob. So it's
Just a key fob.
I think it's
Key fob for what, the doors?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Alright. City all the way. No?
I'm in the A1.
Yeah. Let's do it again.
2172, just go inside. Outside, we're walking out. Alright, we're in the lobby.
Just wait.
Damn, I'm fucking surrounded here.
Floor 2, going down.
So how'd you pay for your apartment the 4 months you were in jail?
I had money.
Huh?
I had money.
Floor 1,
Okay.
going up.
We'll make sure this time you're gonna come back to it this next time. Where's the cruiser?
He's a Nazi homophobic race early. Oh, okay.
I'm getting on you. Sarge, you got the keys?
Shoot him or something, dude. Give us some entertainment here. Shoot him. Plant some fucking weed on him.
Menacing?
Yep, Austin?
Yeah, he's being arrested.
Again.
Yeah, I'm sure
He's the one that's been going around throwing bags of rice and all the hatred for racism, white supremacy. What else was all in there?
Homophobic, Nazi stuff.
Same stuff.
Homophobic
Anti-Semitic
Nazi
He won't do it
stuff.
before. That's what he got arrested out here before last
Yeah.
year. Same stuff. He's going around throwing bags in the driveways with rice.
So what's he gonna be charged with?
His bond's being violated. He's being charged with aggravated menacing,
Menacing and ethnic intimidation.
ethnic intimidation, plus his bond revocation.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Who's the manager down here now?
I am.
You are? Yeah, with all his issues he's got going on, you might want to get him out of your building. I told him, I said, how about we tell everybody down here what you're about? Let them deal with you, because they all know.
Oh.
He's definitely off his meds and everything else, so.
He said he's not on meds.
Huh?
He says he's not on meds. He's never been on meds.
He was on before. I interviewed him before he was on.
Can you give me a call so I can know his definite charges so I can... I'll tell you right now, menacing, ethnic intimidation, and he's going to have a bond revoked. Are those felonies?
Yeah, those were off his felonies before. He was threatening to little children. He's going to rape and kill them. He made threats of that.
Yeah. He's going to bomb stuff.
Damn.
Took all his computers and phones the last time he did it again.
Dude, the threat said he was gonna rape and kill them. Fuck. Fucking shit, dude. Nazism is not the way, kids. Don't be a Nazi. And, you know, just in general, just don't do bad things, I would say. That's my advice. Don't do bad things. I would say generally it's not good to do bad things. And it is good to do good things. And I think if everybody would just agree with that, we would all be a lot better off. You know?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep. Yeah, I'll give my card. You want to get a hold of me? There may be more. We'll get with the prosecutor. Maybe some more we can put on him for this. But he needs to go away. I told him, I said, I'm going to make sure down here they know who you are so they get rid of you. Okay. I said, how'd you keep the thing? Well, I had money.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'll let you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. His keys and his key fob. Thank you, sir. Tell jail we'll send out the charges. Yeah, you said the rice is like I saw the box of all the flyers on the floor. I looked at them. I'm like, so why you go around putting them in people's driveways? I'm allowed to. Shut up. Get up. You're under arrest. I'm done playing. He's like, nope.
Well done, bro. That was awesome. I remember that. You remember when I said that? You remember when I was like, yo, you're under arrest. You guys see that?
What up?
Epic. He didn't know what hit him.
As far as I know, easy peasy. Oh yeah. That to you.
Total awesome cop moment, dude. I was like, dude,
Grab onto you. I want you to
shut
fall.
up.
Take one step forward for me.
You're under arrest. I almost shot him.
Mr. Rogers, did you just get out? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you could see it in my eyes. I was about to shoot him.
Be back for this time. Oh,
Yeah, I don't play that shit.
I think 2 5s. I go to court 29th, pretty soon anyhow.
He was fucking black,
They
dude.
have 16 people in Muni Court right now.
Oh wow.
And of course, they don't start our Muni Court till 11:30, and we've gotten 3 bookings since they started Muni Court. So, and now the releases will start from Muni Court. So, fun. Thank you. All right, go ahead and take your necklace off, take your shoes off.
Oh man.
Can I get it? Up there. Just break it. Take your shoes off for me. All right, hands back up on the wall for me real quick. All right, kick this foot back. Other foot. All right, I have you step over here, face the wall. Keep your feet a little more than shoulder apart. Hands on the black handles. Look up at the green light. All the way up. Try not to move.
Suck it, bitch. 19.25%. Let's
I'm
go.
going to ask you, I've got the famous questions. If you're an homicide, suicidal, nope, emergency
Any
medical
famous last
attention.
questions?
Consume any drugs or alcohol today? No. You don't, obviously, you don't have any potty before we sit here. I already checked it.
Yeah.
Just give me a quick mouse sweep. Then pull your cheeks out so I can see your gum line stuff. All right, let me see this here. Other ear. All right, let's go. Thank you much.
No problem. Be safe.
Yeah, you too.
Good luck, Mr. Rogers. You too.
Rogers. How dare you?
Austin, who is allegedly responsible for many crimes, including stalking, vandalism, along with several acts of prejudice, recently pleaded guilty to some of these incidents. Sentencing information for the Sandusky resident, Austin J. Rogers, is not yet known.
Suck it, bitch?
In October 2022, Sandusky police arrested Austin for allegedly
21.9%.
engaging in a pattern of conduct that caused mental distress. Authorities said Rogers threatened to harm a child and actively stalked this youth. Rogers' attorney originally, in November 2022, filed a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. At that time, the case was not resolved. More recently, Rogers pleaded guilty to 2 counts of menacing by stalking, a 4th-degree felony. 2 other counts of menacing by stalking were dismissed. Rogers remained locked up in the Erie County Jail on 2 vandalism charges, both felonies. He's also accused of committing a similar act at Shoreline Park. His bond was listed at $15,000. He was rearrested today, July 12th, on a probation violation. Once again booked into the Erie County Jail.
Sheesh, dude. This kid seems like he's committing some crimes. I'm not gonna lie. That's what it's starting to sound like to me. I'm pretty perceptive. That's what I think. That's my take. You guys watch me to give the ultimate takes. Well, my take sounds like this kid's committing some crimes. Sounds like he might be doing some illegal shit. Okay, we're at 26%. Suck it. $27%. We're going in, homies. We're going in. We're going all the way. We're going to win this one. We're getting 100% this time. Suck it, you fucking loser. We're at 28%. 28%, ladies and germs. 28%. They can't stop me. I'm unstoppable. What server are you on? Your mom's server. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh, no. They're trying to steal my fucking pizza. They're trying to steal my fucking pizza. I'm down to 26%. I was up at 28. We're 27 now. We're gonna win this. We are doing it. We're freaking doing it. It's all because of you guys. Because you guys were there for me when I needed you most. We got this, mother. Suck it. You're trying to steal my fucking pizza. We're at 29%. We're at 30%. 29.89. Uh-oh. Somebody's stealing my fucking pizza. All right, 29.59%. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I win. Tom grabbing up land and eliminating his enemies. They call him Mossad. True. True. All right. I'm going to sleep. I will be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Amelia Anderson says. Nice chillin'. MW says. The Matrix has you. Cesius says.
Buh.
Freddie Drongo says. 07.
07.
Ronan Ryak says. And only one has full-blown hate crime laws. Amelia Anderson says.
True.
Peace.
Peace.
Big Guy says. Peace out, boss.
Peace out.
Aron Sound
employee.
says. Ronan doesn't know what a woman is.
Come on, Ramen.
Getting bigger /Reddit says. Tom is the real fool.
Yeah.
Ronan Ryak says. Got 2 kids but okay. MW says. Later, Foolberg. Aram Sound says. Everyone is regular chat knows what a woman is and what they feel like naked. Jared B says. Have a good night, fools, love yat. Rage Pro says. Maggots are fa, you can finish it. Botrix says. Send a super chat to have your message read on stream. Amelia Anderson says. I want pizza.
All right.
Aram Sound says.
Sending y'all over to
This
Raging
chat
Tomato.
goes whoop 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 whoop. Ronan Ryak says. I make good pizza.
Love you.
Aram Sound says. This chat does not.
Good luck.